So, folks, we are now on part two of our journey to the center of the conspiracy singularity. That's really what this is about. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with this concept that I talk about frequently on stream, it's the conspiracy singularity. It is the maelstrom of ideology that subsumes all conspiratorial thinking and slowly whittles it down into one homogeneous mush. And at the very center of it, usually there's some kind of idea about the trans people are controlling the world, Jewish people are controlling the world. Usually there's like some kind of marginalized identity that is placed at the very heart of it, the center of it. And upon whom all the conspiracy theories hinge, And one of the other parts about this is that one of the many gateways into this kind of thinking is very specifically New Age mysticism. There's an idea called Nazi esotericism, which is essentially like this amalgamation of hodgepodge ideas taken from all over the world to create kind of this running narrative about, well, in the case of Nazi esotericism, like the greatness of the Aryan race, right? Or sorry, am I mixing it up? Esoteric Nazism. There we go. It works either way. It works. It works either way. That being said, I think that so far, given what we've seen from What If Alt Hist, and if you are watching this, you are very likely someone who got through part 1, which was over 6 hours long, and I commend you for it. You goddamn trooper, you. Now, I think you will kind of understand what I mean when I say that I think What If Alt Hist falls into this category of, if not being like outright esoteric, dabbling in esoteric Nazism, then at the very least adjacent to it. There are a lot of very similar concepts that he's thrown around, most notably up until this point, the idea of kind of like a divine bloodline, or that the idea that who you are resides inside of your bloodline, which is essentially like a kind of spiritualized eugenics. And I hate it in fiction, and I hate it even more when people think it's real. So, yeah, Jungian archetypes at play as well. That's why people like What If Alt Hist love Jordan Peterson. All right. So, that being said, let's jump in to part 5, or rather, part 2. This is the second video, but the first video was made up of 4 parts. We are now on part 5, which is simply labeled PTSD. Now, I know that a lot of you watched this previously, and I just have to tell you guys that first part, that was 2.5 hours long. Ish. 2 hours, 40 minutes. This one's 3 hours and 24 minutes long. So it's going to be a very long stream today, which is why I'm encouraging you to get your snacks and stuff right now, because we are in for a roller coaster. Now, I want to be upfront. I've not seen any of part 2. I've not seen any of this video. We are going in blind. And that being said, What If Alt Hist has brought up some troubling stuff in part 1. So, possibly just content warning for this, because part 5 being about PTSD sounds like he could be talking about some disturbing subject matter. So, that being said, you guys know the drill. I'm not going to be putting the video up on screen. We're just going to be listening along to it together, unless there's like something that is particularly striking, like a new segment or what have you. largely because, don't want to get DMCA'd. So, that being said, let's dive in, shall we?
The period that came next.
Also, I feel like I should just show him at the beginning of each one of these, just so you guys kind of get an idea of like who's speaking. So that's our main character here, our shonen anime protagonist with the cop bloodline, Rudyard. All right.
Next for this, for me, was the most painful ever in my entire life. As you've already seen, that's a pretty high bar, and it's just going to get worse as the story goes on. I realized I had suffered really, really bad PTSD. This was from my childhood, and I felt pretty confused at the time, since it didn't feel like my childhood trauma was bad enough to power the level of PTSD I had. My entire existence felt like suffering. I cannot overstate that enough. You don't know what suffering means. You can't understand the depths a person can feel pain.
Dude. Okay. Yeah, the only people who understand pain are Rudyard, all right? You guys don't know shit. You guys are baby pain enjoyers.
Things you never thought were possible are. I've felt pain so horrible it feels as if I've entered a different dimension of space and time.
Also, just as a brief refresher, if you're coming into this and it's been a bit of time between the first part and this part, the last part ended with him discussing doing ayahuasca and spending, from his perception, untold eternities in hell suffering. Beyond mortal comprehension. So, like, yeah, this track so far.
It feels like my blood's on fire at once. Like my soul's been cut in half and its intestines are spilling out.
A soul doesn't have intestines. Checkmate, atheists.
Like, the entire periphery of how I perceive consciousness is an excruciating pain, as if every atom in my body is held together by suffering, in which I somehow survive and don't rupture. It feels as if...
Oh, by the way, just out of curiosity, I know I'm interrupting him, and I apologize for that, but out of curiosity, I looked up approximately how many words you would have to type out to equal about 10 hours of speaking nonstop to the camera. And it's more words than the average novel. It's a several hundred page novel. So, like, I don't think he's speaking off the cuff here. I think he wrote out a lot of this beforehand. And keep in mind, he wrote out a longer than average novel, and this is what he used the prose to, deliver.
The entirety of suffering itself. It appears as if the entirety of life itself is suffering. Like life is a cruel joke, as if the suffering enters your own eyes, and so you can only look upon the world in pain. Whenever you sleep, the memories come back in a flood. You purposely keep your eyes open as long as you can so you don't see the monsters the night brings. That whenever you dream, you're killed by an angry god that hates you. That your nightmares are so horrible, they could never be put into an R-rated movie and be shown on the screen.
Only NC-17, baby!
I had nightmares every single night for years straight, with stuff like demons eating out my own intestines, goblins ripping me apart, or being chased.
Okay, now I want to hear more about these goblins. I want to hear more about Rudyard's
I can't
mind
hear
goblins.
checkmate, euphemism for liberal. Without thinking of, my wife has a perfectly dry P-word, by C.E.R. Spence.
Well, you know what they say about those.
Wet ass P-word. P-word is female genitalia.
There we go. Nailed it. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate it. Appreciate you. Thank you for making this show possible. Hello, the Calby. Oh, also, for those of you who may be tuning in and aren't familiar with part one, uh, Rudyard here runs a far right alternate history channel with 700,000 subscribers, and he appears on shows like Tim Pool and various other far right podcasts to basically try and justify, like great replacement theory and such. Like he's a wackadoo nonsense person who takes a lot from Thomas Sowell and basically is like, yeah, Thomas Sowell's right. Civil rights were bad for black people. He's one of those types. So, let's keep going.
Faced by monsters, sleep or its absence is the worst part of PTSD. The hours of shaking in the shower before you can sleep. The permanent suffering at all times is the worst. I felt constant muscle pain for years straight, and that my arm and leg muscles were in so much pain it felt like a giant iron nail was shoved inside them. Sleep was so horrible. For years straight, I could barely catch any sleep. I would frequently have multiple nights a week where I had no sleep, and it was not uncommon for me to not be able to sleep 2 nights in a row.
Okay. Pro tip, if you are experiencing PTSD symptoms like this, you need to go to the doctor. You need to go actually to your doctor and explain that you're having these symptoms, and also get a therapist. Get a therapist to help you work through this, because if you're living like this, that isn't normal. People don't usually live that way, and you can in fact deal with it in healthy ways that will improve your life.
Nighttime's the worst part of PTSD. Whenever the night comes, you're just filled with horror as your blood pressure and your pulse increases, and you start to feel a terror you can't explain or stop.
See, for me, it's the opposite, right? I like the nighttime because I feel like it's so much quieter and so much more private that I feel safer in a way. I guess mileage may vary there.
It feels like it felt as if there are multiple sub-personalities inside of me. It felt like I was in a constant hostage negotiation.
Wow, it's kind of weird how many of you are agreeing with me, actually. I didn't,
One step
see that
away
coming.
from Candace Owens's, the Democrats want to put people on the mental plantation. We want to put them back on the physical plantation.
True. Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I feel really validated by a bunch of you people saying yeah, I feel way safer at night. My symptoms feel a lot better.
With someone inside of me that I wasn't in control of, that kept on holding me hostage. That my body wasn't mine, and the slightest thing that would go wrong, I would lose physical control of my body. There were about a dozen times I literally did lose physical control of my body due to hitting a bad trigger. I faced thousands of little horrors in my life that would ruin someone else.
What's interesting to me here is that through all the hyperbole, he hasn't really talked he's, or not hyperbole, that's unfair of me to say, but through all of the no one could ever understand how much pain I'm in talk, he hasn't really talked about what it was about. It's kind of like this abstract thing, Usually people with PTSD understand their triggers.
I keep on trying to talk about it since I'm trying to come to terms with suffering so enormous I can't even encapsulate it. I have spent years going to bed and waking up with complete nihilism and self-hatred. PTSD forces you to feel immense guilt and horror at all times. It's not rational. You still have to feel it.
That's not how PTSD usually works. PTSD doesn't usually dominate your entire day-to-day, moment-to-moment existence. I feel like he's describing something else, but I gotta be honest, I got no idea what's going on with this guy.
It's one of the worst parts, given it's all irrational, but at the same time, you can't stop it. The cycle of powerlessness with PTSD is so cruel. You overthink about PTSD, which makes it worse. You can't stop it. I would never wish PTSD on my worst enemy. The constant self-loathing and self-doubt with no end. The worst part of PTSD is it just never stops or turns off. You're just in debilitating suffering no matter what you do. I felt the most pain when I felt good. Due to the way PTSD works, is your fight or flight mechanism's always on. And so when that mechanism...
Okay, that sounds like anxiety. Like, I have diagnosed, like, generalized anxiety and so, like, social anxiety. That's... Okay.
Starts to relax and you start to feel good, it kicks up again. I was stuck in a permanent loop of hyperarousal, which ironically stops you from actually being aroused. I just wish there are words that could express the amount of suffering I've felt. The complete hopelessness, terror, pain, and horror. I wish there were words that could make the thousands of nights where I faced this easier, but there aren't. No words can explain what has happened or how it felt to you. The years after years of hoping my PTSD would get better, as it gradually did, while still leaving me in terrible suffering. I keep trying to explain something that can't be explained. You just need to know that physiologically hell...
Wait, you did explain it, though. You explained how it made you feel. That's explaining it. But, like, if you recognize this problem, go to therapy. Go to a psychologist.
Exists, and I've already lived there against my own consent. 3 years after I did ayahuasca, the time period for 3 years after I did ayahuasca were so horrible, especially the first year. The second year was pretty bad too, you'll get there. The fall afterwards was so difficult, and I'm so thankful I made it through. And through all the horror, I forced myself every...
Is this... Okay, so, like, real question. Is this all from a really bad ayahuasca trip? Because he's really using this as, like, a signpost in his life, you know?
Every day to say, Rudyard, when you get out, you will thank God that you survived this time period. I felt as if I had lost my sense of self for years, that there was no one inside of me, that I was a ghost in a shell that just made decisions with no ability to relate to my environment, or identity, or purpose, or self-respect. That my life had no meaning, and my entire existence was a cosmic joke by God to see how much suffering he could shove a man.
What is ayahuasca? It is an incredibly powerful psychedelic
This was one of the most painful things, and something that's again difficult to put into words.
Typically used in, like, religious ritual. And it kind of seems like he did not, in fact, use it that way.
Where if you don't have a sense of self, it's impossible to enjoy or relate to your environment, or just to live life by definition, because who are you living life if you don't know who you are? I could feel the jaws of hell and the devil consuming my existence. I could feel, in Buddhist cosmography, they have the face of a great devil. And this is true of medieval Catholic art, too. The devil is a huge mouth that consumes hundreds of people at once. And I could feel the devil consuming souls, trying to suck me into his orbit with stuff.
Okay, now, I'm not an expert on Buddhism. My understanding is that Buddhism does not have a devil. So, I'm not entirely sure what he's getting at there. Maybe, like, he saw scary carvings once or something? I don't know, but maybe someone who knows more about that can say something in chat. They have demons. Okay, I mean, like, they have demons. But, like, there's not, like, a devil antagonist to Buddha, right? Like, as far as I know. Also, not today, Buddhist devil. Yeah. Also, the devil isn't real in, like, Christian cosmology either. Like, that the devil is, like, a later fan fiction added to the Bible. In Buddhism, the devil is known as Mara, a celestial king who tempts mortals to sin, tries to stop them from achieving enlightenment. The name Mara literally means death. That's interesting. Because my understanding would be that, like, achieving, enlightenment is would takes you out of the cycle and would be like a true death. Whatever.
Suffering to break me, to make me like his, but I don't belong to him, so that's not going to happen. I fought back as hard as I could against
Mara, the Shin Megami Tensei penis demon? Yes.
PTSD. I started working only a month after I did ayahuasca. I can't believe I did it in retrospect considering my condition. I was completely dysfunctional internally, but I was still making videos at the time. I was still reading 70,000 pages a year and working with my business contacts, none of which knew I had PTSD. Somehow, although I was suffering more than I could ever imagine possible, I was still able to excel and succeed.
Yeah, a lot of people who struggle with mental illness do. Yeah.
I must have a pretty sharp distinction in my mind. I must be pretty good at compartmentalizing. I remember hundreds of days I could barely hold my eyes open while I worked. Hundreds of days I forced myself to work, although I hadn't slept the night before. I didn't trust my family, so I needed to make my own money to support myself. I forced myself to work because I needed something to not go crazy. My life was too subjective. I needed something objective to not go mad.
Okay, as somebody who has dealt with extreme anxiety and also uses work as a way to, like, cope. This is called a coping mechanism, Rudyard. This is a way to distract your brain from your anxiety, because when you are focused on something, it's harder for your brain to just kind of go willy-nilly with fight or flight, because you're channeling that anxious energy into something. You can also channel it into, like, exercise or any number of different activities.
I would go crazy without work. My life, it's just the few moments of peace I felt were when I was working, so I could enter into a flow state, and I loved my job. And I was making bank at the time. I was making like $300K. It was awesome. I had a pretty good lifestyle back then.
What?
At the time, I was making like $300K. It was awesome.
You were working at a bank and making $300,000 per year? Like, as a banker? I thought when you said you got a job at a bank, I thought you meant as, like, a teller at the bank. Not as, like, I don't know, like a Wall Street investor type.
I had a pretty good lifestyle back then. And my suffering was so enormous, I immediately tried to find methods to allay it. And I had a previous therapist who was a leftist who tried to...
Oh, good. He was going to therapy, but he was paranoid about all of them. Great. Have I ever watched Religion for Breakfast? I have.
Drop me when she realized I was a conservative almost immediately.
The bigoted leftist therapist dropped you. What did you say? What did you say to this therapist? Was this therapist, like, gay, and you were like, I don't believe you should have the right to marry, as you looked at, like, a picture of, like, their happy gay family on their desk? Like, what? Like, that feels like the subtext of the story here. Because usually therapists can work with people who have different ideological outlooks, but that can't happen if, like, your patient is just, like, being extraordinarily bigoted to you.
And I found an amazing EMDR therapist. And EMDR is something I cannot speak more highly of. I know it works for some people and not others. I have suspicions there are different types of EMDR that work.
Isn't EMDR like the eye movement therapy? I don't know much about it. Is it like a real thing that is effective? Or is it honestly bullshit? Yeah, it does apparently work. Interesting. Yeah, here's the Cleveland Clinic here. Eye movement desensitization and reprocessing therapy. Mental health treatment technique. The method involves moving your eyes a specific way while you process traumatic memories. EMDR's goal is to help you heal from trauma or other distressing life experiences. Compared to other therapy models, EMDR is relatively new. The first clinical trial investigating EMDR was in 1989. Dozens of clinical trials since EMDR's development show the technique is effective and can help a person faster than many other methods. Nice. Interesting. EMDR therapy doesn't require talking in detail about a distressing issue. It instead focuses on changing the emotions, thoughts, or behaviors that result from a distressing experience, trauma. This allows your brain to resume a natural healing process. While many people use the words mind and brain when referring to the same thing, they're actually different. Your brain is an organ of your body. Your mind is the collection of thoughts, memories, beliefs, and experiences that make you who you are. The way your mind works relies on the structure of your brain. That structure involves networks of communicating brain cells across many different areas. That's especially the case with sections that involve your memories and senses. That networking makes it faster and easier for those areas to work together. That's why your senses, sights, sounds, smells, tastes, and feels can bring back strong memories. Interesting. The more you know.
Significantly better than others from what I've seen. And the way EMDR works is that they move a wand in front of your eyes, which hacks into how your brain processes information, because our eyes and how we perceive our environment controls how we perceive consciousness itself. And EMDR is incredibly effective and is the only form of therapy to deal with PTSD that the Veterans Association has okayed stamped.
And yeah, like as I'm looking at it, apparently the controversy isn't around EMDR isn't whether it works. The controversy is how does it work? That seems to be like the main thing that doctors and researchers aren't sure of.
And I frankly think EMDR and ayahuasca are both breakthroughs in the field of human psychology of a historic level of importance. We've forgotten how to rewire the human brain and human psychology, and thus our society is falling apart because we've been consumed by these negative psychological archetypes.
See, there he is dropping the Jordan Peterson, the Jungian psychoanalysis. We got the Jungian archetype, huh? But yeah, interesting stuff. I am far more skeptical about the beneficial effects of ayahuasca. That seems like a real roll of the dice there on its effects. But this apparently seems to work, like EMDR.
And EMDR is very effective because after a 2-hour session, you rewire how you process information. For example, if you were molested, you could say, I feel like a slut. You logically know that's not true, but you emotionally do. So you ask yourself rationalistic questions about why you believe yourself to be a slut. And then by the end, you force your subconscious,
interesting example to go with,
to moving the wand, to realize that it's not actually your fault. And basically all of EMDR leads to the point that you need to stop taking responsibility for things outside your control. Because the nature of PTSD is that PTSD occurs when something outside of your frame of understanding occurs, which forces your mind to constantly assess for things outside.
Oh, okay. Regarding Buddhism, Buddhism has a number of sects. Each have wildly different interpretations of teachings to the point that the label Buddhist can almost be meaningless. As an example, any entity, as I think about it, is something like an anthropomorphic interpretation of an idea. Interesting.
Side of its understanding, which is hell. Because if you can never feel safe, that's psychological hell. And so what EMDR does is it basically tells you there was a traumatic experience, it's not your control, don't worry about it. And almost all of the EMDRs I've done were basically trying to get me to stop blaming myself for things outside of my control. And I had a really great therapist who did a wonderful job of cleaning me out. I like to thank him for basically saving my life, and that EMDR saved my life, and it's why I'm here. And I'm so much more vastly better off than I was 4 years ago or 3 years ago. I feel so grateful, and I can only thank God that I'm here. And yeah, it's just a beautiful thing when things work. And EMDR taught me that how we perceive reality is dictated by unconscious narratives we don't even think about. This is true, obviously, for religion and culture and stuff. But before I did ayahuasca, I never realized that I hated myself. But then after I did ayahuasca and started doing EMDR, I realized my innate subconscious self-loathing that I wasn't attached to was such a powerful force in my life as to overpower literally everything else, to control me with PTSD. The journey with EMDR forced me to come to terms.
Okay, wait a minute. All right, so maybe there is not as much consensus on this as I had thought. Some newer research coming out. Let's see here. This is interesting. This was published in Memory, The Messy Landscape of Eye Movements and False Memories. Eye movement desensitization and reprocessing therapy is a common treatment for PTSD. However, skeptics like James Ost question the theoretical underpinnings, highlighting inconsistency of empirical findings, surrender the efficacy of such therapy, and warn against unknown drawbacks. Little is known about the impact of the eye movements, a critical component of EMDR, on susceptibility to false memories, and the existing literature is contradictory. We review the literature and present new findings to help tell the story of the effects of eye movements on memory. Taken as a whole, this small body of work suggests that eye movements do not reliably affect susceptibility to misinformation, nor do they appear to enhance memory, but they do seem to increase spontaneous false memories. Well, that is very interesting. That is very interesting. So, for those of you who don't know, the Satanic Panic, during that period of, American culture, we get the memory wars, which is basically, are people suddenly recalling real events that happened to them, or are certain like hypnotic or therapeutic techniques implanting false memories within people? And it kind of turned out that, under hypnosis, people weren't remembering real things that happened to them. That, you can't hypnotize someone and take them back to when they were, 2 years old, when they don't actually have that memory. And so their brain will create a new memory, a new memory in that spot. So I'm wondering if this is similar, or if it simply makes a mind more susceptible to suggestion in a very similar way. That's really interesting. This was published in 2020. Wonder if there's more. Okay. Yeah, it seems like there is no consensus here, because I'm finding a more recent... Well, this is an opinion article from Frontiers that was published in Frontier Psychology, so... let me put it this way. It does not seem like there is a consensus as it first appeared when I was Googling this, right? EMDR dispelling the false memory creation myth in response to Otgar et al. 2022. Otgar et al.'s body of work, including the article under review, has significantly propelled our understanding of false memories and their implications, particularly in psychological research and legal contexts. However, in the article that will be examined, the researchers claim that psychotherapy can induce false memories of trauma, and that therapists can suggest clients memories of experiences that they never had. Despite the value of their contributions, their recent claims that psychotherapy, notably EMDR, can induce false memories of trauma warrant a closer examination. They argue that such false memories are widespread and pose risks in real-life situations, especially in legal settings, potentially compromising the credibility and justice for trauma survivors. They also challenge the efficacy and safety of some evidence-based treatments for trauma-related disorders, such as EMDR therapy. In this paper, we critically examined the article by Otgar et al. From 2022, which claims that psychotherapy can induce false memories. Okay, they describe a unique case of therapy-induced false memories. The article recounts past cases wherein abuse was the focal point of legal proceedings. Arguments are drawn from a detailed description of an Italian case wherein therapeutic records exhibited clear indications of suggestive treatment. The court concluded that the therapist had implanted false memories. In support of the court's determination, the authors present examples of research illustrating how false memories can be formed, including the influence of suggestion on their development. In this opinion paper, our aim is to refute some of the authors' claims. Firstly, we address the assertion that the reporting of abuse is not as prevalent as suggested. Secondly, we delve into the mechanism of dissociation. Subsequently, we will analyze the methodological quality of the studies, etc., etc., etc. Finally, we highlight how eye movement desensitization and reprocessing is an evidence-based treatment recommended by international guidelines for accessing traumatic symptoms, emphasizing its role in facilitating healing without the induction of false memories in clients. So, yeah, it seems like there is not exactly a consensus here. Well, it could be, Sarah's Minor, that like EMDR puts you into a more suggestible state than just normally like talking, normal talk therapy. So like it could, I could see that potentially having like kind of similar qualities to hypnotically induced false memories. But also I'm a dumbass, so I'm just going to look at this with some degree of skepticism since I don't know who is right in this discussion. But fascinating stuff.
Terms with that our entire civilization has these negative psychological beliefs that are just killing us. This was the start of the Shatter the Glass video I recently
EMDR. I wasted hours on EMDR and it didn't help. I'm sorry to hear that.
Made. EMDR was such a long and painful journey. I still feel PTSD today somewhat 3 years after this started. Hell, when I wrote this script, I felt a little twinge in my arm and my shoulder, but I can say with complete certainty that EMDR saved me. I make this process sound way easier than it was, given even though I have spoken about how horrible it was before.
I mean, I don't know. You talked about experiencing pain no other mortal creature can comprehend, so...
Words just can't convey how painful this was. I still can't believe I was able to have an active life at the same time, and no one in my networking or business circle or people who watched my channel knew how bad my PTSD was. At the time, I was living in this 5-bedroom penthouse in Midtown Manhattan with a bunch of Indian tech bros from Dallas. They were fun guys.
Guys, I think I need to do another deep dive on Balaji Srinivasan. Because I keep hearing about tech bros from people in their orbit who then regurgitate a lot of his talking points. And honestly, that's kind of what I'm picking up here. Yeah, exactly, Foxbat. It keeps coming back to like the San Francisco gray shirts. It really does. Also, we haven't checked in with Balaji since the election. I bet he's having an extremely normal one. Just out of curiosity. Okay, yeah, he's having a real normal one over on Twitter. We actually have the natural experiment in which a libertarian nationalist coalition took down a far-left empire, made its way through the subsequent collapse and tribal shattering, rebuilt their churches, united under a strong leader, strengthened their military, and confronted the deep state. It's called Russia. One of the secrets of the Soviet Union is that ethnic Russians got all the way down to 50.8% of the USSR in the 1989 census. This is part of what drove the collapse. And today, after the reboot, ethnic Russians comprise a full 71.7% of Russia. Yeah, this guy going all in on race science, bro. So they took their country back. All it cost them was their empire. And the MAGA man might consider that a fair trade, but he should at least understand that it was a trade. You see, while the 1990s was a grand party for the West, it was Grand Theft Auto for Russians. Because after communism, no one believed in anything. So savings got zeroed out by hyperinflation. Pensions, their social security went to zero too. This is a dumb statement to make. Holy shit. Territory won in blood was lost in a night. Former allies turned to the west. Life expectancy crashed. Drug abuse soared. Streets fell to gangs. Talent fled the country. A superpower was humiliated on the world stage. Most fundamentally, the overarching Soviet identity was gone, replaced overnight with the individual identities of all the many tribes that made up the USSR, of which the Russian tribe was only one. And then, you know, it gets into like the race percentages, ethnic groups, and TLDR, Cabana Boy is one of the very few that correctly identifies the trade-off between mono-ethnic country and multi-ethnic empire. But a better comparison is not Japan, but Russia. Like, this is one of the guys who's considered like Silicon Valley's guru, like ideological guru. You know, like billionaires pay attention to what this guy says, and I'm willing to bet what if alt hist is getting influenced by these ideas as well.
And it was a great deal. I got a relatively cheap, could stay there relatively cheaply because one of their buddies was out of town. But none of them knew I had PTSD.
Oh, by the way, if you want to know more about what Balaji Srinivasan is about, he published a book, or not really a book, manifesto. Politico actually wrote an article about him back in 2022. Interesting. Doesn't link to it, though. Oh well.
Side note, when I was in New York, one of my buddies took me to one of the most prestigious nightclubs there. I paid $500 to enter, and God, I envy the lifestyle I had back then. That was so much fun. Then once I got in, we got a table. I got black.
Oh, here it is. I found it. It's called the Network State. Basically, how they can make their own company towns, but bigger. Company nations.
Blackout drunk. The club uses a ladder to put up a disco ball at 2 a.m. I climbed up the ladder before they could to mog the disco ball. And then they...
What does that mean? What does mog the disco ball even mean in this context?
It pushed me back into the club, and I would make fun of people for being there as if they were silly and stuck up. And I would say, "Who are you? Why are you here? And what is your story?" Because I was drunk and I was bored. The girls were sevens at best.
They were ugly, so you know I didn't care about being just a weird, off-putting asshole.
Clubs suck. You should never go to nightclubs. I've been to lots of nightclubs. They are never worthwhile.
Okay, wrong. It's fun to go to nightclubs and like dress in a fun. You gotta get into it though. You gotta like dress in like a fun, silly outfit, something you wanna have fun in. And then like I like going to nightclubs and looking at other people's outfits. I like looking at the people who brought their A game and are just enjoying themselves, you know? Like I like doing the people watching. But like I I get the feeling he just wasn't getting laid in these clubs.
The girls are not
Skill
attractive
issue,
enough.
exactly.
It's not a good place for game. You can't talk. The music's not good.
Okay, it's not a good place to game, you know, if you want to play your Nintendo Switch. It's a great place for a game if you've got any.
The everything's overpriced. You should just never go to nightclubs. That is a true lesson that I have sacrificed for you. I have been to
As one autist to another, are the nightclubs not too loud? I mean, it depends on where you are. It depends on the club. Also, you can, in fact, wear, like, headphones or earplugs if it's too loud, which certainly can help.
the club like 50 times and never enjoyed it, so that I could attain enlightenment. So now you no longer have to go to the club.
What a ding dong. I'm sorry, also,
That I have sacrificed for you. I have been to the club like 50 times.
that's not that many times. But also, there's not the club unless you are in a small town in the middle of nowhere, right? There are clubs. If you don't like a normal club, I get it. Go to a goth club. Go to like a different kind of club. Because some of them are going to be way better than others. You know, like there's a gay nightclub in Minneapolis that's really well known. And you know what? It kind of sucks. It kind of sucks there. I'm not going to lie. But then there are some like smaller clubs that have been around for like ever that are great. And then there are there's a goth club, you know, like that. They're fun to go to.
And never enjoyed it, so that I could attain enlightenment. So now you no longer have to go to the club. Man, the summer of 21 in New York City was so much fun. That was a crazy time because there was so much
Yeah, back in the summer of 21. Why are you talking like you're an 80-year-old man recalling Woodstock?
cheap money due to the COVID financial boost that was just floating through high-risk investments like tech. I had so many friends who raised ridiculous sums of money.
Oh yeah, the gay 90s in Minneapolis, Double Chinsey, is like it's where like all, let me put it this way, it's where all the bachelorette parties go, and at this point there are a lot of straight guys go there to hit on women who are gay, and that's not fun, but there are other places you can go.
Because my my social network through Matt was tech-based. I literally
Oh, that's right, his best friend was a guy he hired to work for him.
had a friend who raised $20 million in order to make a crypto hedge fund to save the climate. It failed within 4 months. I know I was 19 and I have honor, but part of me wishes I raised money on some BS buzzword company.
Okay, I'm guessing there's like now a 90% chance he encountered the network state and has been highly influenced by it. Considering he's in the crypto world, he's best friends with like crypto millionaires. I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess that he has encountered the network state by Balaji Srinivasan, because that's basically why people started paying attention to him in the first place. He's big in crypto.
I had multiple friends who would throw $7,000 parties where they did stuff like bringing a pony to a party, where they brought it through the elevator to an apartment, and they made the pony have reindeer horns for Christmas, and we petted the pony.
I'm not impressed by that. You know, like maybe I'm just neurospicy in a way that makes me not impressed by that, but like that horse doesn't want to be there. That pony doesn't want to be inside. They're not inside creatures. He wants to run free. And also, you're getting you're getting shit on your floor. Like I can't imagine spending $7,000 on a pony party for it to shit inside your house. And also, if you're at the point where you are throwing a party and you want to spend obscene amounts of money on it, why are you hiring a pony to come in your house and put antlers on it when you could just hire like a reindeer to come to your house that just has antlers? I don't know, if you're at that point of wealth, like what are you doing? Slacking.
That was fun. And I was part of a rightist organization.
Also, I've been to amazing parties that were thrown for like, you know, $50 plus alcohol. You know, like the quality of the party is not dictated or indicated by the amount of money spent on the party.
That was trying to form an American colony in the Balkans. That was fun, and they had one of the best communities of people I've ever met. And it fell apart very rapidly due to leadership struggles.
I Yeah, we were planning to just show up with a bunch of Americans in the Balkans and start our own little society. And then it fell apart. I wonder, can we Google this? American community planned in Balkans. Nothing immediately jumping out here, but that would be very funny.
I've integrated the failings they've done into my current leadership structure, though.
What leadership structure? What are you talking about?
And New York City felt like fun that summer, but as time passed, the vibe really changed. The air grew evil in a palpable sense. The city's culture was rotting and going mad before my own eyes. I could sense something really, really bad was about to happen. It's the air got tense. I guess whenever something bad's about to happen, I can feel there's tar in the air psychically, where...
Oh boy. Glad we came back around to his psychic powers. Also, is he just talking about New York City during COVID? Because, like, you did not need to be psychic to understand that people in New York City were stressed out of their minds. They had a plague ship but docked in harbor. They had literal tent hospitals. What are you talking about? Yeah, were the vibes not great? Oh, that's such a surprise.
I have a sort of sense to pick up when places are going to go to hell. It's how I got out of Peru at the right time. Why I went to China the last year before they closed their border to Westerners. And I mean, the whole world's going to hell, so it kind of fits that.
Dude is describing bad vibes like miasma because he's locked into that 1800s thinking. You know, you got your Freud and you got your Carl Jung, and that's as far as psychoanalysis ever went.
As I travel, everywhere is going to hell. But I got out of Los Angeles and New York what felt like the right time, because in the time since, wokeness has destroyed New York to a level that people won't believe until we realize the full effect of it years later.
Yeah, because in 2020, New York was not considered woke at all. No wokeness in New York City ever. Definitely never had been known for it until 2021 when the woke miasma descended upon the city. True story, King. Ignore the Statue of Liberty calling for, you know, the unwashed masses. Ignore it.
And they've had stuff like, there are stories of them trying to ban wood-fire pizza for environmental reasons. They're making a surveillance system where they check people's social media for their posts. And
source my crack pipe.
Mass immigration and crime issues have destroyed the city. I have friends who lived in New York for decades, and they're never going to go back.
I just, you know, we've all seen the graphs, of course. But, let's take a look. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, that is not big. I need a big graph. There we go. Violent crime is on the rise in the 1990s. But yeah, sure, the massive crime wave here. Insane.
And it's so sad because I'm from the Northeast and I've seen the Northeast fall apart in real time. It's like I'm watching a sci-fi or a fantasy novel where places like New Jersey or Connecticut that I saw as the safest home turf growing up in Pennsylvania.
Okay, wait, I'm sorry. I have to stop the stream directly to respond to this in chat. Travis T, you write in my chat, I can't hear lyrics from Les Mis without flashing back to the terrible, awful time under another name where I was briefly slightly popular as a Les Mis role player and fanfic writer. That is fascinating to me.
Are now basically demonic.
I have so many questions, but I'm entitled to no answers.
Thank you, Jack, for your streams this week. I lost my dad on Monday and your streams have been a delight.
Oh my god, Salty Turtle Cupcake, I am so sorry for your loss. Thank you for the $6 dono. And I'm glad that my streams can
Okay,
help
but
a
when
little
I've
bit.
been a bit manic, I have actually given monologues like this. Also listen to Hurt.
That's fair. But Salty Turtle Cupcake, I hope this community can always be a safe harbor for you. Ship pun not intended, but appreciated. Maybe? Taking it one day at a time? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, girl, you got this.
Demonically possessed. You drive across those states, people are fat, mentally ill, depressed.
Like, dude's unironically what Rorschach would be in real life, you know? And I don't mean that as a compliment.
They're religious fundamentalists, but their religion is the state. And the whole Northeast is falling apart. Whenever I go to the Northeast, I'm just horrified to see what happened, because this is my home. And my home was destroyed by basically a demonic plague that occurred within living memory. And I live in Texas now to escape it. And it's
Can you tell us more about the demon plague?
just so sad. And I wish we could grieve it more. And I tried to ignore my suffering through work, reading, and traveling. Matt D and I traveled around the world together. I was trying to avoid drama with Jennifer back in Pennsylvania, and I also permanently cut my mom out of my life. Matt and I went traveling around the country to Mexico and Thailand that year. So much happened, but in the long scheme of things, none of it's actually that important to your sense of this story, so I'm going to cut it out. After a year of excruciating pain, I faced even more pain that summer. Yay! I called it Heartbreak Summer. I had told my father that if he wasn't careful at managing his schedule with his girlfriend that I would have a PTSD attack, because my PTSD is triggered by powerlessness. He refused.
What? Okay, I'm confused here. He was working at a bank making $300,000 a year and traveling the world, but also still living with his dad? And thus still saying, like, Dad, you can't have your girlfriend over at your house. That triggers my anxiety. Like, what? You making $300,000 a year. Go live in your own house. You can buy one. You actually are wealthy enough to be able to do that.
Enjoy.
Rondo, thank you for the $5 dono. What is this?
Sanity is for the weak.
True.
refused to tell me the schedule. And so there was a point when I lost physical control of my body at his house, breaking into screams and muscle spasms. Jennifer said I was doing this for attention, that I really didn't have PTSD, and that he shouldn't listen to me. I told him he wasn't my...
King Kerplunk, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate you. But, okay, but like, again, what if Old Hist is 23 years old? So he's describing an event that happened when he was 21. Like, bro, even if you don't want to buy a house right away, rent an apartment. Like, I make a fraction of $300,000, a very small fraction, and I'm able to rent an apartment. You got this, dog.
My father anymore, and that I would never speak to him again. We had a conversation with my therapist 2 weeks later, patched things up. I had also broke things off with a girl who was disrespecting me, so I was looking for something interesting to do to not think about the heartbreak. For people who would like to give me responsibility at this point, I can tell you with complete assurance, I have lost PTSD triggers. There's no trigger at this point that can make me lose control of my body. I'm informing you where if you would like to put me in a position of responsibility, the PTSD is no longer an issue.
But people with PTSD can still be in positions of responsibility. People with extreme anxiety can still like function and fulfill various roles in society. And I'm really confused here because it seems like he's trying to say I'm not responsible for my actions because I was mentally ill, but now I'm okay.
Just a tangent about PTSD triggers. The left constantly says the word trigger, and they're largely using the word ineffectively. Like for me,
Bro, the people who use the word trigger exponentially more than any left-leaning group I've ever been a part of, conservatives constantly talk about triggering. Like, they constantly talk about it. It's like their thing.
Ceiling fans are a trigger. You'll see why later, but it's a...
Wait, what?
Triggers. The left constantly says the word trigger, and they're largely using the word ineffectively. Like for me, ceiling fans are a trigger. You'll see why later, but it's impossible to predict that a ceiling fan will be a trigger for me. Now, like I keep a ceiling fan up there. It doesn't bother me at all anymore. And also, light was a certain trigger. You'll see why later. It'll make...
This is very Lynchian. Well, Crooked, you won't believe this, but his name is Rudyard Lynch.
More sense. But yeah, you can't build society...
Which isn't me doxing him. He said it at the beginning of part 1.
Around PTSD triggers, because I've had really bad PTSD, but you have to move on, and exposure therapy is the thing that works. So actually,
I thought
what the left
EMDR
says
was
is the
what
opposite of the truth. Where let's say if you're a black person and you have PTSD against white people due to slavery, I don't know, the left says stuff, you should talk to nice white people, and that is what will end your PTSD against white people.
That's not how that works. Do I have to engage with this point, or can I just laugh and move on? do I have to engage with this, or do we just have a little chuckle and move on? I just like holy moly, this guy really has some comparisons in the old noggin. Have you ever talked to any nice white people? Never. You may think I'm nice. I'm mean as hell. Grr. Zuni74, thank you for the $5 dono. God, okay, moving on.
I prayed to God for what I should do next after all that complication with Heartbreak Summer.
Wait, I want to know more about this girl who is disrespecting you. What did she do to disrespect you? Was she, I don't know, did she tell her friends that you have a small dick? Like what What was the disrespect? Like, what, I want to know what she did to cross over the line. It seemed you'd kind of downplayed that one. I want to, what was she saying? Like, was it unreasonable? Like, dear diary, Rudyard Lynch did not, in fact, take off his overcoat and put it over a puddle for me to step on and not get my feet wet. Therefore, I think he's a slovenly knave who is up to no good. Like, what, what was it? Hey, Rock Guts, I am well. She 100% said you. Yeah.
I knew I wasn't going to stay in Pennsylvania due to family drama, which was my earlier plan. I didn't really like New York that much. It's too crowded.
Wait, what family? Okay, but okay, wait. So he's like globetrotting around the world, but he still lives with his dad. And he got furious because his dad didn't share an in-depth schedule of when his girlfriend would come over to the house. And was going to break off all contact with him forever over that. Okay.
I don't like cities. And I didn't really want to live abroad either because I was tired of traveling. I'd spent the last few years traveling and I miss America and I like America. I've gone around the world to realize I like America more. And the next day, Matt called me up and he said he was forming a social club for Instagram influencers in Los Angeles. And
that sounds like pure cancer, dog.
He wanted my help. That sounded pretty dope, not gonna lie. And it seemed like...
Why would that sound dope? That sounds like the worst. Oh, let's get a bunch of people who are all clout chasing to live together. I'm sure that will be very fun for everyone.
A cool sign from God. The day after I prayed for it. Growing up in rural Pennsylvania, I always glorified Los Angeles as this sort of mythical land where the movies were made and crazy things happened. And I'm always down for cool stuff and adventures, and Los Angeles seems the kind of place I'd do that. There's a certain mystique to Los Angeles. I tried to drive across the country after going on vacation with Merrick to Egypt and Italy. This is my review. Egypt is a poor country, but people there are happy because they have family and religion. That shocked Merrick and me. Cairo, we were out...
Oh no. It shocked me that people in Egypt, a brown country, could have religion. We had never considered that before. Like, are you serious right now, dog? What are you talking about?
In the markets and stuff. We were stuck in a native market for 20 minutes without...
In a native market. This racist motherfucker.
Anyone else, and none of the locals bothered us. No one tried to sell us shit. I collect luxury leather bags. None of the natives tried to get my luxury...
Why do you keep calling them natives? They're just people in Egypt. Like, what do you... This is like being like, yeah, none of the natives bothered me in Sweden. You know, I was in a native Swedish market. They, you know, I was expecting them to crowd around me, trying to sell me tiny wooden horses painted red with various symbols of their pagan deities. But, you know, I was surprised to find that the people in Sweden were actually kind-hearted and largely left me alone. Like, what are you doing? Just say Egyptian.
Free leather bags. You can buy really good leather in Egypt.
You what? You can get leather in Egypt? Next you're gonna be telling me that they know how to metalwork. Why? I growing up in America only perceived Egyptians as capable of working with stone tools and slaves, you know, from the pyramids. That I thought that was the extent of their expertise, but you're telling me they have metalworking and leather? Soon you'll be telling me that they have chariots and they've mastered use of the wheel.
Really cheaply too. I try to do all my shopping in the third world. Egypt was cool.
What?
Pyramids are really big and really old, but they're like a giant pile of rocks. I admire how old and big the pile of rocks is, though. And Italy was
Okay, when you really boil it down, though, that's usually what buildings are, right? Could you not call basically every building a pile of rocks? Why is he so dim-witted? Like, could you not simply call any kind of lodging a pile of rocks? You know, like, the United States went to war when Al-Qaeda knocked over a giant pile of rocks here in America. A couple of them, actually. I fell asleep and just woke up. Man, that's some shock for you. I'm sorry. The weird and bizarre nature of this guy being like, yeah, sure, there's some of the oldest and largest structures on Earth and can be seen from space and have been there for like almost longer than written history. But, just a pile of rocks, though. Let's ignore the fact that they are meticulously well made and it's used like architectural techniques that would be lost for like, thousands of years after their construction. But sure. Just a pile of rocks. The same way your brain is just a clump of proteins.
Was like France, but worse. It was beautiful architecture, amazing food. So terrible. But it was completely spiritually and psychologically dead. I feel sorry for the Italians. But they...
Yeah, those Italians, those... The savage Italians, they are bankrupt ideologically. What the hell are you on, man?
They got a lot of nice food to handle their sorrows and nice wine. So I totaled my car in Ohio after driving out from Massachusetts trying to reach Los Angeles.
How is he able to effortlessly transition between being terrible in one way and then being terrible in a completely other, different, and unexpected way? I've been on road trips, guys, and I don't just suddenly total a car. That takes some work. It's hard to just total a car, actually. Like, you have to put your mind to it, or be tripping balls, or driving while intoxicated. You gotta put some work in there. Turns out, like a lot of streets, it goes both ways.
I actually made money totaling my car because I totaled my Subaru at the height of the market. And then when I bought my new car, an Audi, 4 months later, the market crashed. So they were relatively close price-wise. And
there is no possible way that's true. That's not how... That's not how that works.
that one crash raised my car insurance with my Audi for $8,000 a year. And
Yeah, cuz you totaled your car. I guess you were at this point maybe a 22-year-old, 21-year-old man, one of the highest paying insurance demographics that exists because of their propensity to do exactly what you did. And when you confirm the bias that insurance companies already have, they raise your rates through the roof, dog.
I am merely venting this because I would like to vent my frustrations with this. Apologies, we can move on.
I love how he describes none of the circumstances of him just totaling his car when, like, that's actually a really important part of the story, right? Like, if I learn that someone totaled their car, I want to know, are they okay? Presumably he is. And how did it happen? In what way was their car totaled? That's a key component of the story because then it allows you to evaluate, why did that event happen? And very interesting. Very interesting stuff. No, he is not okay. No, of course he's not okay, mentally. Physically, he seems fine.
On now. And I initially hated Los Angeles. I saw it as an ugly place with terrible architecture filled with mean people. The one mitigating factor, or the two mitigating factors, are the...
Los Angeles, by the way, doesn't have very good architecture. I will back him up on that, because it's kind of just a sprawling metropolis, like a concrete jungle. It lives up to that. But, like, why are we in LA now? Because he's going to start an Instagram influencer crew. Something he's very qualified at doing. But, like, oh, no. You can go to places where the architecture is good in LA. I'm not saying that doesn't exist. I'm just saying, like, a lot of, like, the majority of the LA metro area is, it's utilitarian. It's designed to, like, house someone and not really for its aesthetic purposes. Exactly, Thistle's Fries. Nice architecture in some places of LA. Yeah.
The incredible climate and the beautiful people. And man, I partied pretty hard there. I must have partied 100 times in the next 3 months, and that turned me around on the city. I did enough fun stuff, and I never had a desire to settle down there or have a family. I was just looking for a place to occupy me until I had a better idea. And I felt complete hollowness and emptiness inside myself as I partied. I remember from time to time in Los...
Wait, but it turned you around on LA, but you felt... So you enjoyed it enough where you began to like the city, but it also left you feeling empty, so you enjoyed it, but not really. Okay, cool.
Los Angeles. The sleepless nights combined with how I would drink... And I've got a huge liquor tolerance. It takes me... I remember one time we were out at a bowling league. I knocked back 7 shots, and I still felt sober. My liquor tolerance is insane.
I guarantee you did not knock back 7 shots and remain actually sober, though. Like, that's... You can drink 7 shots and feel sober. That is something you can do. But are you actually sober? No. Not even close.
Saying you won't believe it till you see it. And I just remember feeling complete emptiness.
Wait, guys, they were 7 shots of the most watered down spirits you've ever seen in your life. He went to a straight bar. That's why he could do that. If you go to a gay bar, they'll give you actual shots. If you go to a straight bar, they're giving you 90% water at best. He got that Kirkland vodka. You take that back. Kirkland vodka is great. But they absolutely 50-50'd it with water. Sterling Thomas, thank you for the $4.20 dono. I partied 100 times in 3 months, 93 days, 100 party. Yes.
And sorrow, because I did not actually enjoy being a degenerate. And I've consistently found from hundreds of test cases that partying and degeneracy is overrated. It is only fun when you do it with friends who you find close. Drinking...
Yeah, if you're just going out by yourself, man, it's hard to just go out by yourself. If you're just drinking alone and like standing awkwardly in the corner of the club, you're not going to have a good time. But I guess like if you actually have game and you go alone, you can make a friend while you're at the club with your game. Like
with people who you do not know is depressing. Drinking with your buddies when you feel chill is fun. This is the great distinction you must remember.
Who's talking in the video? What if alt hissed?
remember, this is why clubs suck, and this is why hanging out with your friends is fun, and why house parties are better, and house parties are the underlying social glue that powers society. And I think most people, because I've interviewed people, and keep in mind I'm an anthropologist.
No, you're not. That would imply you actually have training in that field and, some kind of recognition from an educational institution. You have read books, and that's it. Your claims to anthropological expertise are you read some books and played a lot of StarCraft. Oh, sorry, Stronghold.
My life, I talk to people, I ask them questions. Most people don't actually like partying. They're doing it out of some kind of sense of social approval. And this is a theme for this video. There's this...
No, most people like partying. The social approval is part of partying. It's not like one quality from the partying that you can do a lot of things at a party.
Concept of like social rules, but these are completely arbitrary, built by the society mostly to enable the envy of the mob, and you can move past them. And so most people who go to the club or party or do these things, because I've had points where I was going to go to the club, and then I asked all of the friends in the group, and these were like CEOs and influencers. I said, hey guys, who actually wants to go to the club? And no one raised their hand. When I spoke to them, and they said, oh, we're going to the club because this is what we always do. This is where we'll meet our friends.
That day, Christmas Eve.
I'm thinking, if you want a community third place, go to a pub. My people have had these for thousands of years. You can talk to your friends. There's a great anthropology book at the Anthropology of Clubs called Very Important People by Ashley Mears. But
I've seen Very Important People. It's one of the best things that Drop TV puts out. And that is not a paid sponsorship. I just really like Dropout.tv, okay? Dropout.tv is the place where comedy is king. Not a paid sponsorship. I really like it, and you should check it out. It's the one YouTube channel I actually pay to subscribe to. What's his people? The Irish? Yes. Nailed it.
I went on dates with like a dozen different girls in that few month period, including a few Instagram models. I have what shouldn't be high standards, but often turn into them, where I immediately cut out a woman who lies to me, who insults my honor.
Wait, that's not... That's just called having standards. Like having someone who doesn't lie to you and is, just kind, those are not high standards. Those are bare minimum standards. More people need those standards.
Who is older than 26, who is a whore, who annoys me, because it's
kind of weird that you would not date someone older than 26 considering you are 23, but okay. Also, I'm not entirely sure what you mean by is a whore in the context of being your partner. It kind of just sounds like you hate women.
My rule is if I would rather stay at home and listen to Korpik Lani than go on a date with you, then we will not have a date, and I will stay at home and listen to Korpik Lani. The female company must exceed the quality of the heavy metal I listen to get me to leave the house. And I basically filtered out all the women because none of the Los Angeles women could pass that pretty easy test.
No woman in Los Angeles could be honest with me and like me for who I was. Is not the dunk on LA women you think it is, bro.
Yeah, it's just an immoral, godless society. Beautiful people are often actually quite boring. After hanging out with a lot of beautiful people, I started thinking, okay, what next? I've attained this. What is the next stage of my life? I'm getting bored. And Los Angeles is the land of the Lotus Eaters, which is a reference to the Odyssey, where Odysseus...
Oh man, thanks for letting us know. Thanks for dropping a reference you're immediately about to explain. It's so good. I love when people do that. I love when they're like, hey, this is like that witch Circe. Circe, who turned all of Odysseus's men into pigs. It's just like that. Like that time that they were all seduced by Circe and her dark, evil magic that she used by wiggling her hips. Like, what? Stop.
Stumbled upon this land of poppy eaters, and then as they eat the poppy or the lotus, lotus apparently was as an Egyptian psychedelic, but they forget.
Oh, now you know how to say Egyptian. Now you know how to say Egyptian. You couldn't before. Okay, yeah. They were all natives when you were wandering their exotic marketplaces, but now the Egyptians. Okay, cool.
Forget who they are, and they doze off. And Odysseus could see this happening to his crew, so he left. And this is Los Angeles, as the song Hotel California is a beautiful rendition of explaining. And Los Angeles just kind of consumes your soul. It's this strange magical land which consumes psychic energy from around the world and turns it into repetitive corporate slop. Los Angeles legitimately changed how I perceive the human condition itself. In that, growing up in rural Pennsylvania, I just had no concept, like, people who live in Los Angeles could physically exist. Los Angeles was so degenerate that I couldn't even mentally fathom its existence in its complete lack of substance. I would talk to people trying to find what buttons to push and found that they were psychologically pre-programmed, lacking authenticity, that their verbal chart is a series of different pre-programmed networking game tools.
This is literally just a neuroatypical person discovering that neurotypical people have like social rituals. Yeah, like unironically, that is just what's happening here. This is just him being like, wait a minute. People will sometimes just say they're having a good day when they're not actually having a good day. Huh.
And it's not even an organic society, but rather a bunch of corporate slop that people put on to appear cool, but there's no idea what cool is because they hate.
Oh. You know what? I'm just going to download this.
Hi everybody, I'm Rudyard the Woodafaltist guy, and before you watch this video, I have to add a couple different preambles for all of our collective sanity. You'll see why. And I'm going to keep saying that in this intro section. Things will make sense at the end that did not make sense at the start. And to go through this stuff, firstly, there's lots of stuff.
Oh my god, there we go. Fuck, that was the worst. Hey. Don't worry, guys. I got this. I got you. Yeah, I'll download part 1 too, just for posterity. Okay. So, we're Rudyard. Okay.
But they forget who they are, and they doze off. And Odysseus could see this happening to his crew, so he left. And this is Los Angeles, as the song Hotel California is a beautiful rendition of explaining. And Los Angeles just kind of consumes your soul. It's this strange magical land which consumes psychic energy from around the world.
See, now genuinely, I have no idea if when he says Los Angeles is a strange magical land, if he means that seriously, as in Los Angeles is magic. You know, like, genuinely, I don't know if that's what he's saying, or if he's speaking in kind of like, you know, it's got a lot of star power and people are obsessed with it, or if he means like actual magic. Because he's also talking about psychic power emanating from there, so okay.
And turns it into repetitive corporate slop. Los Angeles legitimately changed how I perceived the human condition itself. In that, growing up in rural Pennsylvania, I just had no concept, like, people who live in Los Angeles could physically exist. Los Angeles was so degenerate that I couldn't even mentally fathom its existence in its complete lack of substance. I would talk to people trying to find what buttons to push and found that they were psychologically pre-programmed, lacking authenticity.
Also, when he says, like, he would talk to people looking for buttons to press, it sounds like he just wants to figure out how to make people angry, and that kind of sucks, you know?
That their verbal chart is a series of different pre-programmed networking game tools. And it's not even an organic society, but rather a bunch of corporate slop that people put on to appear cool, but there's no idea what cool is because they hate everything. Because if you want to really be cool, you should follow the fashion of Louis XIV and the 18th century French aristocracy.
What? What do you mean, dog? Like, do you mean literally follow their fashion trends? Because, guy, you ain't. You're not doing that. But also, men were considered really sexy and desirable if they were wearing high heels and makeup. And I get the impression you don't think that's how men should behave.
They have objectively better taste than you. You could look at Periclean Greece, you could look at the Taoist art of China, and yet you wear a hoodie, and yet you vape.
Does he know that, like, French aristocracy were doing, like, all the drugs? Like, they literally sent people across the globe to get drugs, and also they were obsessed with snuff, you know, like they had all kinds of chemical interests. I think they would be the vapors of their day.
So I got a lot of crazy stories from LA, man. I was wilding pretty hard, but that's a different story. Los Angeles is a fantasy land with very poor set design. The buildings suck, but there's lots of cool stuff that happens. They need more fields. They need more Romanesque architecture. I remember cleaning out maggots out of my Airbnb. I was hanging out in a crater hype mansion with a degenerate pirate homeless guy who ran it, and I taught him business management.
How are you hanging out in a creator mansion, but it's being run by a pirate who is also homeless? Would not he also live in the mansion?
Management. I was briefly based out of Beverly Hills, which I always saw as insane coming from Pennsylvania. I never thought I'd even go to Beverly Hills. From the old social network Plus that I told you about, I knew a lot of people in the creator system, in the Hollywood system, in that whole world. I hung out in a lot of creator circles and with managers. Apparently, I had a brief opportunity to live with Usher that didn't work out, and I told that to my dad, and he said, "Why are you hanging with has-beens?"
Oh, God. I want to live in the timeline where Usher and What If Alt Hist live together, and then Usher just beats the shit out of him. They just have, like, some kind of weird disagreement. Like, they would have such a huge falling out, villain origin story, no doubt.
I went to 2 churches for content creators. There's one in the Hollywood Hills, like 50 content creators, and they would say thank you, Jesus, 1,000 times, and they'd start jumping up and down, having PTSD convulsions with the word of God.
That's just a Pentecostal church, bud.
Man, Los Angeles is a vortex of just, like, crazy energy. I have nothing else to say. It's pretty special. The way I think about, or I talk about, or study the way the world works is that I have multiple mental models in my mind for different predictive scenarios, and I run these at once. In this method, I try to see inside someone's mind and then calculate the decisions they're making as I interact.
Bro literally thinks he's Sherlock from the BBC series. Huh! Or maybe even better, he thinks he's Sherlock from the Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes movie. Discombobulate. Discombobulate.
Interact with them to see which predictive model predicts how they talk. This is one of the most useful things I do, and I love doing it, and it's one of the most useful skills you can get as a person. And I want to make an academic field about this in the future called mentalization, or the...
Oh, please, dog. I want to see you create an academic field. I believe in you, dog. Make that academic field, bro. Get out there. We know you can do it.
The study of how people perceive consciousness and make decisions based upon their context, whether cultural, sexual, class.
Yeah, if only anyone had ever studied anything like that in
Personality, historic, whatever. It's thinking about thinking. And what I found is that the motivations that made sense for Los Angeles were pure nihilism, greed, and self-loathing. Los Angeles was the thing that got me to believe in the Civil War and Mouse Utopia. That was since in the process of my club lifestyle,
Wait, what do you mean that it got you to believe in the Civil War? Did you not think that the Civil War happened? I have so many questions.
I'd interviewed dozens of Zoomers in addition to my YouTube. In effect, I had a sample size of both lots of successful young people, or the highest social class among Zoomers, as well as right-wing...
Oh wait, he might be talking about Captain America Civil War. That makes sense. That checks out.
...young men, and what people in my hometown or Philly thought, alongside people I've wandered across around the country. This made me realize from a bunch of different points how Zoomers process the world, and it completely changed how I related to my environment and how I perceive the world around me. The first is a point that I cannot overstate. The Zoomers are playing a rigged game. Whenever I talk to the most successful Zoomers, and Zoomers only really have social mobility in two fields, tech and content creating, is that their lives objectively suck. I was one of the richest people I knew at that point, and I still wasn't satisfied with my quality of life.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If you're making $300,000 a year and you're like, my life is still shit, that's a you problem, okay? Like, I have a pretty great life, and I do not make that much money. Nowhere even close to that. I think that maybe you might have a bit of a different idea of how much money you might need. If you're younger than me, you're a Zoomer, yeah.
And I knew how my standard of rich person back from Pennsylvania is you have a nice house and you can send 4 kids to private school and you have a nice car. That is so expensive in Los Angeles. You have to be worth at least, I think, $10 million to do that. And
yeah. It's expensive to send kids to private school and to have a mansion.
Of the Zoomers I knew, and again...
Also, you're 23 years old, Rudyard. Of the Zoomers I knew... yeah, all of the Zoomers you knew who were like 18 years old, 19 years old. Most 18 and 19-year-olds, bud, aren't making $300,000 a year. They're lucky if they're making like $40,000 a year.
This is the most successful people that they had enormous financial issues, mental health problems, meaning crises, and their dating was apocalyptic. I can't overstate how bad the dating environment is. And I've tried to convey it in these videos to warn you, because I saw a tiger. There's a tiger outside our village. You should be scared. And
what does that mean?
Of the 800 contacts in my phone, 90% of the Zoomers are single. And again, I interview these people. When I interview
Does he not realize how much of a self-own this is? Does he not realize like the words he's saying like are are not the proof that he thinks they are of what he's trying to argue? Because like it just kind of sounds like you hang out with losers, frankly. It sounds like you hang out with people, you know, the kind of people who look at women and think whore. I got news for you guys. If you are someone who thinks like that, your brain is broken. If you're like looking at people and like dividing them up into whores and not whores, you're part of the problem here. And women, you know, you might not call them a whore to their face, but women have a way of picking up on how you view them by interacting with you and making inferences. So, like, I kind of get the feeling that the crowd What If Alt Hist runs in might not be too good with the ladies.
Someone, I want to figure out who you are as a person. I want to know what motivates you. I want to...
And I am assuming with the ladies here, because I'm assuming he mostly hangs out with straight cis guys.
know what your fears are, what your worries are. I try to listen to people, and when you listen to someone, you disarm yourself, you don't judge them. And I knew lots of super handsome male models, successful, charming, single CEOs, content creators. I knew a lot of like great dudes, just holistically, very charming. And again, 90% of them are single. Keep in mind, I've been in a lot of networks, and this is the shared variable among each of the networks, like the dozen networks I've been a part of. The dating crisis is apocalyptic. And this is in addition to mass poverty.
I gotta say, the dating crisis is just, you have not been properly socialized to interact with people different than you. You've not been socialized how to interact with people you are sexually interested and romantically interested in, and so you just flail around and you hope that by adopting some kind of persona that you can make yourself more attractive to someone, when in reality what you need to do is fix your goddamn heart. Because it's not enough to just pretend to be the kind of person that someone would like. You have to be the kind of person someone would like. People can tell who is fake.
And loss of social mobility. It made me realize a civil war was imminent because we can't keep going like this. If this was the best of demographic, what's going to happen to everyone else? Because I have lots of friends from working class backgrounds, and everyone they know is just completely screwed. Because even for upper middle class college educated people, the people I know who go to Harvard, they're still fucked up. Something very, very bad has just happened, and we're trying to ignore it. And
everyone is fucked up. That's the secret, Cap. Everyone's fucked up. Like, this is a guy who's grown up and he hasn't realized yet that like people older than him haven't figured it out. You know, like there's a moment when you get a bit older where you realize like your parents are people and not just like these kind of hero figures, but that they actually have like dreams and aspirations and hopes, and you know they are not superheroes. You know, they've got human limitations, and this is a guy who hasn't realized that and is instead just kind of, you know, assuming that it is unique to Zoomers to have trauma and to have economic difficulties, when that is not the case. You know, people older than you who seem to have it together, they get up every day and they flail around. And they might flail around a little bit better, a little bit more coordinated, but I guarantee you on a day-to-day basis, most people are just like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm just doing my best.
Los Angeles is also the thing that got me to believe in Mouse Utopia. That was since when I was looking at the actions of the people around me, and they didn't make sense through the lens of self-interest. There was just too much overt nihilism for no gain. Nihilism and envy had become motivations in their own right, overpowering even
Mouse Utopia, I think he's referring to, like, the mouse experiment where, like, mice had all of their needs, like, cared for, and eventually they underwent, like, population collapse, and, like, the Utopia failed. But again, I think relying on the organizational structures of mice might not, in fact, reveal much about human nature at all.
Interest. I saw the decline of cultural identity to the point where Mouse Utopia was the only explanation that made sense. Coming from Pennsylvania.
What he's trying to say is that what is currently happening to the world is Mouse Utopia, because that's what a lot of people, specifically conservatives, tend to take away from Mouse Utopia, which is that it's a reflection of what will happen to human beings if, you know, we provide for all of our needs. We'll simply go crazy and society will collapse.
Pennsylvania, I assumed all people in the world were basically religious, moralistic, motivated by supporting their families and by supporting their nation. I'd assumed that all humans were like this at their core. And then in Los Angeles, I saw a complete different kind of human society, not really paralleled in human history that much. A few rare places with decadence. Because what I saw in Pennsylvania is what the historic record looked like. And I saw something here that is not paralleled in the historic record. This is worse, and this is Mouse Utopia. Because I believe in Mouse Utopia. For those who do not know, you should watch my video, because it is the only predictive model that explains literally everything. And
there are so many flaws to the Mouse Utopia experiment. Like, it's honestly really sad to see him put it up on a pedestal like this.
History does not have a better predictive model. You can say the study's not right, but it does explain everything, and every single part of Mouse Utopia is...
You could say it's not factually correct or scientifically correct, but it feels spiritually correct is an insane argument to make.
Already happened. And for those that don't know, Mouse Utopia was an experiment that happened about a dozen times in the late 60s and early 70s. And in this experiment, you put 9 mice in a cage that can hold 6,000 mice. Then, what happens every single time is that the population hits 2,000 out of 6,000, and then the mice start going crazy. They stop having kids, the female mice become aggressive, they start hurting their own young, the male mice become effeminate, there's degenerate sociopath mice.
So you're trying to say this Utopia has mice feminization camps? Oh ho ho.
Who just murder other mice for pleasure. There's other mice who hide at the edge of the cave, and each time the birth rate collapses down to 0 as the mice lose the ability to socialize. What I saw in Los Angeles is Mouse Utopia in action, and I give you the warning I can. I'm trying my best here, but you folks have to listen.
What is an effeminate mouse? Yeah, I am curious. How did they tell? Did the mice start tying little bows to their heads?
And start dealing with this. I've done what I can, but back to the topic.
I've done what
I see now that God had guided me to Los Angeles, given he needed to show me what would happen if I didn't start helping my people. Los Angeles was my desperate attempt to avoid the destiny that God had given me on ayahuasca.
Oh, okay, so this is the first we're hearing that God gave you a mission through the visions you received from ayahuasca. That's interesting. Tell us more.
I was racked by the most horrifying PTSD, and I lacked the ability to realize my best self. I hated my own desire for excellence while I kept trying to improve myself as a person. So I'm stuck in this double bind of trying to improve myself while hating it. My mind was split, as you saw, with my ability to deal with PTSD, while none of the other people I know knew about it. And the rest of my life is the attempt to integrate this split. My PTSD and the face I wear for the public. This video is my attempt to integrate all of myself for you. And...
well, thank you. Thank you for the integration.
I acted like a degenerate with other degenerates because I was purposely trying to avoid my destiny by doing the thing that was the most basal. And it was my attempt to say no to the scale of the world And Los Angeles was symbolic to me for the old America I was desperately trying to hold on to. Because growing up, there was this concept of modern America, and it was symbolized in stuff like The Simpsons or John Hughes or old TV. And I had to learn to realize that thing never existed.
You had to learn to you realized that The Simpsons was not in fact an accurate portrayal of the past. You mean television shows don't reflect like actual economic conditions of people in the world? That's crazy, dog.
We are the people who we were before the end of history. The end of history and the death of God are themselves lies that hide the eternal connection we have with our environments. And this was a huge point for me because it made me realize that the narrative that history was over and we're cut off from the past was itself a lie. And the America of the 20th century that I believed to be completely normal and my entire society forced me to believe, that you would go to college, get a corporate job, that the history was over, that we just keep progressing, that was the lie. The world we lived in was the
capitalism is a lie, yeah.
world I read in Greek mythology or King Arthur or across history. The game never stopped playing. We just got silly, and now we have to wake up. And because I grew up in a Christian environment, and Christians would talk about degeneracy and chaos, and I was always torn between my parents' identity, which was more conservative, and the society's cultural values. Because my parents are more old school, same with where I grew up. So I was always trying to figure out these two things. And Los Angeles was a huge moment because I was investigating the lie I wanted to believe, which was that the old America was real. And when I went there, I realized it was completely hollow, and none of the people there were capable of understanding its own innate hollowness. Thus, the structure would continue to get worse because no one could fix it, because no one even understood the problem. And Los Angeles made me realize that the lie I've been fed by my society, that hedonism is meaning. We believe the more you party, the more you fuck, the more money you make, the happier you are.
Those things alone might not make you happy, but they'll certainly help. Like getting out and socializing enough, having intimate, like romantic and like physical relations with other people, like having your basic needs met. These things will help you to be a lot happier. Yeah. A lot less stressed out, at least.
That's not the case. I've tested this thesis, and it forced me to realize that the values I was given by my people and by my family, they were the real thing. This modernity was just a lie forced on us against our own consent that we acclimated to. And when I could come to terms with this, I'd realized that the innate heroism and desire for God were the things that had actually protected me over the course of my life. Because when I saw the failure of Los Angeles, I saw the failure of the old dream that had been forced down my throat in my childhood of being Nietzsche's last man. Funnily enough, I've never read a single book by Nietzsche. I take concepts here and there.
You don't say. Never would have been able to tell.
And I can't overstate the importance of that point. The social club didn't work out, partly due to a leadership squabble, but also because we had a 90% flake rate in Los Angeles that's consistent there, where we would invite like 70 people to a party, and then like 10 or 7 would show up. Or we were working with multiple agencies to like harvest people, and then it's just impossible to get anyone to show up. It's not just women. Men are also pretty bad there too. And it's crazy because in Pennsylvania or Texas, it's the opposite. 90% of people show up to events, and it's just Los Angeles culture. You might say there's a degree of resentment I have here, and that's completely...
Like you're just... That's true everywhere. That's just true about growing up. Like, you also will hit an age where people just don't have the time because they need to go to work, or they need to sit in silence and stare at a wall for like an hour or two because everything is just too much. Like that you hit an age where that they need to like clean their apartment because, you know, they're not living with their mom.
Accurate. However, Los Angeles also is objectively terrible. An interesting note here is that every co-founder of the group formed their own group from the rubble. One of them made a successful social club for tech CEOs. Another made a spontaneous activity.
You know, it's really hard for me to hear the phrase made a successful social club for tech CEOs and not immediately rush to hatred of whoever that is. It's hard. It's hard to do. I'm showing an immense amount of restraint. That would make me slow blink at someone in real life.
Group in Los Angeles where they spin a wheel and then do the fun activity on the wheel. Another made a vacation group to Colombia and Ecuador for people in tech. And I used the stuff I learned from this group nowhere in the rightist organizations I formed afterwards. One of the girls I was working with was pretty attractive, and she had a lot of followers on social media. And she started flirting with me unprompted and said she loved me. We hung out in each other's place a few times, and then I realized she was going on dates with 5 other guys.
I want to know, does Rutgerd know that you need to establish, like, exclusivity? Like, this is not uncommon. Like, you look, it's not uncommon to go on dates with multiple people at the same time. If you don't have the conversation to say, hey, I only want to go out with you, there's no assumption of exclusivity there. Or rather, there may be, but it's not mutual. It's true, he does have a very high school level idea about dating, yeah. I don't trust anything he says about women. Well, yeah, of course not. It's interesting how vague he gets about the specifics of some of these events.
And chose a multimillionaire over me.
I mean, honestly, if you're both equally like this, why would she not choose a wealthier man? Like, if I don't know, like, if the only thing you think this woman cares about is money, like, it makes sense. But also, like, let's be really, he was probably a bit nicer too. I'm just going out on a limb here. Find it easy to understand choosing someone else over you.
To be perfectly blunt, that's so normal in these kinds of circumstances. I don't really fault her because it's the cultural norm. And the reason I'm
I don't really fault her because he was objectively a cool guy.
pointing this out is that this is the normal conduct. This is how things work now. If you're not aware of how low trust the environment is, you're going to get eaten up alive. And you have to start getting smart to this stuff or bad things are going to happen to you. This is not if, this is a when. You need to get sharper. And
also, this isn't bad stuff. Like, you know, the idea that dating is like a win-loss type thing, I think is just really misguided. Because if you treat dating like a game and like, oh, she didn't like me, I lost. Well, like, you're taking it too hard. You know, it's like, sometimes it's nothing personal. Sometimes you just don't gel. Sometimes, like, you know, the date just was bad. Sometimes you don't have shared interests. Sometimes you have no physical chemistry. But, like, honestly, if you go on dates and you are open to the experience and you're honestly just approaching this person because you are, you know, attracted to them, find them interesting, and want to get to know them better, then, like, worst case scenario, you make friends with someone new. You know, that's I think the healthiest way to approach dating, which is don't go on a date with someone you wouldn't want to just like hang out with as a friend, you know? Because then you win either way. You've set up a win-win scenario. Either, you know, you gel well as friends or you gel well as like love guys. Earlier, he admitted to manipulating people for fun. Yeah, the phrase he used was push their buttons. I can't imagine why someone would be put off by that.
Da, 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 da. So I have no faith in upper class women at all. 90% of the time they flirt with you. They're really either doing some kind of social game or they're trying to get attention farming off you. It's happening like a dozen different times. So whenever I have an upper class woman flirt to me, I just assume it's some kind of trick. The lower.
What does it mean to have an upper class woman flirt with you? Like he's like literally just be like, yeah, rich bitches, they lying. Like what do you, why? How did you come to that conclusion? Why are they trying to trick you?
Or a woman's social class, the better she is as a person, I consistently find. Los Angeles is just holistic.
Man, he really is going hard on the Madonna whore complex, huh?
Made me very cynical about dating. It took a lot of time in Texas where people are nicer to get me to trust again. So after my old friend group fell apart overnight, there was no longer any strategic interest for us hanging out. And in classic LA fashion, I started looking around and thought, why am I still here? All of my friends went their own directions. And I knew I had to leave Los Angeles when I would fantasize about firebombing the city on a daily basis.
Okay, that's very interesting. Can you tell us more about that, Rudyard?
My friend Dave Hamilton, who runs the think tank that puts on conferences for the military and politicians, invited me to a conference he ran for the Air Force in Austin, Texas. I fell in love with Texas immediately and moved to Austin a month later. I'm so glad I got out of California, and moving to Texas was one of the best decisions of my life. I cannot speak highly enough of that state. Texans are kind, honorable, hardworking, and
What if all this caused the LA fire? Confirmed. Oh my god.
smart. The state is affordable, pleasant, beautiful, and I can tell that this is the place of the future. It's an
Yeah, as long as you're not, you know, if you're a white, straight, cis, het guy, yeah, I bet Texas is great.
honor seeing Texas develop as it is, and I would like to do whatever I can to help the state of Texas. You have my loyalty as a Pennsylvanian, a future Texan or current Texan. And I've been around the world, been to 6 countries, 7 states, and Texas is the best place I've seen in the world. I'm just going to say it. This place has got everything going on. The one problem is at the latitude of fucking North Africa. Austin's at Cairo. It's so hot here. If I always wish there was a Texas, like a further north, up at the latitude of Iowa or something.
You don't need to start listing off you don't need to start listing off latitudes. That's so weird. Just say it normally, dude.
But that area is too Germanic to have the Celtic, Virginian, warrior, cavalier, Texan spirit that powers the state.
The fuck you on about, bro?
It sits at the boundary between the Great Plains of the South and Mexico to get the best of each culture.
Remember, guys, don't lose sight that the entire first video was largely a summation of his family's police bloodline that's rooted in like 2nd century AD Celtic myth. You know, like don't forget that underlying and undergirding all of this is eugenics. And like, I'm going to call it just divine eugenics. It's his own, very own, you know, esoteric Nazism.
I'm not going to flatter Texas too.
Oh, Metal Kitty Mom, there's a reason why I started out this stream telling you should get out that good stuff.
Too hard, though, because I know that if the Texans are rich for too long this century, that their insufferable arrogance will kill them in the same way as California was killed by the state's narcissism and solipsism and delusion, where California was a perfect place a century ago or even into the 1970s.
Do you know how ignorant you have to be to say that? Like, I apologize, but like, do you have any idea how how ignorant you need to be that you're like, California in the 1920s was great, no problems at all?
And then it died. And Texas is a wonderful state now, just don't mess it up. This period was also instrumental in that I met most of the people who would later become the leadership for the conservative faction I founded later, or the people who became my new best friends.
I'm sorry, the conservative faction you found. I need to know more. Tell us more, Rudyard.
Who are capable, intelligent, moral, and driven. I could never have asked for better men. I shed all of my previous friend groups, whether Los Angeles, plus Tech, Pennsylvania, college, among others, and the only close friend I kept was Merrick. And Merrick and I became incredibly close as he was instrumental to every part of my life, and he is one of the few friends I kept from earlier. Thank you again, Merrick.
Aw,
And
that
he
was
started
nice.
working more integrally in my business. But it's really sad that as you develop as a person, you have to leave behind your old friend groups and your old contacts. Because I found as I improved, I didn't want to, but they just didn't understand the person I was changing into becoming. And it's sad that you'll see someone from your older life and they don't know or understand who you are as a person. They knew who you were a few years ago. And it's especially sad when the people who you thought you were close to when you were younger are not actually happy when you succeed.
Yeah, if only there were like, I don't know, analogous groups that you tend to fearmonger and spread hatred about who might be able to empathize with you and make good confidants and friends for you, Rudyard. If only there were groups in America who could latch on to the kind of pain you're describing here. If only.
Because that's what I consistently found. I went back to my high school once, and then this was after my channel got big and I hiked the trail. Before I was a conservative, and a lot of my former friends started insulting me, trying to drag me down for hiking the trail, saying I didn't walk far enough or bullshit like that.
Well, you did quit walking the trail a bit early. You did say you were gonna walk the whole thing, and then you decided to go even farther. Then you did like a third of the trail. You didn't finish. You know, your friend group should give you shit for that. Yeah, like I'm sorry. Like yeah, they should give you a little bit of shit for that. You should expect a gentle ribbing.
And there's a funny part of this story that my friend Lord Miles Rutledge,
Your close personal friend Lord Miles Rutledge. Wait a minute. Wait.
professional this story that my friend Lord Miles Rutledge,
This name. This is reminding me. Holy shit, guys. Guys, it is him. Y'all, he's talking about Miles Rutledge, the guy who stayed behind as Kabul fell to the Taliban in Afghanistan. That's who he's talking about. Yeah, no. Look at this. Miles Rutledge, also known by the nickname Lord Miles. Yeah, he is known for being a danger tourist in Afghanistan during the fall of Kabul and being detained by Taliban's General Directorate of Intelligence on a third visit to Afghanistan in March of 2023. He went back? This story was insane, by the way. He like, is he actually a lord? I don't think so. I think he's just called that. Yeah. Ah, yes, this, okay. Yeah, he was posting all over on 4chan during the fall of Afghanistan to the Taliban. Yeah, this story is insane. I'm just going to read you directly from the Wikipedia, but I remember reading about it at the time. Okay. Rutledge reportedly in 2021 decided to Google most dangerous countries to visit. These factors made him want to visit Afghanistan, the country that was being taken over by the Taliban during their 2021 offensive. In March 2021, he began planning a trip to Afghanistan, saying, "I wanted to see what life was like here and how it was different. It's always been on the news since 2001. He also hoped to perform some acts of charity and see historical Christian sites. The cost of the visa and flight was around £1,000. A self-described extremely online traveler who referred to himself as based. His preparations included a GPS-enabled SOS button, regular updates to online friends on his whereabouts, and a dead man's switch scheduled to automatically post a message on his Facebook page if he failed to return. Rutledge spent £15 on a joke purchase, which gave him the right to use the title Lord, which he claimed would ensure his safety. He got suckered in by the by like the Scottish nobility title company. Oh my god, dog. All right. On the 13th of August 2021, Rutledge arrived in Kabul from Turkey with a return flight scheduled for the 19th of August. While the ongoing Taliban offensive was at the time not expected to reach the city for months, the FCDO advised against all travel to the whole country and urged British nationals in Afghanistan to leave immediately. Rutledge said in an August 14th 4chan post that the intelligence agencies show that the capital may be taken over in 30 days. However, not in a few days. Also, if I get proven wrong and die, edit a laughing soundtrack over my posts. It'll be funny, I think. On the 14th of August, Rutledge and his Afghan tour guide set out to do a charity day, taking about $30 to purchase food for local children and dogs. Numerous chaotic events soon occurred, including a bank run and people firing automatic weapons in the air. With the help of the guide, Rutledge attempted to travel to the British Embassy disguised as a woman in a burqa. Upon arriving at the embassy and finding it deserted, they headed for the airport. The city was taken by Taliban forces on the 15th of August, and Rutledge described himself as being stuck in a pickle. Rutledge's posting about the experience on 4chan, Facebook, and Twitch gained wide currency. He became known by the nickname Lord Miles. After posting about a £15 lordship certificate he obtained online, which he had used to get the title Lord on a credit card despite not being a member of British nobility, after he talked a good game at a bank. Rutledge said that he believed the Taliban might see the honorific and believe he was valuable enough to negotiate an exchange. Fellow 4chan posters began to research Taliban activity in the area and provide him with updates on their progress. Rutledge said that even though 4chan's obviously a toxic place and there are terrible things on there, the people who did reply did give good information and did save my life several times over. Jesus. All right. In an interview with The Times, he said he had accepted death, explaining that there was no convincing me otherwise and I knew the risks. While some people had started raising money to help him escape the country, Rutledge suggested instead they give that to charity. On Facebook, he asked followers to focus their concern on others at risk from the events, including the tour guide who led him to safety, saying, "His only crime is going the extra mile and saving my life. I can never repay him, and that saddens me." By the 15th of August, Rutledge said the British Embassy in Kabul had not responded to his calls or emails, and that he was fully prepared for death, saying that this trip has been a test of God. I'm very religious, so I believe I'll be looked after. He later found refuge in a safe house to which his guide had been denied entry since he was not from a NATO country. On the 16th of August, a spokesperson for the Foreign, Commonwealth, and Development Office said that it was aware of this case and was attempting to reach the individual to offer assistance. The same day, Rutledge said he expected to leave in an emergency evacuation. He told Input magazine that he was hearing a lot of gunfire and helicopters towards the direction of the airport, and that it may be 2 weeks until I'm out. On the 17th of August, he was evacuated to Dubai on a British Army plane, and he had to quarantine due to COVID-19 pandemic on return to England. Dude's literally just like an adrenaline junkie who like does disaster tourism. He's kind of gross, but also I remember that, and that I found it very funny. Cute dark arts. I'm out of water. Oh, no, I'm not. So that is his good friend, Lord Miles Rutledge. I gotta be honest, I never expected to hear that name again outside of like an obituary, but that tickled my neurons, and I thought it could be him, and I'm kind of delighted that we get this side character in the What If alt history.
A professional English adventurer who many of you would know. We had been friends for a year, and I was supposed to go to the Wakhan corridor with him along the Afghan-Chinese border. We were going to be the first Westerners who went there since World War II. I canceled the trip since I was doing some stuff for the Air Force, and I was worried I would get us all killed with that affiliation. I had a major turning point at this point.
I'm sorry, what are you doing with the Air Force? You know, like, what skills do you have that the U.S. Air Force wants? What possible reason do they have to want to spend any time with you? As far as I'm aware so far, I might be misremembering. Did he ever get, like, a college degree? Did he ever get, like, an engineering degree or something? Because I thought he dropped out and was making YouTube money.
Part of my life where I know.
Oh, sorry, King Kerplunk, you are absolutely correct. I forgot he does have extraordinary psychic powers.
Longer wanted to die in battle, which was my fantasy ever since high school.
That's real weird, bro.
Since I realized that I was too important to too many people, that it would be irresponsible for me to die. And Miles was captured by the Taliban for over 6 months, and I was terrified and just assumed he was dead since I had heard nothing else. The two people who were contacted to make the decision about Miles and whether or not to get the CIA or MI6 were me and my friend Callum from Lotus Eaters.
So, okay, there's so much to unpack because it's coming so thick here, but this is back in 2021, and he was tapped. He had to make the call about whether to get the FBI involved, CIA involved. Why not his family? Why are they coming to you? Then that's 4 years ago. A 19-year-old, maybe 20-year-old. What if alt hist? All right. That being said, he's also talking about my friend Callum from the Lotus Eaters, and I believe the Lotus Eaters is a far-right podcast that Sargon of Akkad does. You know, the disgraced would-be UKIP politician, Sargon of Akkad, who had to withdraw his candidacy because he threatened rape against a member of parliament, and also, audio of him talking about how it's actually okay to have sex with children came out. So, good company you're keeping, What If Alt Hist. Whatever happened to Sargon? Oh, he still makes content, as far as I know. Like, he's doing the Lotus Eaters show.
Sargon's show, and we
go.
made the decision to not contact MI6 and the CIA since any help we would give Miles and make him look like a Western spy. Callum drunk called me and just gave me all the lore when he was blackout. It was hilarious and cool. Thank God, 6 months later, Miles turned out to be fine, and the Taliban, in fact, had treated him incredibly well, better than American prisons. They let him have DoorDash, a manservant, and a PS5. They also gave him a gold mine that they didn't want to give to the Chinese. If any of you would like to invest in it, I've got contacts to Miles.
So much information is coming out here. I guess I thought I was done with that Wikipedia page, but let's pull that up again real quick. Later Afghanistan trips. He decided to return to the now Taliban-ruled Afghanistan in April 2022 to prepare for his second trip. He emptied out his room, placed all of his belongings in storage in case the trip went poorly, gave his roommate keys to access it. He left for Afghanistan on the 21st of April. To get there, he traveled through various countries so he'd not be detained. On his trip to Afghanistan in May of 2022, Rutledge was interviewed by the Afghan television news station Baria TV. On November 15th, 2021, it was announced that he had signed a book deal with Antelope Hill to publish his account of the fall of Afghanistan. Okay, he was imprisoned. Yeah, on his third trip in 2023, apprehended by the Taliban's General Directorate of Intelligence. The GDI also apprehended volunteer medic Kevin Cornwell and an unidentified hotel manager, both British citizens. Rutledge was released from Taliban custody in October of 2023. Rutledge described his time of imprisonment as a holiday and living in the lap of luxury, saying he was kept in a luxurious guest house with several Taliban servants. He was treated well during his time there, even being able to buy an Xbox and being well fed with foods like pizza and kebabs. He recently went back to Afghanistan to visit the GDI, with whom he has developed a connection with, and plans to open businesses such as a gold mine there. That sounds like he's spying for the Taliban's General Directorate of Intelligence. That's what that sounds like. Because what else are they possibly getting from him? You know? He plans to open a gold mine there? All right. Oh, okay. So, good news, everybody. Apparently, some of Rutledge's recent plans are to visit North Sentinel Island. So, good luck. Oh, man.
And he also got the Taliban Foreign Ministry to watch my videos, and they
oh, fuck. What if Alt is single-handedly responsible for lowering the intelligence of the entire Taliban government? Oh, God.
They marked them as culturally significant content in their archives. Before we get to the next segment, I got...
Why are you proud of that? Why are you proud of having the approval of the Taliban, dog? What the fuck is this?
Gotta tell this story. The former Russian agent Gonzalo Lira, who was Coach Red Pill, and he died recently due to the Ukrainian government in jail and things that I should not comment
He by the way, he died of COVID because he was a dumbass.
on, because I'll get so much hate from any side if I say an opinion. He was a fan of my show, and he tried to recruit me, actually. He tried to get me to make anti-American content. I literally called him a traitor to his face. That was quite satisfying.
Okay, so, wow. When I started this, I knew that What If Alt Hist had connections in kind of the conservative space, right? I knew that he did have those. I did not know how connected he was. Like, he's got connections to Sargon, to Coach Red Pill, like, to the 4chan hero Lord Miles. I believe those parts of his story. I don't know how much of the rest of it I believe, but I do believe those parts. And we're at the end of part 5. We are actually, I know it's hard to believe this, guys. We've been going for over 3 hours. We are only through 47 minutes of this. We are only through 47 minutes. There's another 3 hours of this video, guys. So I'm going to periodically stop and just do like a little break. I'm going to give it a little break because I might break up this into multi-parts down the road. But, you know, we're doing what we can, all right? I'm going to try and make it as watchable as possible. But that being said, if you're enjoying the stream, folks, please consider dropping those subs and donos. Hit the follow button on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. You know, I talk about socialism, democracy in the workplace, providing the things people need to live in a modern society, and I also debunk conservative misinformation and decided to take us down this rabbit hole like Sherlock Holmes wrapping his arms around Moriarty at the Reichbach Falls. Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, supporting the show. Hero of the stream. Yeah, I don't know what I would call this. I guess I'd call it debunking conservative misinformation, but honestly, we're basically doing some disaster tourism of our own here. Dang. I thought he was just I just thought he was an idiot. He is an idiot. But that's the interesting part. He's an interesting idiot with a lot of connections and a lot of money. I'm playing a vampire mobile game, so I do not scream at what this fool is saying. Fair. All right. I'm debating. I don't know when part 6 is done. But I feel like we've got to be about done with his life, right? Cuz like he's 23 years old, so the story he's telling is from like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Like, how much more could he possibly have to say about his life? I want to get to like when he starts talking about the other stuff, you know? And again, hit the like button on the YouTube stream. Consider sharing the stream with your friends. Drop the subs, drop the donos. Hit the follow button on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. I'm glad you made it home safe, Quiet Kitsune. Wait, I just came in. Hello. I'm still shocked that I'm older than him. It's fair. Now, I think I'm gonna use the bathroom before we move on to this next part, because we're 3 hours in and I'm doing my best. You just came in to say thank you for being beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Especially because I know I'll be editing this later and feel like dog shit about how I look. Part 6, twist ending. And I'm just a little bit angry that What If Alt Hist is titling this segment twist ending when we've got like almost 3 hours of this left. It's not a twist ending if it's, not even the end of Act 1.
The next part of the story is something I had never anticipated. I keep on saying different parts of my life are the most painful, since my whole life has been so incredibly painful.
Yeah.
This is definitely in competition for being the top competitor, both living through it and having to psychologically process it as an adult, where There were a few times before I had sex, and in the middle of it, I started having a PTSD attack, with PTSD memories flooding back. I apologize for the women who had to see that, but the visceral disgust of the memories really stuck with me. There was this moment when I was in Texas where I thought to myself,
I will say that, like, this seems like a really... that I have seen, like, I've encountered this before. That's not fun. It's not fun. Oh God, sorry, a little thing in my throat. Whew. I've been there. Like, I've seen others be there. This sucks, and I understand it. And yeah, he's right.
if I was raped as a child, how would my life be different?
Well, that was a hell of a sentence. I hope he stops.
I wondered, since I had previously had PTSD upswellings of memories, that I had been raped as a child that I had repressed and thought I was just being silly and making stuff up. PTSD promotes so much paranoia. Some of the paranoia is justified, others haven't. One of the difficult parts of my life is I'm innately paranoid, and then reality throws me paranoia in weird things. Like, I didn't expect to see the collapse of civilization in the last 5 years. I didn't expect things to get this bad. So childhood makes me paranoid. Adult life makes me paranoid. And I thought that I would have memories of getting raped. I thought I was just being silly, because the memories with PTSD, it's just an emotion. You have to heal more to translate the emotion into an actual memory, because your mind needs to heal. And by that point, I had spent 1.5 years in trauma therapy, and the memories came out like a flood. The night where I remembered it all was one of the hardest nights in my lives.
Okay, I'm gonna reiterate at the beginning of this that I have not seen any of this, and I'm gonna trigger warning it because he's in some real weird territory.
And people repress memories when they have extreme trauma because they can't handle the memory, and they just hold it back, and they get stuck inside of them. And I spent the next year recovering memories I had repressed in my childhood. When people have extreme trauma, they will often repress a memory, and then their conscious mind forgets about it while the unconscious holds on to it.
Okay, combined with what we learned earlier about a potential relationship between false memory creation and EMDR, this is a bit concerning. Like, okay.
Creates the Jungian shadow, which is the concept that
the Jungian shadow is not a thing. Carl Jung's entire body of work has been disproven. Like, his entire premise of a collective subconscious isn't real. Like, these ideas are not real. Archetypes are not the functions inside your brain.
when you repress something, it comes back to bite you. And the way to succeed is to integrate chaos or the things that you feel shame of. Because the face is the mask you wear to the public, when it's normally your sense of self. And the shadow is the things you repress. And so I was finally taming my shadow. And... oh, God.
Okay, so people who have clearly already watched this video are saying, yeah, trigger warning for basically everything. So thank you. Thank you for confirming that heads up. If folks need to take a break through this part, I understand.
So this was the elephant I was worried about before I did ayahuasca, because there was something I knew I needed to know. And when I saw it, it was worse and more horrible than anything I could possibly ever imagine. And this is what my conscious mind, my unconscious gave my conscious when I finally felt safe enough. When I was in Texas and when I had done a lot of EMDR healing and I'd stabilized. And what I'm about to tell you is so horrible. And I would tell you to not watch if you couldn't handle it. But I had to live through this bullshit when I was a child. So if I lived through it, you can watch this and you'll be fine. You're not going to get hurt. It's just words for you. For me, it's...
Well, I would also say Finn G. Swanson, it's not necessarily that they aren't any good. They were instrumental in like setting together the field of study, right? Like especially Freud. Like a lot of Freud's assumptions are not real. They were proven false. But his work in the field legitimized it, and now like we are actually helping people.
It's my life. I had learned that I had massively underplayed the horror of the trauma I had lived through from my mom and the system when I was a child, or more accurately, ages 6 to 10. My mother had raped me over 40 times in that age range. The
What?
details make things even vastly worse. My mother waterboarded me at least 2 or 3 times, or drowning me in the bath. My mom had forced me to rape my own sister, and she had forced the babysitter to rape me. My mom had burned me with scalding water to punish me, hit me in the back with a shovel.
Okay, but these are like events that you could like have other people in your family confirm. Like, hey, localist party. These are events like you could be like, hey, do you remember that? Hey, Dad, do you remember when I told you that Mom hit me with a shovel? Like these seem like things that other people could confirm, and not like you would just be remembering them now, unless like everyone repressed that memory, I guess. Localist party, I can see your messages. Like, chill.
As a kid. A few memories have really stuck with me, and they required years of EMDRs to clean out. One was my mom beating me over the head with a 1,000-page book. That was her standard move, and she did it hundreds of times. The sound's been locked in my ears as a crack, like gunpowder.
Okay, I usually default to, believe victims, because that's... I feel like that's a decent default position to have, but like... This would leave marks in a way that would be reported to police. Yeah. I don't know. This feels odd, to say the least.
I just hear... It's so loud, and it was stuck in my ears. When I was stressed, my ears would block up with sounds. So when I'd have panic attacks, I'd hear the sound crackling in my ears. And it's just, I can't overstate how horrible it is. I needed so many EMDRs to heal.
Localist party, you are correct. For whatever reason, our automated system has labeled your messages as monitored suspicious user, so yeah. Don't know why, but I'ma just keep watching.
From this, I developed this thing called the Ring of Fire when I was a kid, or a ring of bruises around my shoulders. My mom said my dad was beating me, and so the courts were looking for any evidence of that. And so in class where I'd take off my shirt, even for classes where the teacher is doing it, I do it, I would keep my shirt on forcibly, even if the teachers punished me, because I wanted to save my dad, because I loved him, and I knew that if the teacher saw my bruises, that they would blame it on him, and I would never see him again.
That's not how that works, though. That's not how that process works.
My mom would claim to own me and my soul and gave me no privacy. She would walk in on me in the shower and bathroom and scream at me, or give me an unprompted reminder that she was in charge. She hated me just for being a man, and she said she owned my penis. she would tell me that she could see into my mind and she punished bad thoughts. My mom unironically practiced black magic. She was doing satanic rituals when I was a kid. I know this. I've seen it. I have photographic memory. I remember. This is all real. She believed that she practiced magic, and she did. I don't know how effective it is, but it objectively happened. As said before, my mom would drown me in a bath a few times, and that was one of her favorite methods to torture me. She used it to try to get me to break me. Her whole goal was to break me. And there were a couple times where I did something.
This is a lot. He has photographic memory and suppressed memories. Yes. And Lady Raincloud, you might want to take a bit more of a break, cuz we're in some heavy abuse territory. Can maybe give it like another 20 minutes. So the story here just doesn't really seem like it's lining up to me. A lot of these, like if you have a ring of bruises around you and you're just assuming that no one would believe your dad, I'm sorry. This is your dad never saw you with a shirt off as a kid. Your dad didn't notice a gigantic ring of bruises around you. No. No, like the next hour? Jesus Christ.
She didn't like, and then she just drowned me. My mom would also hold me down and smash my head against the bathroom floor repeatedly. This was really difficult for me to move past, and I still have nightmares about it now. There was an experience that bordered on spiritual where my mom was smashing my head against the bathroom floor and I passed out from the suffering. I basically psychically orgasmed from how bad the pain was.
This is taking such a turn. I don't know how to interpret that. You're saying it like it's a thing. You're saying it like it's a thing other people would recognize and be like, "Oh yeah, I've also had psychic orgasms due to pain." What does that mean?
Feeling ecstasy in the suffering. I found that this was one of the most difficult things to heal from with PTSD, where PTSD is often like an addiction. And so I was addicted to just the extremity of suffering as the adrenaline kicks in, because at least I felt something. In my entire life, I felt numb from the PTSD. Yeah, my mom would also rape me by holding down my legs, and she would force me to do other really horrible things. There's this region around my crotch that...
We don't need to know that. We don't need to know about your crotch region. We don't need to know this. Why are you sharing it? Yeah, Charlie, that's kind of where I'm at. Pretty sure, Charlie writes, I'm pretty sure I have some PTSD from car crashes. Not addicted to car crashes, though. Yeah. Okay. We're in the gratuitous zone? Yeah. Okay.
Even today, if you touch it, I'll shudder. It's a real issue for massages. The masseuse will just touch a part of my body, and I'll have to refrain from screaming. The last girl I was with, she was sleeping over, and then she just touched my shoulder. My shoulder just started shaking uncontrollably, and I had to leave the room. And Yeah, it's not good. And my mom, she would keep beating me until I basically passed out and gave up because her whole thing was she wanted to break my will.
What a horrible time to build pallets and just listen. Good luck, I'm out.
Yeah.
From Caracal.
Fair, Caracal. Sorry about that. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Yeah. I do think he believes this. I don't know how much to believe him, though.
And she used the 1,000-page book, and she would chase me through the hallways when I tried to run away, and she was taller than me, and so she outran me, and I remember screaming, "Please, Mommy, please stop. Please don't touch."
Okay, we're gonna skip ahead a little bit here, because this is... Let me put it this way, guys. I have been in rooms where people talk about their abuse. I have heard people break down over their abuse. They don't tell it like this. That this is just not how people generally divulge this type of information. Honestly, Salmon Moose, I'm getting a similar vibe. This is like a weird torture fantasy. This is something very different from genuinely opening up. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna skip ahead here. I'm gonna skip ahead to a point at which he is wearing a different shirt. So that takes us ahead about 30 minutes in the vid.
All the life that had to be handed to me as a Zoomer, and it's so...
Okay, this seems like we're in relatively normal territory. He's now in a different shirt.
Infuriating because I am one of the most successful Zoomers I know. You've seen this from this video. And I have a lot of positive traits, as you also see from this video. But I was looking at the future of my life, and I was thinking, this can't be the rest of my life. I've tried the hardest. I should have been the person who succeeded. But then I look at the Zoomer condition. I'm thinking, there's no way to succeed. This is a rigged game, and there's no way you're going to end up with a happy life.
That's capitalism, baby. Welcome to it.
Unless you try to completely shatter the glass. And I feel I speak for all of society that the period since COVID's been absolutely brutal. I think people aren't honest about this yet, but in a few years we'll look back on this era of history as a sort of intolerable waiting room, where the loneliness and the boredom built up to be horrifying psychic states in their own right, where the lack of any sort of emotion and the complete boredom and the slow dripping faucet of gradual depression and gradual degradation drove us all crazy. The silence was so deafening that it became the most loud roar. This era of history is just psychologically intolerable, and it's driving us completely crazy. I mean, we don't think we're cutting off children's genitals to change their sex.
Yeah, we gotta throw in the transphobia, right?
We're letting in millions of immigrants across the border.
Yes. Finally, we're at your political thesis. Let's go.
We're so sick. It's so obvious. And we've all been getting crazier and progressively poorer. I've been following other political content creators, and most of them have burned out. Look at almost every political content creator at this point. I'm not going to name names, but whatever one you point to is burned out, or they're about to burn out. And I could sense that my peers were dying. And so I thought, I need to change the game here for me to win the game. If you're not winning the current game, change the game. And what older generations are giving Zoomers isn't real living. The lack of any jobs, the lack of social mobility, how 90% of people I know are single, the complete loneliness, nihilism, and alienation. And I can see and feel you even if you can't. I can see your suffering every day, and I find
that's right. He's psychic. I keep forgetting.
It unbearable. I would do anything to help you. I'm sorry how much pain you're in, and You might say I'm projecting, which I partly am, because that's just how empathy works. You project a little. But I know you're suffering. It's obvious in your every action. And you're also scared and lonely. You don't believe in anything. You don't have a connection to God. You have no reason to live. And is life really just staring at a screen? That's no way for a man to live.
Dude, what are you on about, dog?
Did my ancestors kill, die, and fuck for all this? Did my ancestors kill, die, and fuck for all of this?
No. Because they never could have imagined life as we have it now.
My financial situation got worse over this time period, where I made what should have been an innocuous error, where I posted my second podcast on the main channel. And I thought YouTube has a tab that makes it processed by the algorithm as a podcast. And then what happened is that it tanked my position in the algorithm, because I got some videos with 50,000 views, other videos with 500,000 views. So 50,000 videos killed my position in the algorithm for a year. And sponsors pulled out for a long time. And that was a tiny error. I kept on trying different strategies, and I kept on trying to figure out what the issue was with YouTube. So that's why I did so much experimentation with the algorithm last year. And it's been crazy where I
Really went from laughing at the crack pipe to figuring out why he took up the crack pipe in the first place. Be safe, chat.
True. Gamer G, thank you for the $5 dono. But also just like, I'm where could this possibly go for an additional 2 hours? Like where could he possibly take this?
I used to be pretty wealthy, and now it's gotten significantly worse, where the leftist ad block against conservatives cannot be overstated, where as of now, 90% of ad dollars are controlled by leftists to be used explicitly against conservatives. So conservatives fight for the final 10%, which is why a lot of my advertisers are people from the Balkans or Eastern Europe or Asia or something like that, because they don't feel any of our current qualms. From what I can tell, and I'm probably getting these numbers wrong, but leftist content creators...
Hey, it's me.
Leftist content creators make 5 times as much money per view as I do.
Source? I would love to see evidence of that, because, you know, it's I make like a couple $100 from ads. And I have a 10K subscriber channel, almost. And you're making $300,000 a year plus whatever you're doing on YouTube, man. Like, fuck off. Like, if you're making $300,000 a year and you're complaining about how much money you're making on advertising, that's real weak. But also, there's no way that they're prioritizing leftist content on YouTube, okay? All of the research that has ever come out indicates that the algorithm prioritizes conservative content. You can look it up. People have studied this. You don't have to just go on your gut intuition.
And correct me if that's incorrect, but it's a huge discrepancy, and it's just infuriating to me on a profound level that we don't live in a capitalist or a meritocratic society because of my racial type and my skin and my sex, as well as my political views, which are the reasonable political opinions for my people's survival.
Oh, dog is itching to say the 14 words. Oh my god. Yeah, he just wants to secure a future for his children. You know, for not his children, his race. The white race. Bizarre.
blocked out of all society. University, most jobs won't hire me because I'm conservative. Consulting positions, then every single bureaucratic association is blocking out conservatives and young white men. And it's just completely infuriating because there's nothing I can do about it, because I'm trying my best. I'm trying a variety of different things. And what am I supposed to do? Almost everyone I know, and most of my friends are very intelligent, successful people, are unemployed or they're self-employed, working. Almost no one I know is doing well. And keep in mind, I'm a relatively large YouTuber. The people I hang with are not normal people in most cases. But everyone I know is fucked, and it's completely disgusting. And I have...
You talk about hanging out with like millionaires, dog. The people you consider fucked are not. Your perspective is just warped.
Loads of very smart, intrepid, capable friends who have been unemployed for over a year because there's no jobs. You cannot overstate how much the economy is destroying Zoomers. And this shouldn't...
Well, there are jobs. They're just shit jobs.
Be happening. I have a larger audience than lots of TV stations. I have 2 to 6 million independent viewers a month. That's independent, different people. Or the numbers might, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I see from my YouTube analytics. And sometimes it goes to 1.5. But I'm not rich anymore, and I have to be conservative with my spending. I really dislike it because I look at TV stations.
Oh yeah, does it suck to be poor? First person to figure that out?
That have far lower viewership. They get tens of millions of dollars. I know lots of sponsorships in tech for audiences 1/10 my size that make 3 times as much per deal. I know lots of leftist creators making 3 times as much deal as I do. And because conservatives are just blocked out. And I find it beyond infuriating is I keep on trying all these things in the algorithm. I keep on trying all these schemes. And my only expense is my one employee, my manager, who I pay $70K a year, and my rent. I haven't gone on vacation in over a year, for example. And I've tried like 20 different...
Oh man, I can't imagine what that's like, not going on vacation ever and just working nonstop. I couldn't even begin to imagine that kind of life. Man, he's basically ruined.
Different schemes. And my financial situation got bad enough where I'm basically broke now, where I had to ask my dad for...
Oh yeah, how much ad revenue do you get from politics streams on Twitch? Is it none? Hey, it's a little bit worse than that. I make 0 ad revenue on Twitch, regardless of the kind of stream I do. It's very fun. I love making content on twitch.tv/riverboatjack, which is why you should all come to riverboat.gg or youtube.com/riverboatjack.
money. And do you understand how difficult that is? I swore an oath when I was 16 to him over stuff with Jennifer that I would never ask him for money or ask him for something. And if you're my employee or if you're an employee or my landlord, you will 110% be paid. I'm already raising money right now for the thing you'll see at the end of this video. But I just find it deeply infuriating because there's no social mobility. And the problem is we've hollowed out all of life so that the only thing we have in life is screens. We got rid of community, we got rid of religion, we got rid of marriage, we got rid of the nation, we got rid of social clubs, we got rid of everything. And so we just stare at screens. And so even if you're wealthy or successful, you're still staring at a fucking screen. And this is what we're stuck here with. I'm also pretty clear I'm shadow banned. I say that since there are certain growth curves I see in videos because I study the algorithm. I've been doing this for a decade.
Yeah, you're basically an algorithm degree holder. You understand how they work. You understand their minds.
Video goes up and then the growth angle collapses, which is not mathematically what should be happening. And YouTube has a tremendous amount of records for shadow banning conservatives. This is something that we have a lot of evidence for.
Yeah.
And it's just something you see in every single major left-wing social media site. And I have significantly more subscribers than I had before, but I'm making less money off ads. I'm making less money off sponsorships, where I was making significantly more money 3 years ago and 2 years ago when I had a third of my current subscribers. That's how crazy this is. And we know YouTube's parent company, Google, the people who made Gemini, they're incredibly politically biased. And they...
Okay. So Google is the conspiracy now? Google is conspirizing your life? Gotcha.
We have loads of proof for shadow banning already. This is something we know happens to an insane degree. Remember when Trump was shot in the front page of Google, where they had no news coming up in the front page about Trump getting shot. Within hours of Trump getting shot. They're doing it that much. That summer was brutally hot, and I was stuck at home. My PTSD was really bad, and I was in excruciating physical pain all the time. I was also still in the process of emotionally remembering everything I said before. People often ask me, Rudyard, how did you do all this stuff in your life while suffering all the pain? The answer to that question is I realized I needed something grander to scale myself against to not kill myself. The only thing that felt big enough to balance out the trauma was glory and honor. The quiet
I needed to acquire glory and honor. That was the only thing that would allow me to balance my life.
Family life I wanted in high school wasn't enough for me anymore. My relationship with my father got much better over this time period, is now at the best point ever.
This guy is, in fact, so lame. I agree.
As long as I've known him, where after I moved down to Texas, we started to talk to each other more and empathize with each other. And there were a handful of points where I had a PTSD attack in front of him, where he was very empathetic about it and tried to help me as much as he could and understand it. And he also, I also told him about everything that happened in my childhood with my mom and all that stuff, and he was very accepting. And he's also really excited about my other project.
I'm sorry. You told him about everything that happened to you as a child, and he was very accepting? The stories you're alleging would not lead to this reaction. Like, guys, if I were a parent and my child came to me with those stories of abuse, I would not be accepting. I would be furious at the person who did it. I would offer, like a shoulder. I'd offer support to my child, but I would also offer like a supreme amount of rage, for the person who did it. This to me, like, this is like the worst news you could possibly get as like a parent, right? Like, this is... the thing is, Scared Crow, I think that this is a mix of lies and truth. In the sense that these are real things that he believes. I think his worldview here is consistent with his worldview under normal circumstances. But do I trust some of the specifics he is throwing out there? Some of them, yes, but there are others that just make no sense with the general timeline of his life or, the course of events he's describing, It's all true to him, exactly, Electric Radimus. Oh, I was talking about the shadow ban? Yeah, obviously, yeah.
Projects, and I told him about this video. I showed it to him, and it's cool. It's nice when your life gets better. As I gradually healed, I started to wonder what I actually wanted out of life. And after a bunch of different short realizations, I came to the conclusion that I wanted to go as hard as possible. And
Him filming 10 hours just means he was having a manic spell, having experience with them, and treatment Jack is 100%. He's mixing reality with fiction and presenting it as he is 100% correct. Yeah. Also, one thing to note is that he did not record all of this in one go. Like, this is a consistent project that he worked on over time. It's like this is clearly recorded over the course of like at least several days, if not a couple weeks. Given like the outfit changes and like the light outside the window.
I have various connections across conservative media, and
like he is correct. He does have various connections across conservative media, but not all of this is checking out.
I keep a pulse on what's going on in different areas. I started piecing together a picture in which I realized conservatism was an almost all complete anarchy, where no one was in charge, no one had a concept what was happening, no one had a concept what to do about it, or even the barometers of how to relate to it, or parameters. The whole field seems to be in collapse with very few figures willing to take responsibility for conservative culture itself. It's just Trump being a Chad holding stuff up, and then nothing else. You guys don't know what you believe, you don't know what your direction is, you don't know how to relate to it, you don't know how to talk.
Yeah, you guys need ethno-nationalist goals, you know. We just need to embrace the ethno-nationalism, guys. Come on. Stop being a sheeple of the cult of personality and actually commit to the cult of personality. You know what I'm saying?
Talk to young people. And I realized conservative culture, just the underlying nature, besides just winning elections, is just completely dead. And I don't know what's happening. And I saw this with a lot of the creative tension that conservatism has. Because I noticed with conservatism, it has lots of very smart and very capable people. Whenever I go on Twitter, I'm shocked at the level of IQ, which is hard to believe for Twitter, but there's a lot of smart stuff on Twitter. I'm shocked by the direction of the people, especially as I met more of them in person. I thought these were incredibly admirable people, and there's so much stuff going on here, and there's so much dough to play with. And then I realized no one wanted to take advantage of this. No one was looking to lead the right. No one was looking to do cool stuff. No one was looking for the future of conservatism or how cultural ideas in the past related.
Basically, he's saying that conservatives suck at art, and he doesn't understand why.
To conservatism. And that, again, really, really shocked me that there's just this weird thing that I call high schoolism, because in almost every single...
You call it high schoolism, huh? What a great term you invented there.
Industry I've studied in America, it's run like high school, where there's pre-established cliques out who's cool and who's not cool. It's done for very arbitrary reasons, relating often to corruption or to friends of friends or to college, and it's just incredible incompetence. And things are done for not very rational reasons, with the bureaucracy crushing everything. And I found this with the military-industrial complex. I found this with academia. I found this with the parts of the tech industry. Another part of the tech industry is really aggro and really capable. And just almost every single industry I could see in America seemed like it was high school. And that shocked me because it was making us so weak and it was so innately silly. And this is why Hollywood makes terrible movies. It's not about making a movie, it's about the high school relationship, so who gets to profit off it. And we're just so corrupt and we don't notice. And modern society seems like a ship that's sinking and no one noticed. It's horrible. How do you folks not see this? I have a funny story
morons.
I've got to interject here, where I met a girl who was part of a eugenics organization. She was...
You don't say. Did you two really hit it off? Did you and this eugenics woman really hit it off? Were you really did you like bring up your shared interest in skull shapes? Oh boy. How does he keep doing this? Excellent question. You know? true, Gamer G.
was younger than me, and she went to Harvard. I personally do not support eugenics, but met through a friend of a friend. And she proclaimed herself to be my side chick, where she said her goal was to, she wanted to be in a polygamous relationship with a great man. And, like, apparently I had good genetics in her worldview.
Oh my God. I I have good genetics, I guess. Oh my God. Ignore the fact that I am genetically predisposed to need glasses. OMG, he looks like yeah, yeah.
So I didn't have another girl at the point, but I rolled with the side chick thing because she was kind of nuts, and there's some crazy stories there. But I cut her after a few months because she was disrespecting me too much, and she was.
Oh, wait, is this the disrespect girl that you talked about earlier? The timelines are so wibbly wobbly here. He keeps jumping back and forth.
Isn't easy to deal with. This is my biggest thing with girls. I want you to be passively pleasant enough that I enjoy the act of being with you. And my current issue with
You know, I think when you describe women as needing to be passively pleasant in order for you to want to be around them, that might be a major hindrance to your ability to to actually make that happen for you, bud.
dating is I can get lots of women who I can sleep with. It's stuff like this people get super sensitive about because there's a degree of envy and there's a degree of are you lying? But yeah, my thing is it's relatively easy for me to get women to sleep with, and it's very difficult to find women I respect enough that I would marry her or even date her, because that involves me seeing her on a semi-regular basis. And I've had multiple.
It's hard for me to want to be around women for longer than 5 seconds. I mean, their heads are just so small.
Multiple times in the past where I've gone out with girls for longer than a short period, but I'm just not in a place where just the passive quality of person, like, do you not lie? Are you nice to me? Do you treat me with respect? Do you not insult me? These are just the basics. And then most young women I meet, and again, I've had like sample size of dozens, they.
Are you saying you've only met dozens of women in your life? Like a couple dozen women total? Or are you trying to tell us that you've slept with dozens of women? Because I don't believe you.
They just can't pass the basic test. I don't know what to tell you, but
yeah, those dumb bitches.
So
those dumb bitches don't know how good I am.
I was going to Kurt Doolittle's conference, and then I stayed at her dorm in Harvard for a few days, and I interviewed a lot of kids at Harvard because I was starting the OCD at this point, which is the organization I'm going to form. So I was looking for basically strapping.
I'm sorry, you're starting an organization called OCD? I forgot about that. That's really funny.
Young smart guys, and I thought Harvard would have a lot of cool talent, but everyone there was fucking lame. Where we Merrick and I, we were hanging out at the dorm, and we just grabbed the bottle of vodka, and my thing is I drink a double shot of vodka whenever I start drinking to loosen myself up. And the kid's like, no, you can't have our vodka. And like, we'll pay you for the vodka. And they said no. And then the guys didn't like that I was staying with her. And so they tried to kick me out of the dorm with this arbitrary meeting. Like, you have to do meeting. And we were just chilling, and people recognized who I am.
You got kicked out of the dorm that fast, dog? Are you kidding me? You you were so lame that they kicked you out immediately, dog. Oh my god. I was so intolerable, they had to get me out. Is not the own you think it is, dog. I need to take notes. This needs an entire ass, like, Vadi video lore video.
And they said, oh yeah, you're Rudyard, you'll start asking me questions. And they just didn't like that we had chill vibes, because everyone there is lame. Everyone there at Harvard is just a constant overthinker. And
yeah, everyone knew the What If Alt His channel. Like, everyone knew it, dog. No, people, I can't go anywhere. I'm recognized everywhere I go. People are like, it's Rudyard Lynch, everyone. And then I have to run like I'm one of the Beatles in the 1960s.
Thinking, these men can't do shit. They can't run a fucking brewery, let alone run a country. How are they going to fight in war? How are they going to lead companies? How are they going to lead men? How are they going to invent technology? When it's a bunch of fucking...
Yeah, how are they going to invent technology? Unlike me, a guy with no skills.
Paper pushers. These people can't do shit. I literally see better talent in my hometown with Mike from Wawa. I would take Mike from...
Oh my god. I would literally hire the guy in the tinfoil hat down at the hardware store. That's where real talent lies.
From Wawa over Harvard talent. It's crazy. And Merrick and I were talking about it, and we're talking mutual friends, and Merrick keeps saying, Rudyard, when he says these things, it's even worse than you imagine. I believed Rudyard was overstating it, but he's understating the case, actually. And it was just ridiculous. And I thought, this is America's elite. These are the people who are going to get the good jobs. And the Harvard kids are fucked. I talked to them. They're anxious. Apparently no one dates there. Apparently that...
Yeah, because they're busy going to Harvard. They've got things to do. They've got plans. Do you think they just hang out at Harvard all the time with nothing to do? Just, woo, I'm at Harvard. I don't got anything to do. No, they're busy. But Jack, the eugenics, oh, it's true. They're just so naturally superior to us working people. They have so much extra free time.
What he doesn't realize is that Mike from Wawa was the editor-in-chief of the Harvard Law Review. He just owns a string of Wawas and isn't too proud to help out.
Wait, are we talking about Mike Wawa, heir to the Wawa fortune? I had no idea. Paladin, thank you for the $15 dono. The Mike from Wawa? No relation to Mike from PA.
They don't have strong sense of identity. They don't believe in anything. If you're Christian...
Please, Mr. Wawa was my father. Call me Mike.
That's taboo for them. Or it's socially kind of ostracized to be Christian, ostracized to be conservative. People don't have broadband knowledge, because when I study people, I assess them for a variety of traits for my organization.
So true.
I
King.
assess for your sentience. I assess for your grit.
Wait, what?
I assess for
I need to assess the threats in the room, okay? Who's the biggest guy? I can assess that. Who's the most sentient? Let me give you a Turing test real quick. You don't understand, guys. We found Alan Turing's doppelganger.
your liquid intelligence, which is your ability to have a generalized intelligence that can be processed in a sub-variety of different things. I assess...
Everything he says somehow gets more stupid. How? What is this? This feels like a practical joke on me specifically.
Oh, I forgot to say, sentience is your ability to separate yourself from your environment and to have a degree of self-awareness enough to realize if you were the kind of person you were, what would be the most advantageous decision you could make? So
That's not what sentience means, though. That's not what that word means.
sentience is a third point perspective where you perceive yourself as the summation of many others having empathy for you rather than just purely yourself or how God or how others see you.
I hate him. You know, as someone with a degree in English, I despise how he's trying to mangle it here.
Best people for sentience the most. But as I said, sentience, liquid intelligence, grit, are you socially good to talk to? Are you awkward or cringe? Do you seem to have a moral compass? Do you believe in anything? Do you have at least one area of extensive knowledge that demonstrates dedication into a certain topic? Do you have a history of success in different fields? Do you have because success in multiple fields is very powerful because it shows an incredible level of talent. Someone like Elon Musk, who's successful in companies.
So is this his new tabletop RPG character stats layout? Yeah, this is literally a character sheet that a player shows up to session 0 with, and you as DM have to say no to all of it. You know, you have to be the bad guy who's like, this is not how this game is gonna work. What's this you put here about tentacles? No, that's not in the game. No. You did not roll all 20s, dog.
Wide variety of industries, the ability to not have talent outside a single industry is super powerful, and it's so hard to do. And also, do you demonstrate responsibility and competency in your daily life? This is basically a lot of the stuff I assess people for. I have more, but I won't get into that. This is a system. You guys are going to love the system I've made with my buddies about how to assess people's talent. We'll get to more of that later. That becomes a bigger subplot later, I believe. But
how is that a subplot later? That doesn't constitute a whatever.
None of the Harvard people could do shit. It was so crazy. And I was talking to a Harvard...
Yeah, because they're there to learn how to do shit. That's the point of going to school.
Harvard professor, and I could sense that he was a good man, and he was a man that I can respect. And so I won't say the name or any of that stuff, but I was talking to him about human sciences, and he said, I only look at stuff with data. If there's not data attached to it, I refuse to look at an idea. And I said, you've cut out 85% of human thinking. Human thinking operates through a combination of intuition, holistic understandings, seeing a moving system occur at once, comparisons to the past. So if you're only looking at data, you lose the ability to process human life itself. And that was what I thought talking to Harvard, talking to different people there, that these people have incredible tunnel vision and they can't see their whole environment, and they had no clue at all what's happening. The American elite has...
If you want to see your whole environment, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs and donos. If you drop enough, you may see your whole environment and may even qualify for sentience. This is so fascist. Oh yeah, this entire worldview is just dripping in fascist rhetoric and ideology. It's kind of fascinating and disturbing, to say the least.
No idea how much normal people are suffering or how things are falling apart. They have no clue about your struggles. It's really, really scary. And furthermore, they're completely glued out of this, where people... And I don't want to smear the people I saw in Harvard with this, but people who are part of the World Economic Forum agenda, they're just...
Ah, there it is. The World Economic Forum agenda, dog. Holy shit.
There's only one partner worthy of this man's staggering intellect and love of apocalypsis, in a world of Strollbrig men. He must become the inamorata for Peter Thiel.
Honestly, this guy... honestly, Rudyard strikes me as the kind of guy who would sniff the chair of Peter Thiel. You know? I don't really know how to articulate that, but I can see him pulling an Aiden Ross in that circumstance. And yeah, the World Economic Forum is just his... I bet if you drilled down into this guy's ideology enough, he believes that Jews run the world through the World Economic Forum and that trans people and minorities are all pawns in their game to undermine Western civilization and take it over. I bet if you dug down into his ideology enough, that is what you would find.
Completely disconnected from their environments. They have no clue what's happening. They can't tell you any good stuff. And they are evil, but they are also stupid. And I would like to state this again, because I think about a lot of philosophic and religious concepts. And I realize no one in the ruling class has ever thought about this stuff. No one in the ruling class thinks about comparing Aristotle's model of religion to the modernist Darwinistic worldview while integrating it with Eastern ideas. No.
He's literally just describing esoteric Nazism. He's literally just describing that. No one does this thing that all the Nazis did. No one does it. That's the entire premise of, like, you look at your given, like, set of symbology and then you just take a bunch from wherever and throw it in a pot. And then say, this is what justifies my, people's race as being superior.
One thinks about this. This really shocked me because I went around and I've met a lot of people in America's elite and backgrounds in military politics. I realized no one was thinking about this stuff. And the elite had completely checked out and failed. It's just scary. Another story, when I was at Harvard, I was at a cafe because I didn't get much sleep the night before. So I went to a cafe early that morning at Dunkin' Donuts. And
as one does.
I was just sitting there drinking coffee and I was exhausted. Was barely conscious. And then two relatively attractive women sat down in the seat next to me, and they were surrounded by the Harvard Comedy Club. And they were trolling me. And this is why Northeasterners have no manners. What they did was objectively rude and not cool. But they were trying to mock me and berate me. And then they open your bag.
You? No. Mock you and berate you? That's not a thing people would do.
Because I use Mexican artisanal bags. I use leather artisanal Mexican bags. So I showed them the bag, like, who are you?
What about, why aren't you using leather artisanal Egyptian bags? I thought they made really good bags.
I told them about my life. I told them the stuff I had done, about all those things. And they were super impressed at the end. They started out with roasting me. And then at the end, they were congratulating me.
And then everyone clapped.
Because I was showing them how I was carrying an Esteban cigar, which is one of my favorite brands, next to JFC Fuller's History of Western Warfare, next to the leather bag. And with each story, I was telling them more about my life. And at the end, they said, "We're so glad we were in a timeline where we got to meet you. Thanks, Harvard Comedy Club."
It was really, we came over here to make fun of you mercilessly for your looks and the things you do as a career and all the pretension you put on. But, you've really won us over with this in-depth, detailed story of your life. Why, we're lucky even to breathe the air you're in. Oh my God. I'm rock hard just thinking about the story you told us. Thank you for existing.
I forgot to say this, so I'll throw it in later. But guys at the Harvard humanities department noticed me. They knew I was what if autist, and they brought me around among the staffers, and they were fans, and they were all supportive. And I thought, we have already won the culture war. When Harvard staffers watch right-wing YouTubers and are sympathetic, and they're sympathetic with my worldview, we have already won. The leftist order is complete.
Yeah, did you sit down and talk with them about this? This entire way you view the world? Because I bet you didn't.
Completely dead. And that's what I sensed in both California and in Massachusetts, where it was a fruit that had it was a tree that can no longer bear fruit, and we have not realized it yet. And you find with a lot of the science authors that none of them believe in the stuff the left says, where every single scientific study area and humanities area, people don't believe in the blank slate. And this is a bipartisan position.
He's just pulling this out of his ass. This is not at all true.
They don't believe that in innate progress. Religious departments don't believe in secularism anymore, or the disenchanted.
Oh, really? Do the religious departments not believe in secularism anymore? Gee, I wonder how they came to that conclusion. I wonder. It's so strange how all these people who dedicated their lives to studying religion are maybe religious. Maybe you have a little bit of a bias there. Who can say?
Universe or objectivity or separation. These are all complex things. I got to make a video about them, where the science doesn't believe the left anymore. The left's operating out of century-old science, and we haven't noticed yet. But
that should be very easily provable, right? So prove it.
Order is weakening and has nothing holding it up left.
It'd be really helpful if you knew anything about anything to be able to point out specifically how the left is embracing centuries outdated science. That'd be useful. But he is sadly a dumbass who does not actually understand anything enough to be able to critique it.
Things also just got worse as I saw more of the world. When I try to understand someone or something, I try to see the inner logic of their thoughts. Basically, what mental assumptions and what parameters of their mental process would their operating system have to be in order for the choices they reach to be the logically consistent outcome inside their worldview. Because everyone's logical by their own definitions. You can see their thoughts to see how their mind works. And I saw that society was facing something vastly worse than what I had imagined 2 years before. If you folks watch my videos, you can see the sort of thing I started to notice. And the problem is every single place I looked, I saw more of this. There's nowhere to escape because the degeneracy is crushing us all immediately and so quickly. This is so recent.
Everything's just so degenerate these days. So true, King. So true. Just so much degeneracy.
Crazy how rapidly we became a dystopia. 10 years ago, no one would say we're a dystopia, and now it's just so obvious. And
10 years ago, yeah, who would have ever been able to foresee dystopia in America? So true, King. No one has ever conceived of America being the bad guys and crushing people's hopes and dreams. Just don't look into any history books about America, and you can continue to believe that.
And the abbreviated answer I like to say is psychological Black Death and mass utopia.
He keeps inventing new terms that are more infuriating the more I think about them. Psychological Black Death? Tell us more about the psychic bubonic plague.
When I moved to Texas, I was coming to terms with these emotionally and the fundamental reality that Mouse Utopia was something very real and something that I couldn't ignore. And for those who do not know this subject, watch my video on the topic. However, Mouse Utopia is a complete psychological and mating collapse as a side effect of urbanization. The birth rate crashes to zero. People lose the ability to interact on any level. It's the collapse of society. And the psychological Black Death is a theory I developed on how Mouse Utopia would manifest as a psychological plague that would drive the population mad. In that it would take people's souls or their mental concepts of the world.
This man wakes up and pisses himself in rage every day that he can't be the smartest kid in a philosophy course.
And then they would make them do things that they would not do in their normal consciousness. Previous examples of this are the French Revolution, the Nazis, the communists. Totalitarianism is a demonic plague. And I use the word demonic because the ancients and the medievals,
which is why you support Donald Trump, a man who said he's going to suspend the Constitution. Yeah, it makes sense.
Saw demons as negative psychological archetypes. And those exist by definition. And they're spread socially as well, which is the nature of culture. And so we have had these negative psychological manifestations take over our entire society, especially so our ruling class. Our ruling class is run by suicidal, deranged, nihilistic, insane people, and we don't notice. We don't stop them. What's wrong with us? I'm stuck here, guys. We're all stuck here. Can we figure something out? And this is all stuff that's obvious. Every single field, Hollywood, academia, corporate America, is controlled by these negative psychological archetypes that want to kill us all. I have more experience with how bad insanity can be for obvious reasons, and so
Yeah, I think we can all agree to that one. Yeah. Yep. Clip it. The clip. That's the can we get that as like a standalone soundbite right there? Because that's magnifique. You know? I think we got it. I think we got the perfect soundbite for this entire thing.
So these things weigh on my mind very heavily. I'm pretty young, and it took a lot of time and effort for me to handle being responsible for this future after having lived through so much trauma. It just felt deeply unfair. I faced the childhood I did, and now this is the social and political reality of the situation. This feels cosmically unfair. I'm sorry. It's just reality. And I can't say how many nights I begged to have my fate changed. How many nights I begged God that this didn't have to be my life. The problem is I didn't do anything wrong. None of this is my fault. I'm 23. And the baby boomers will frequently say, I'm glad I'm not your fault. Sorry, I'm glad I'm not your age. But then they don't say shit about how I deal with it. I can hear platitudes about how you guys are sorry for me. But the horrible thing is that as I looked around society, as I looked for leadership, no one wanted to deal with Mouse Utopia. No.
Yeah, this Thrawn, it's Mouse Utopia fell apart because, frankly, people stopped caring about it. To be honest.
Where I looked, people talking at the population crash, people talking at the psychological breakdown of Zoomers, how Zoomers are constantly overworked, how everyone's depressed. There was no leadership. No one was even thinking about it. That's the horrible thing. And you guys can say this is all ivory tower, but this is my entire life. As a Zoomer, the things I'm describing are my entire lived experience. I never had the Simpsons John Hughes America that was nice. This has been my entire life.
No one ever had the Simpsons John Hughes America. You basically had that. Your father had a wealth of like millions of dollars. Like the Simpsons did not have millions of dollars, and if that was one of your takeaways from it, you just didn't understand the show.
Past a certain point, when you think so much about this stuff, you realize you have to do something about it. Where I don't want to have to live with this bullshit. So why am I supposed to put up with this? I'm the one who has to get the rotten end of the deal with the DEI stuff all the time. I am the exemplification.
What does that mean? Tell us a little bit more about that. I want to explore that idea you just put out into the world.
Of what DEI hates. I am an upper class white Protestant male, talented,
obviously
high status. I am exactly what leftism hates. All of leftism is so that established whites construct a system where they don't have to compete with me. The entirety of woke.
I'm sorry, did you just say established whites?
I am exactly what leftism hates. All of leftism is so that established whites.
Yep, okay. Yep. So that established whites
construct a system where they don't have to compete with me. The entirety of wokeness is removing merit.
So that established whites don't have to compete with him, an up-and-coming white.
That enterprising young, basically white guys will never be competitive against the established elite.
He's literally saying that the white elites are rigging the game so that they never have to compete on fair footing with other whites. Because obviously the other races are inferior. That's the underlying logic of what he's talking about here. Oh boy. All right. We really put on the hood today, huh?
And they tricked you into thinking it's carrying out black people. Oh, God. And I like to say that the problem is I'm stuck here, and I'm going to be stuck here for a while, hopefully, because I'm so young, and so I kind of have to intervene in the game.
There has never been a man of any significant quality who has ever referred to themselves as a high-status male.
Yeah, most people who are good are quality people don't go around obsessing over their high status or high value, you know? Most people who are high value, you know, i.e. good people, don't go around thinking about that all the time, you know? Just a fun fact.
Game as my top motivation for establishing a sort of society where I can have children. My parents' generation royally fucked up, creating a society inhospitable for people my age, but if I intervene now, we can make things better. I've thought so many times that I would do anything so that my kids could live a better life than I could. And yeah, I've cried about a dozen times about that.
All right.
I realized that whatever I had to do, I had to help American conservatism. I had held myself back beforehand from being purely political. I didn't see it as my place, and I saw myself as too young.
Okay, so now we've got to the point where his channel becomes more politically aware, and he starts just saying crazy shit. Gotcha. Okay.
A little bit more than a year ago, I realized I had to dedicate my life to conservatism. I can't afford to stand back and watch as the left completely destroys everything in my society, whether my ability to get a job, get married, my ethnic composition.
I'm sorry, you think the left wants to change your ethnic composition? That, like, what? They're gonna inject melanin in you? I'm genuinely confused what you mean by that. I think what he's getting at is that he wants the country to remain majority white. That's what he wants. It's ethno-state bullshit. Like, it's kind of crazy that he's just going out and saying it directly, you know?
Religion, ability to run my own company, or anything else. At the same time as the global birth rate is careening towards zero, and there's
okay, yeah, we're at the birth rate now. All right, we're speed running this.
There's no hope of recovery. The global birth rate's crashing faster than our fastest computer models, and these things have really wide standard deviations. I live and die by rightism. If the right loses, it's because I'm dead. A little over...
What the fuck, dog? That was that was like actual serial killer shit. Damn. No, he is a Nazi. Like, this is, like, over and over and over again, he is establishing fascist ideology, and on top of that, he's directly describing esoteric Nazism, just without using that term. And on top of that, like, he wants to die for, you know, in the name of this fascist ideology. That is a core component of it. If you guys want to know what I'm talking about, I put out a video on my YouTube channel a while ago where I read through Umberto Eco's 14 points of fascism. I actually read the entire essay, Fascism, but it's very short. It's very digestible, but he's checking off all the boxes.
Over a year ago, I had a dozen friends hit me up in a 2-week period saying that I had to form an organization of my contacts of sharp, young, rightist men. I exist in a very particular networking node due to good luck, where I am capable of communicating with infinite, very smart, young, right-wing men. I have 800 contacts in my phone, which is a lot to many people and small to other people. And
yeah, that's a weird thing to brag about, not gonna lie.
people frequently tell me I have the largest network of anyone they've met. And I talk to a lot of different kinds of people, and my attitude is I'm here to empathize with others. Whenever I talk to someone,
Are you? Because I've seen literally none of that throughout any of this.
I say who they are as a person, and then I ask them, what do you want from me? And so I'm here to help you. So if you have certain tasks you'd like me to get done in a peaceful and ethical and loving way, I'd be happy to. I see myself as an intermediary for a lot of different factions of the right. So I shuttle people who have certain skills, people with certain ideologies, set people up to be friends. And the group I formed is called the Red Dragon, and later changed its name.
What the fuck are you talking about? We called ourselves the Red Dragon. God. Wait, why are you guys saying... Wait, did I miss something here? A lot of you are saying nope, 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 nope. Are you just like, are you just like, this is too much LARP for you guys? This is too much... I'm actually a knight, as he goes out with like a foam sword. Like, what is this? True, Kitsune Cavalier, red dragons do tend to be chaotic evil in Dungeons and Dragons. Yep. Fucking wannabe Yakuza shit? Makes sense. Oh, Red Dragon is a famous book about a serial killer? Gotcha.
Name to the Order of the Crimson Dragon, or OCD. Ironically, I don't actually...
I'm sorry. That's what OCD stands for? The organization you wanted to start is called Organization of the Crimson Dragon? Why? But also... I don't know. I'm getting a little bit of Ku Klux Klan vibes, if I'm being honest with you guys. Like, they have a grand wizard and a dragon. You know, they've got those too. Like, guys, in case you never knew, the clan has an internal vocabulary that's pretty funny. For example, all of the titles inside of their organization start with Kla. So the treasurer is called the Klabby. The local organization is the Clavern. The recruiter is called the Imperial Kleagle. The initiation fee is the Kleck token. The secretary is called the Klygrap. The gathering is called the Convocation. Their ritual book is called the Chlorun. Their delegates are called the Clorero. And then their chaplain is called the Imperial Clud. Like, I want you guys to know, they are very stupid and very weird.
I feel like this guy somehow ripped off Shadowversary, because a person this lacking in self-awareness and chuny belongs in Shadow of the Conqueror.
Oh god, he and Shad are probably BFFs. God. These people are silly as fuck. All right.
Actually have OCD. I just find it hilarious. It's gone through multiple iterations at this point, and now we have 70 members across the country with multiple in-person locations, including one in Austin. We are a human capital organization, which means we exist to improve the human character of politics and society. We are not a political organization. We are a values-based organization.
That just it just sounds like you're trying to find a loophole in some kind of tax law, man.
We are not an advocacy group. We are an improvement group where we exist to improve ourselves and create a brotherhood of I was going to say self-love. That's kind of weird. Self-love and empathy, love.
Yeah, we're just a bunch of bros charging up our crystals, okay? We're charging... Look, we have to charge our JO crystals for the OCD meeting, all right?
Of and holding each other to standards. We're here to hold...
Yeah, I'm here to be held to standards too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, hold me harder.
Each other to standards to become the most excellent men we can be. And that's in a variety of different ways. I believe in masculine excellence in a straight way, in a variety of ways, between intellectual knowledge, working out, making money, and we're here to support each other because life fucking sucks. And it's... life is better with friends. The OCD has multiple people working on a sub-variety of different factions between a media company, research center, clubhouse, recruiting, and conferences. Basically, I know lots of people with different skill sets who I connect to do other stuff and to do projects they find interesting. Because I know people who make conferences, so we're going to throw a conference this spring in Austin, Save the West. You guys should come. Then I know lots of people with skills in research, people who are intellectuals, who have read many things. I connect them together to
books.
Study different topics. So I've had a dozen people working together who research the spirit world, where they pray to God, they do various methods like Gateway, and then they corroborate the results for their studies of religion in the spirit world to reach God more closely. And for the media company, we're...
Yeah, normal stuff. No, that's just a normal thing to throw out there and, not take any additional questions on. The spirit world. The one you all are familiar with, guys. He got his third eye and fourth eye open.
We're making a magazine soon, and then we ultimately like to make video content to be a sort of news or news, entertainment, and educational center. And the way I see these things is that traditional media is really bad and really lame. And I would like to be a person that you can trust, where you can say, Rudyard vetted this to be honest, because I've been lied to so many times in my life that I don't want to lie to someone else. And yeah, it's just, I read enough history. And when you read enough history, you realize that people get fucked over all the time, and it's so unfair. The 30 Years' War, which was a war in 17th century Germany where a third of the population died, everyone's constantly fucking each other over. There's no good guys. And so I just snapped, and I thought, if no one else is going to do this, I'm going to try my best. And I'm excited for the media company. I think they could do really, really well, and I think I just think there's a lot of cool ideas, and I think current culture and current aesthetic and current society is held back by the old forms. And if we can...
Hey Jack, have you ever been to Austin, Texas? Want to go? Maybe go see a convention?
I have never been to Austin, Texas. I might be open to this idea. I'll have to check on what the laws are in Texas regarding trans people, but interesting idea indeed, Paladin. Thank you for the $10 dono.
I opened my third and fourth eyes because I couldn't accept that I just wanted my brown eye open. What I felt is...
There are bounties? Oh, great. It's a do not travel. Oh, good. They're hunting trans people now. That's great. That's safe.
Jump ahead, we can make something truly incredible and truly beautiful, because what else is the nature of life than to do the incredible and the beautiful? The media companies oriented around living history or looking to the past, enjoying the present, and preparing for the future. And I hope you guys stay tuned for the magazine, but we want to make a wide variety of content that aims at the deepest, truest, and most honorable things. So I threw a lot of...
How much of this really happened and how much of this is just him lying? It's really hard to say. I think a lot of the stuff about maybe his childhood might be made up. I think that he does verifiably have connections with other conservatives. That's not surprising. I don't think that's made up. I also don't. I think he also makes up how well he does with the ladies, and I think. I also think he's overblowing his actual ability here, but
I live in
I think
San
a lot of-
Antonio. I can go and take footage for the team.
oh, Simric, that'd be dope as hell. Please. Please. And thank you for the $10 super chat. I appreciate the support, guys. Yeah, this is pretty great. I think that his worldview that he keeps kind of iterating on and articulating here, I think that is true to who he is as a person.
different businesses at you, and I'm working on all of them, and I've already established leadership systems where I built a leadership structure based around the Trinity, based off alchemical teachings, because with a Trinitarian leadership structure, where for a conference, for example, you have 3 people, they can delegate work amongst themselves, and then 2 will always outvote the third to make decisions, where 2 produces deadlock and 1 produces egomania, and then you move out.
Okay, now we're in spirit science territory. We're moving at a good clip here. You know,
The people in the Trinity, where I believe in completely fluid leadership structures. As my father said, let your thought and action be one. And what that means to me is that I am a person who I need to have space in order to lead or in order to make decisions. And so I believe in the decentralization of power, where this is a radically decentralized organization where, for example, the people working in those different businesses, they keep 80% of that. Me and the whole OCD takes 20%. And that's the arrangement I have now, because you guys are doing the fucking work. I want to give you some gratitude. And people work so much harder when they get to financially benefit from it. YouTube did this really well, where they have a lot of subcontractors. And so each of these organizations are self-governing, and they're also built off their own independent rule sets, where I am giving you folks or people in the organization power because I myself do not want to micromanage you. So I'll periodically check with the different organizations. But I built my leadership structure off actually pirate warbands and Cossack warbands.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Oh, oh my God. I base our leadership off of piracy is one hell of a thing to declare. Oh man, I'm lightheaded. That hurt. That like hurt my body. I was not expecting that. That came out of such a weird direction.
Where I bring people together, we do a lot of cool stuff, and then we split the profits. Because I think there's so many smart young right-wing men I run into all the time. The top 20% of Zoomers have more talent than any generation since World War II.
God.
You just have to harness the Zoomer energy, and I'm here to harness the angsty Zoomer energy. I am here to support Zoomers doing cool stuff. And as I say, my purpose here is enable you in goodness and excellence. And this is so much fun. I say because I'm Irish. That's a cultural tick. My attitude is
I use filler words because I'm Irish. God damn, dude.
That for these sorts of things, culture itself is the most important thing. And if we establish a series of independent sub-businesses based around strong unifying values like honor, freedom, and truth, we can shuttle smart people from one topic to another. The thing is that we are generating human capital by selecting really smart, cool guys who can do a lot of amazing things and socializing them with skills.
Just some smart, cool guys with good abs, guys. Like, come on.
And good values. I want to have as many businesses as possible. We could do loads of stuff. Smart guys can do many things. We could have people study theology. We could make a dating
we could do so many kinds of things.
service. We could have people study theology. We could make a dating service. We could
Yeah, you know, because nobody who's smart has done those things before.
I don't know, have services to help small towns. I don't know if these will work, but I'm throwing ideas out. I am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle. You throw me to a crowd and see if I work. And if my ideas fail, throw them out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the thing with culture is it creates an underlying almost nuclear core in human nature that allows you to do a lot of different things. And the thing that we're failing the hardest at is culture. And most of the West's issues are cultural problems. And I take complete responsibility for solving the West's cultural problems.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
We'll get to that later.
Yeah.
But I'm here for you guys. Where
Thank you.
if we can fix the underlying cultural current, we can fix almost every other problem. And the problem with the cultural current is lack of values and connection. And so I'm here to give you folks values and connections. I have no interest in being a strictly political group. I have no interest in being militant. I just believe in being useful to others, and I would like to be useful to.
I also need that sound clip. My rear end. I am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle is one of the most insane things I've ever heard anybody say.
Provide you as many useful services as possible, and yeah, that's what we're about. This isn't an organization that does crazy or aggressive stuff. We're here to provide you useful services, and you will enjoy getting your useful services.
Or else.
And I really... Oh, I need to get to this first. Sorry, I keep a script and then I periodically go on and off the script.
As one does.
I can say with complete certainty that we have the best talent of anywhere. We have the smartest, most moral, adaptive, honorable, brave group of young men you'll find in any place. I am so happy to have you people. You're super cool. You're super smart. Everything I said before. I am so happy that I have the current group of people who I am leading, and I am so grateful for all of you. This couldn't have been a better ride. And upon my honor, I will maintain the quality of this organization because I see this predominantly as
I do declare, Your Honor, I have honor.
it serves many purposes, but as a hiring group, because I have lots of friends in tech and politics where they don't know how to hire young people because college failed. So I will make your son as amazing as possible. I will force your son to be amazing if you give me responsibility for him. Your son, if he leaves my organization, he will be more handsome, he will be smarter, he will be braver, he will be more charming, he will pass on your ancestral line. This is my...
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Also, is this guy just trying to make a group that would be like the Jedi, but if the Jedi were Nazis?
duty. You have my word of honor that I will try to make your son as good as possible. And I see that as a real problem because there's nothing for men, and just men are completely blocked out of life. So this is men supporting each other in a way that
men
is
supporting men.
healthy,
There's nothing gay about
straight, noble, and empathic while going hard. These are the things I stand for from the bottom of my soul. And so I would like to help make me and the OCD as good men as possible. And I'd like you to help hold me responsible for not slipping up. And I mean that in a real sense. I don't mean it in the left sense, where the left always
girls
does
allowed?
stuff
Yeah.
where they'll say, I'm holding you accountable, but it's on.
Yeah, he needs a bunch of, men who are capable of standing railroads straight, ramrods straight, and who are, willing to go as hard as humanly possible, just as harder than you've ever seen anyone go hard.
On their tiny minutia of their stupid philosophy that no reasonable or sane person would care about. I'm just really proud of the quality of guys I get, and we can accomplish anything. If you give us a goal, we can accomplish it. I know people in almost every industry. I know people with different skill sets, and I've spent a lot of time cultivating culture and a leadership structure. You should ask me about the
I think that's his issue with women. They're just not men. Yeah, that is his issue. Yeah. Exactly.
Leadership structure, where I took it from a lot of different historic influences, because I care a lot about the innate biodiversity and the innate fluidity of the group, because I very much prioritize groups that operate seamlessly, where you need to have leadership on an asynchronous level, where purely I do not have to do all the leading. Because once you have leadership on an asynchronous level, and it's very important to vet people for values, you can accomplish so much more, because that's how all great empires were created. The British, the Greeks, the Mongols,
great empires.
Every great empire was formed because men took responsibility for holding each other accountable to get better.
Yeah.
The horror. We might have a better society. And I believe purely in positive things. I don't. There is no negative side to this message. I am just here to try to help men to be better. And I take responsibility for it.
I don't think that you can do that, though. Like, I don't think you're helping men to be better. Like, if that's your goal, you're not accomplishing it.
And this is just so dope. Like, the group's got a lot of energy. We're doing a lot of projects. I couldn't be happier. And it's we're backed by lots of people. We're backed by lots of people in a sub variety of fields.
There are dozens of us. Dozens.
Multiple celebrities in the group whose names I will not mention, as well as people from multiple presidential administrations, CEOs, and genuine intellectuals who are making philosophic breakthroughs. The group is backed by multiple Silicon Valley kingpins and politicians. This is what I do in my free time, I guess. Hit me up if you're interested. We are going...
This guy is absolute... I believe that this guy is in an echelon of networking where he does know some rich people in Silicon Valley.
So we're working on getting some land to build a group home, to support men, to take care of men's needs, to help them stop bowing to the world and stand up ramrod straight. So come to Ram Ranch.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, holy moly. I bet it's Peter fucking Thiel. I mean, I don't know if he has access to Peter Thiel, but I bet he has access to someone who has access to Peter Thiel. You know what I mean? I think he knows Balaji Srinivasan. That is my headcanon right now. I think he is in the circle of, conservative crypto tech bros that overlaps incredibly nicely with a guy who has a couple $100 million, or $100 million in his bank account. NSE, thank you for the 100 biddies over on Twitch. I appreciate the support, guys.
Going to be opening the group up to the public.
Also, the standards for getting investors from, conservatives it's so low. It's basically non-existent.
Public this February. And so we will have people who...
Oh, damn, that's next month. Maybe we need to save the last one until then, huh?
Who will read emails and assess you based on whether or not you're a fit for the group, where I have many friends who study psychological traits. And so we have already made a test to assess the members by psychological traits, which we would like to make into an AI. And one of our goals is, with my background in human nature and anthropology, to establish AI.
You don't have that. You don't have a background in human nature and anthropology. That's not a thing you have, guy. You've read books and you make YouTube videos. You are not you don't have a degree in anthropology. You don't have expertise in this field. And I'm sorry, what was that second thing?
Members by psychological traits, which we would like to make into an AI. And one of our goals is with my traits. And so February. And so we will have people who will read emails and assess you based on whether or not you're a fit for the group, where I have many friends who study psychological traits. And so we have already made a test to assess the members by psychological traits, which we would like to make into an AI. And one of our goals is with my background in human nature and anthropology.
Yeah, that having a background in human nature is not a thing. That's not a field of expertise. Every human you have ever interacted with could make exactly the same claim of expertise.
To establish AIs and technology to assess the cultural level of society,
God.
to assess for cultural levels of healthiness and group compatibility. Does this ethnicity, do they work well in a company with this ethnicity? That with this person's
What a very interesting point to just bring up out of the blue there. Can people of different ethnicities possibly work in the same environment? I wonder where you're getting that question from. Totally not racist guy.
personality traits, how are you supposed to teach to them? With this person, what will they perceive as an insult? And this is why mentalizing is so important to me, understanding and empathizing with how others think. Because without it, we're completely blind, as we can see with our current elite, which is completely incapable of empathizing with anyone, including their own people. I really love the act of being a leader. I feel truly alive for the first time. I can feel your energy and I can connect with you even through the screen. There's
Dude, you're not okay. You're not okay.
nothing that can beat the feeling of speaking in front of a crowd, channeling its energy into your words, and as you
How much more of this is there? Like 2 hours and 19 minutes.
breathe in unison with the crowd. There's nothing better than holding the knife of decision in the air, where you're about to make a decision, trying to figure out where you strike.
Now you guys couldn't see that, but I'm just gonna back it up real quick.
Channeling its energy into your words, and as you breathe in unison with the crowd, there's nothing better than holding the knife of decision in the air, where you're about to make a decision, trying to figure out where you strike.
Yeah.
The act of making a decision and executing is it's so hype. And there's nothing more fun than assessing every single other player in the game and finding their strengths and weaknesses. God willing, I would like to do this for the rest of my life. So I basically decided to take the future of conservatism into my own hands. I'm here to cooperate with people. Whatever that needs, I'll do it. And I believe in human flourishing, so I support I'm not here to throw over tables and that stuff. I'm just here to support you and help you in the way you would like. So I take responsibility for the soul of my society. I take responsibility that we have the cultural institutions that allow us, through rightism, to flourish. That is my main method. I do not want to run for office or attain political power or that stuff. I would just like to help heal the sickness in our culture, because we're so sick and it's so disgusting. And I have been in communication with God that's gradually increased as I healed from PTSD. Because as I pulled out the PTSD, the thing that filled the void was God. And as I've healed, I feel God more and more. And it's just made my life so beautiful and it's so meaningful. And I can't overstate how incredible it is. And so
yeah, this is cult. I mean, cultic for sure, but also like now I am starting to kind of be like, this, yeah, no, yep, no, yep.
Thank you. And thank you. The manifesto I wrote, the manifesto for the New Right, that was dictated to me by God. And God told me that I should integrate science, Christianity, and Darwinism into a single coherent theory. I've been regularly communicating with God about what he believes the future of the right philosophically should be. And this is what I'm about to feed you in this video is the best attempt. It will not be perfect. And this is a work in process where I integrate with you as a public. We talk to each other and I change my ideas over time so that we can help all of each other to attain the best state possible. The ideology I've been developing I call Formism so far, although I'm not attached to that name. Formism is the idea.
Okay, so now he's just telling us about his ideology for real, like straight up. Tell us about Formism. What is it? Well, folks, I guess we're in part 3 now of this second video. And honestly, he's about to start explaining his ideology of Formism, right? Now, I have to assume he's talking about like the forms, but I guess we'll let him roll with it. Like so far, what we've got is eugenics, mandated by God. We've got psychic powers. Magic is real, apparently, and also he believes that the world is being controlled by a small group of people to nefarious ends, and that he is called upon personally to rise up and save, at the very least, his ethnic group from destruction. So he sees himself as very savior-like. But let's hear what his ideology is like in more specific terms.
That we should replicate the divine forms in material form, that we should study God and the divine platonic forms through mysticism to make technologies which can model the divine will as closely as possible, that the force that powers the universe is responsibility and honor. It's a socially conservative, meritocratic, masculine, martial, mystic, and yet technologically progressive worldview, as you'll see over the course of this video. God is not satisfied with us and says that our current society is an abomination of degeneracy, demons, and evil. As I've come closer with
that's right. Also, God talks directly to him now.
God, I've come to completely loathe the current society we live in. We live in the world before the flood, like in the Old Testament, where before God smites everyone. And the degeneracy is so evil, our society is dying in real time in front of our own eyes, yet we're too complacent to realize it. As time came to pass, I came to realize the world of modernism that I thought I had lived in for my whole life was a lie and was never real at all, that I had been duped. And as I saw the world through God, my entire perspective on the universe changed. I stopped seeing the world as right or left, but rather upon does it carry God's positive life charge or not? Is it?
You gonna go into that at all? You gonna go into the positive life charge? We talking about anti-life equations now? What are we doing here? What is this? Why is this? Honestly. All right.
Is it a higher form where it is capable of greater complexity and more aligned with the divine will, or is it a lower form built off pettiness? I came to realize that God...
So, by the way, if you're not familiar with the concept of forms, I think it comes from Plato or Aristotle, I forget. One of the Greek ones. And the idea of it is that we have concepts, and concepts have ideal forms that exist in like the ether, right? and we merely make crude copies of those things. And so when he's talking about making, the divine forms real in material reality, he's literally talking about like, we make the perfect chair. What does it even mean to have a perfect chair? Like already he is basing his ideology on like completely subjective standards. There's not like there's not like an anchor here. There's no foundation. He's taking it literally.
God was the only force strong enough to avoid Mouse Utopia. God was the force missing from our society, and that everything was
We have to avoid Mouse Utopia.
a false cardboard imitation of something real, since it lacked the inner spirit of God which permeated it. We try to imitate God's excellence only to fail and grow resentful. Our entire age of history is lies made as humans tried to make that which only God can do. I started praying to God all the time. This was a side effect of my PTSD. There were too many nights I couldn't sleep. PTSD is so horrible, I can't overstate it. Growing up, I had always believed that the true bedrock of my character was honor, that when things were the worst they could ever be, that my reflexive concept of honor was something that I could always rely on. That worked when the suffering of my childhood was at its worst, when I had a really horrible external threat. But once I lost immediate risks, I needed a moral code besides honor to process the world through. However, with the year upon year of horrible pain, honor still wasn't enough. Who am I to stand against the world? I'm just a weak mortal who suffers every day, who's fucking always in pain. I was thinking today about how every day of my life, ever since I can remember, I have been in physical pain. PTSD is so funny. I will literally fight my mom to the death, I'll go to hell, or drop out of school, but then I get anxious about a clock in a different room chiming so I can't sleep at night. Or I think about, do I send this text? I stopped doing this in the last 6 months. Do I send a text at 12:03 or 12, which is better? And the real answer is 12:03. I get anxious over little stuff rather than the big stuff. It's funny, but it's human nature. I realized that Christ was the only thing capable of giving my life peace.
Okay, but how did you determine that was the real, like, he hasn't gotten into, like, how, so far it's been hippy dippy nonsense, right? It's been like, I have telepathic powers and magic is real, right? But when you start talking about, like, Christ, you start talking about, like, a very specific set of ideology of religious belief. And I want to know how are you determining that out of like the pantheon of different religious beliefs that contradict each other? In some ways explicitly contradict each other. How are you coming to the conclusion that this is the correct one? I want to know, because that it's a question that fascinates me, And I don't think we're going to get a fully thought out, sketched out concept of this.
After a long day of suffering through the horrors of PTSD, when it's 4 a.m. and I know I'm not going to sleep that night, I take various supplements and pass out thinking about Christ's love. It's the most beautiful thing in the world. I think about the beauty of being cleaned out of my sins and knowing the way, that all life has already been solved since I follow Christ, since you are knowing what doing the right thing is. After having a schizophrenic mother and an autistic father, something
I feel like maybe you should be a bit open to the idea that maybe you aren't, your judgment is not infallible here, bud. I think maybe you should be open to that concept.
thing I really like about Christianity is that if you follow it correctly, you can face any life situation, and religion is a technique on how to deal with it. Due to my mother's gaslighting, I've always been paranoid that I've been crazy over my life. I've always been scared that I will lose control of my own mind and descend into madness under the horror I've seen. I have a pretty good mental map of the spirit world at this point, where I've been
Pretty good mental map of the spirit world at this point. Okay. All right.
gaining it from different spiritual forces. And what Christianity does is it operates like a triangle in the spirit world, where the tree of life is all conscious thought in the biosphere,
Yeah.
while in the tree of life is things you can see in mystic experiences. It's just the nature of the spirit world itself. And then Christianity's the cross, as its dominant symbol suggests, in that Christ and Christianity allows you to move up and down from higher forms out of lower forms. So
That's not how forms work. Like you're talking about forms in a way that Plato would never have been on board with. That you don't travel between forms. Like he's saying that, well, Christ is true because the cross is a thing that allows you to transport between the forms. No. What the hell are you on about?
the cross. You have human life as this rod. This is two-dimensional reality. And then Christianity lets you become a better person. It lets you to move up the cross. And it makes you more like God. And Christianity is very effective at that thing, making you good. But then it doesn't.
When people talk about esoteric Nazism, this is what they mean. Like, this is picking and choosing different concepts from philosophy, from other religions, in order to justify, the core conclusion that he's demonstrating. And that core conclusion is why his white supremacy is justified, right? Like, he looks around, he's like, why am I alienated from society? Well, it's because of, all of these non-whites, and also it's because, I need to be fulfilled by this religious fervor.
Doesn't have mental techniques for other things, because even Christianity, although it was made by God, it does not have techniques for every single element of human life, especially the ways to relate to power that stem from industrial technology, which is what I'd like to do, where I am fully a Christian, and if I say anything that ever contradicts the Bible in these things, I immediately submit. I do not fuck with Yahweh. He wins every fight. But I am here to help life develop and help the biosphere attain greater excellence.
Yeah, what do you mean by that, though? Like, when you refer to the biosphere, I'm assuming you're referring to all life, not just human life, all life. Like, are you here to help the viruses? Are you here to help the worms that are 12 miles underground? Did you watch the movie Biosphere and now you're just kind of obsessed with the concept?
And that, although I am Christian full-heartedly, I need to get our people to survive. So, remember...
I need to get our people to survive. Yeah, all right.
In the spirit world, Christianity's the triangle. And then you have the tree, which is all human life. So Christianity's here to make you a better person. It's not here to increase your reproductive fitness. I was able to trust again through Christ, since I knew that if I followed Christianity, I would have a path through the swamp of life. I was able to conceptualize Christianity as a psychic charge that I can pull spiritual energy from. Basically, the way I naturally conceptualize the world is energetic, where the way I process reality is that I have my own energetic field, and that everything around me, life is like a buzzing forest. So when I talk to someone, I can feel...
Oh, okay, the force is real. All right, awesome.
Feel you, I can sense you, I can figure out your core strength.
I have to reiterate, this is fascinating to see unfold from a guy that hundreds of thousands of people pay attention to. This guy has set over 700,000 subscribers on YouTube, and he frequently guests on other conservative shows. And like he's full on melting down his entire ideology of white supremacy and Nazism here for the world to see. And granted, it is hard to get to because this is buried 5 hours into his 10-hour long manifesto. But like, honestly, this is the end result of how, you know, pseudoscience and conspiracy and new age hippy dippy bullshit melts your brain. This is how all of those pipelines wind up in the far right. Like, this is emblematic of everything I talk about related to the conspiracy singularity. You know, he is demonstrating it right here. You know?
Strengths and weaknesses. I can figure out more of what your story is, and I can...
You don't need to figure that out. You can just ask. You can just ask a goddamn question.
sense a lot of stuff about you just from your vibe. And so I feel your vibe and I relate to that. And
he thinks vibes are literal. Oh my god. Oh my god, he thinks that vibes are literal, chat. He thinks that the universe is energy, and if you are vibrating, he can pick up on your vibe and he understands more about your inner being because he can read your vibes. This is so dumb.
And this is just how I process all of reality. I feel the vibe of the audience right now. And so I could sense Christ as a very powerful source to siphon energy from. Mm-hmm. And I conceptualized my relationship with Christianity as a psychic string where I could just draw spiritual energy, like a mother with a baby with the umbilical cord.
Yeah,
basically
totally makes sense,
a way to conceptualize an incredibly powerful warren. And a warren for a mystic is a place that you draw energy from.
What? Okay, I'm gonna Google this. Mystic warren. Man, thanks AI Google answer. What a great what a great answer AI overview of Googling that gives me. A mystic warren is a place where rabbits live underground in burrows and runs for a long time. The word mystical can also refer to a direct communication with God or ultimate reality. And it's like, okay, that literally didn't explain jack or shit to me. And I am not finding information about this elsewhere. The idea of like a mystic warren. Interesting stuff.
And so Christianity is an incredibly powerful warren where people around the world and over history have developed techniques to siphon psychic energy from God to them so that as they pray, they become more like God. This is quite obvious when you look at history. This is exactly what the nature of Christianity is. And it suggests as well that people can have religious experiences, that there are these psychic warrens, which could be ideas, which could be religions, that people share ideas with, and they're operating out of this shared idea space, which ultimately must exist in the spirit world because an idea must exist somewhere.
Oh boy.
Christ's great gift to us is that when people hear about my childhood, they say, I'm glad I'm not that kid. I'm glad I'm not that kid for my whole fucking life. And between childhood trauma, not being understood by others psychologically, and the baby boomers leaving society as a dumpster fire, as well as getting friggin' messages from the spirit world, my whole life has been people pitying me and then not doing shit about it. I get you have sympathy, but...
Okay, so that was really interesting, because I was waiting for him to try and bring it around here, and he didn't.
Shared idea space, which ultimately must exist in the spirit world because an idea must exist somewhere.
It exists in your brain, in your fleshy meat prison. That's where ideas exist.
Christ's great gift to us is that when people hear about my childhood,
he starts out by saying Christ's great gift to us, and then immediately begins talking about himself.
They say, I'm glad I'm not that kid. I've been I'm glad I'm not that kid for my whole fucking life. And between childhood trauma, not being understood by others psychologically, and the baby boomers leaving society as a dumpster fire, as well as getting friggin' messages from the spirit world, my whole life has been people pitying me and then not doing shit about it. I get you have sympathy, but I want empathy. I want you to actually understand.
Does he have any infographics that go with this? Great question, Bread and Toast. No, it's just him sitting in front of a camera. That's it. That's all he's doing. You know? Christ's gift to us. We are not that kid. Yeah.
And my struggle, and how do I deal with it? What the fuck am I supposed to do with this crap? And Christ is the great gift to I'm glad I'm not that kids of the world. He is the only person who's actually tried to fix our problem. And so,
oh man, this is so high school, dog.
Thank you, Christ. You will always have my eternal loyalty. And I think it's because the Jews have been that people of history. They're the people that people keep taking pot shots at.
Mm-hmm.
And Christ is great for those who have been unfairly nailed to the cross. And so I'm eternally grateful for Christ for giving me a way to get out of PTSD. Thank you. There were too many nights in that time when I prayed to God, I will literally do anything you say for me to get this pain to end. I remember begging God how it was cosmically acceptable to let a mortal suffer this much. That if the pain ever stopped, that I would thank God every single day and just live my life for him. That this pain wasn't something my body could take. That I just didn't have the emotional registers to deal with this. My faith in God stemmed from it being the only thing I could draw real solace from. I've done lots of really cool stuff in my life, but in my moments of suffering, I can only think about Christ on the cross. I wrote this video since my life goal as a child and adult was to brag as much as possible.
Okay, so he wrote all of this out. He wrote all of this out, read it, reread it, said, yeah, this makes sense, and then recorded himself and edited himself presenting this. Like, I don't think you can argue that this is a joke. I don't think you can argue that it would in any way achieve the ends he stated his joke would achieve. And like, this is bizarre. What the fuck is this? We are going over the What If Alt Hist manifesto. If you don't know who that is, he is a large conservative YouTuber who pals around in far-right circles, but produces content that is accessible for children. That's kind of his thing. He wants to raise up a generation of young Hitlerites, I guess. And I feel like exposing this, you know, whether you want to call it mental illness or you want to call it like Nazism or fascism, some combination of both is the most likely. Like, I think more people need to know about this.
Possible. This is a video I wrote where I do get to brag, and there are a few accomplishments I'd like to briefly gloat over before I continue dictating things God said to me. One time I went viral for posting a photo of me when someone posted a really nerdy photo as a caption to something I said. The real photo of me was so handsome as a contrast that it got nearly 1 million views.
Okay. Okay.
I'm going to hold the I was so handsome I went viral card over people for the rest of my life. So
You do that.
I've just stopped caring, and I'm just going to tell you folks the total truth.
Oh, okay. We have another outfit change. Here he is. New outfit. I feel like it's important to update you guys.
I've been using a cocktail of supplements to survive the physical suffering of PTSD. PTSD is literally physically painful, and so without these, I lose the actual ability to move. That's not an exaggeration in that without these supplements to loosen up my amygdala or my emotional brain,
we're just getting so many curveballs here. I don't even know. I don't know what to say. Taking a complex cocktail of who knows what in order to make your brain function at all seems not healthy. But I don't know what his health levels are like, but I am concerned about him being like, I need to loosen up my amygdala the same way someone would say I need to loosen up my chakras.
my amygdala shuts my brain down, so I lose the ability to speak, move, or think. There have literally been dozens of times in my life I lose the ability to speak or walk, where I sit paralyzed in a chair, unable to do anything, or even move my head or my arms. Oftentimes, I'll have friends next to me who try to speak to me, and I literally can't reply for over half an hour since the verbal part of my brain's shut down. The only way I ever sleep is with these supplements and relaxants. Kratom is the substance that saved my life on PTSD.
I gotta be honest, I don't know what kratom is, so I'm looking it up right now. How does kratom affect the body? Opioid and stimulant-like effects. Oh. Some adverse effects range from mild to severe. Some people who use kratom have reported mild side effects such as nausea, constipation, dizziness, and drowsiness. In case reports, clinicians report seeing patients with a wide range of rare but serious adverse effects associated with kratom exposure, including mental and neurological symptoms, confusion, tremors, and seizures, heart and lung problems, gastrointestinal problems, and liver problems. Okay. And drug interactions may influence the effects of kratom, meaning it combines with other drugs as well. I think maybe taking a cocktail of these drugs might be a poor decision, but
I'm not gonna lie, kratom is addictive and is not a perfect substance. It's a low-level opiate, which is a traditional remedy from Thailand, where among the local peoples, they take kratom to work their 12-hour shifts in the rubber plantations and with hard factory work. As I said before, it's literally saved my life. I would not be able to physically move for years without it.
Lots of chronic pain patients have used it because pain doctors don't treat pain anymore. Okay, that makes sense.
My life would be so excruciatingly painful, even today, without kratom. I have gone through kratom withdrawal 6 times. It's not that bad for me, although I know it's worse for other people. Where for me, the withdrawal is only a single day. For other people, it can be weeks. And each time, after a few months, I relapse back onto kratom because something bad happened in my life, like a work issue or problem with family.
I'm still confused what he's talking about when he talks about his PTSD, because, how is your PTSD causing you pain? I would love, we're getting so much information, but so much of it is not answering basic questions I have.
And I needed just to wake up and do my job. Even with all the issues, I give kratom an overwhelmingly positive review. It's way better than taking antidepressants and especially benzos. I was looking at all of the alternatives that the regime wants you to take for
The
PTSD, and they're
regime.
benzos. Look at what benzos did to Peterson. That's a 6-month withdrawal, not a 2-day withdrawal. That's a real issue. And my home state of Pennsylvania got wiped out by way more powerful opiates. Pennsylvania is the state of the country that has the most opiate deaths of any state. Even California or Texas in sheer numbers due to the pain of deindustrialization. And the opiates the regime feeds you, those have, again, 4 to 6, those have, I don't know if, I think it's 4 to 6 months, check that. And I can't be thankful enough for Kratom. When you look at the coalition building I did, times I talked to God, reading, traveling, it was powered off the green haze, as I called it. And again, if you are watching this and you have made it this far, I trust that you should be responsible. You should use these supplements in a way that is responsible, and you should not.
I'm going to pause this and say I cannot at all encourage you to use products that are not deemed safe. If you need to, go for it. But like I do not endorse his ringing endorsement of this addictive opioid. Not a thing I can do with any degree of responsibility.
Not be addicted, and you
Talk to your doctor.
should do correct decisions in your life. And if you are addicted and it's bad, you should stop being addicted. I speak to you as an adult, and I just show gratitude when I or grateful things. Kava's amazing. That's a Polynesian form of tea that relaxes you. I take that to sleep. You can get it at Amazon. And CBD has also helped me a lot lately. And it annoys me our society's drug culture, where people in my life, especially boomers, have freaked out and taking this stuff, and I'm thinking, alcohol's worse. The friggin' supplements the government tells you to use, so the medications are worse. And my attitude is be responsible. Research this yourself, talk to your friends, make correct decisions about your life since I don't know you. I hope you can understand this video as a form of therapy for me, and so I need to tell you this story.
I mean, I think we picked that up. I think we picked up that maybe this had some therapeutic effects for you, bud.
Where I have gone through Kratom withdrawal 6 times. It is excruciatingly painful, but it's only for like 1 or 2 days, or sometimes 3 days. And when I was a kid, and this is like country people stuff,
He's really about this Kratom.
my friends and I would talk about was it more painful to be stung by a wasp or a bee or other animals, or like stinging nettle and stuff, or poison ivy. And as a kids, we'd talk about, imagine fire ants, getting stung by a fire ant, or being stung by a Japanese hornet. And my life is so excruciatingly painful that I would take those.
If you are being addicted, you stop it, right now. Stop being addicted. I am speaking to you as an adult.
Yeah, just stop, Fivehead. Just stop being addicted, you fool. You buffoons. God, why haven't you come up with that idea yet? Have you considered just not doing it? Doy. Also, Lady Rain Cloud, thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciate you.
Stings, and that's not an invitation, God, against the level of suffering I have experienced. Because the first time I went through Kratom withdrawal, I was in Thailand, and I didn't pack Kratom with me. I just didn't want to have it. And so I went through withdrawal, and this was the first time it happened to me. And I didn't sleep all night. And I took too much Benadryl because I couldn't sleep. And I was panicking I was going to die because I took so much Benadryl to sleep, and then I didn't. And I...
Great story. 10 out of 10 story right there. I almost overdosed on Benadryl, but then I didn't. The end. Good golly, dog.
I couldn't lie down because my body was constantly shaking with withdrawal symptoms. And I thought I was going to die because this was the first time I'd ever gone through withdrawal, and I was just terrified. And after that night, I actually didn't have any withdrawal symptoms. But that...
Oh, well, Metal Kitty Mom, to be clear, he did go see a therapist. She was just like a total bitch and didn't want to see conservatives. Unironically, that was his story.
At night was horrible, and it was truly terrible. I remember calling Merrick at 7 a.m. Thailand's time, which was his night, and I basically called him to say, Merrick, something really bad just happened. And then I started taking some kava, and I passed out that morning when I was reading James C. Scott's book on Southeast Asian anarchism. I'm just sharing this story for you because I want to convey the amount of physical suffering I went through. And even with all the withdrawal is deeply unpleasant. It feels like you're fucking dying, and it feels like... I think opiate withdrawal is actually a useful parallel for our current society because I think we are so powered off the opium of modernity that once our society goes through population...
Oh, boy. No, that's not how... Saying that society works like an opioid addiction is just like the whole body politic fallacy all over again. You know, like it's faulty thinking. Like politics does not work like a human body does, and trying to compare it like it does is a fool's errand.
decline, we will experience symptoms like opiate withdrawal. And I tell you this.
Yeah, you can die from withdrawal. Postmodern Prometheus, excellent point to make. If you are not doing it safely, it can kill you.
It's really scary. You feel like you're dying, but you're not. Everything will be fine. If you are going through opiate withdrawal, I want you to know you will be fine. You are in horrible pain, but you need to keep going to go through withdrawal. Even with all this, I still think Kratom's a good product. Bye.
Oh my god, we did it. Guys. We have 1 hour left. We're officially in the final hour of the second video. Wait, what? Yeah, you guys thought it was done? Nope, we're on part 8, motherfuckers. We are not even remotely close. So this is where we are. Part 8, you are a deer. And honestly, I don't know where this is gonna go. I don't fucking know what this guy's about anymore. And drink some water though. Nuh-uh, I'm not a deer. I've never even cared to think I'm a deer. Here we go. And consider oiling the stream.
Hi, everybody. It's funny. After talking to you for 5 hours, I almost feel as if we've built up a sort of relationship. You
I don't like that. Don't like that concept you came up with there.
don't know me. I don't know you, but you feel as if you know me because I have shown you who I am. And this video is an honest rendition of who I am as a person because I'm so tired of lying all the time. I'm tired of putting up a facade. This video is who I am. This is all completely true. And you have my word before God. And it's hilarious that I'm holding you guys in some kind of hostage before I tell you the word of God. And I am going to use this, so you have to listen to my small talk, my dad jokes, and my life story.
Man, I wish that all you put in here was your life story, small talk, and dad jokes, but that's absolutely not what we got. That you may have printed that on the tin, sir, but we did not actually receive that product.
So, most of the shirts, except for a handful I wanted to go for a different style, are blue, because I like the color blue, and it's also the blue room. Blue is my color. And look at this nice shirt. I bought it. I like hippie.
I mean, he wants to brag about his shirt, so I guess I should look at his nice shirt, everybody. It's a decent shirt, I guess. I don't know.
Hippie clothes sometimes, but this one's difficult to wash. I have to hand wash it, which is really annoying. But I like the signs here. I like the moon symbolism. This is one of my favorite colors. And I collect a lot of clothes. It's one of my hobbies. So I really don't like ironing my shirt, where It's just really annoying, and I can't get the heat temperature exactly right, so I end up making heat stains on the shirt, so I have to fill up the iron. I just don't want to fucking do this. And this is one of the annoying things of the breakdown of society, is in a
What?
previous society, we had gender.
That's one of the annoying things about the breakdown in society, is that you would be able to get a woman, you'd be able to coerce a woman into doing that for you. Fuck off, man.
Roles. So each sex did the things they liked. I know most women would be mortified to get on this call and talk about talking to God and leading and opening up like this, but I fucking love this stuff. And if we had gender roles, I'm just saying as a brief psyop, we could split ourselves up into doing tasks we actually like as each sex. And I was thinking about
So true, King. So true. It's actually woke when you think about it. Sterling Thomas, thank you for the $4.20 dono. I appreciate it. Democracy is when I make women do mommy duties. Honestly, that is basically what he's saying here, right?
I think about was
Also,
my
thank
hair
you for
good
the
enough
donut.
for today? I think about these things, and the ultimate conclusion I came to is yes, but
It's not. It's not though. The conclusion you came to was incorrect. However.
then I realized it doesn't actually matter, because the actual meat of this statement is so much more important than the small talk and the finishings and that stuff. So I'll get back to telling you some more stuff about God. So the last story for the last year of my life is that in some ways it's been pretty boring, because my life is a lot of crazy adventures. I've mostly stayed in Texas working on my projects. But in other ways, this last year is by far the most interesting period of my life, in a way that cannot be overstated. And I walk around my neighborhood every day, and the way I process the world is I pick a location, and I mentally attach emotional significance to it. So when I pass there, I register the emotional state I normally have. So for me, I walk around, and walking in silence is my favorite hobby. And then I'll
Oh man, dog. Stop posting your L's. So, like that's a weird thing for your favorite. Out of all the hobbies you could possibly have, just walking silently, you could just say going for a walk. God.
think through it. And so I can look around and see the physical manifestations around me in my geography of the emotional journey I've gone through in my life. And this is how culture forms. This is why in Europe, the Seine River is way smaller than the Delaware River. But the Seine or the Tiber, or the Thames, these relatively small rivers had so much history attached to them that their size, size isn't everything, where they're
Thanks. Also, remember the joke I made like 4 hours ago about that woman leaving him because he had a tiny dick? You're not beating the allegations now.
lack of size compared to something like the Delaware River, but they're so historically important. So with that out of the way, my life is really strange, and I spend several hours a day trying to emotionally process it. It's hard for me to watch a lot of media because it's just not interesting enough. And my life is so nuts. I spend a lot of
Movies just aren't interesting to me because my life is so much more colorful.
time trying to deconstruct what it feels like. And all the time, on a regular basis, I walk around often past midnight just to clear my head, because I find just the
Man, I'm not gonna lie here. I also used to do that. But I used to do that because I was desperately trying to avoid the fact that I was a trans woman. You know? And I'm not saying that's what's behind this, but there's like something big that he's running away from mentally. I don't know what it is, but this is a weird thing to do.
energy during the day overwhelming. I don't I like it when everything's quiet. I like it when everything is really low vibes, because that's when I can think. I need to have a lot of space to be able to think. And so I love walking around past midnight. And this
might also be the gay. It's true.
This is what made my PTSD-induced insomnia better, because I don't like sleeping. I've been scared to sleep at night for almost all of my life, and I just walk around and I can walk the fear out of me, and I do all my best thinking at night. When you look at the things in this video, most of this was done past midnight, and my family has a genetic ability to see in the dark.
We're descended from a race of cat people. We were the original furries, you know. We would our clan would roam the wilderness. Our slitted eyes looking this way and that way.
Somebody call King Missile because this guy is a sensitive artist. Everyone is lower than him.
It's true, One-Eyed Heathen. Thank you so much. Drank one. I think we found out what other type of substance he's taking, and it's a potion of dark vision. It's Kratom, potion of dark vision, and something else, presumably.
So my dad, for example, kept our house super dim, and it freaked his girlfriend out because my dad and I could see really well in the darkness, and she couldn't, and so she
I'm guessing that you don't have a genetic ability to see in the dark better. I'm guessing your dad's autistic and understood that having the big light on is like one of the worst things in existence. Additionally, I'm gonna guess that you grew up with your house being very dim, so you are simply more used to having your eyes in dim light. I don't know that that is a genetic predisposition, my guy. Yeah, the big light is a crime. Fun fact, my big light over in my living room went out like a year ago. I haven't gotten the bulbs replaced. Because why would I want to turn on the big light anyway? I don't even want the big light to be on.
got triggered that we kept our house at super low lighting. My mom's the same way. My parents are also very sensitive to sound, as I am, which is part of the reason why we lived in the countryside. And so I'll just walk around at night and I can see everything. Even if there's no moon, I can see in the dark, so I don't really need a flashlight or anything. The dialogues when I walk mostly consist of me talking to God, and for the longest time, that consisted of me complaining to God about how unfair it was he made me suffer this much, and then secondarily, me asking him about how the universe works. And I take CBD every single day, and the way CBD works is that it has some of the active ingredients of weed, but it's legal in Texas because the boomers in charge haven't realized it yet, though. However, the CBD doesn't really get me high. I can think clearly.
Yeah, because CBD doesn't have any of the psychoactive substances that, normal weed has.
Recorded parts of this on CBD. I'm curious you guys can tell which parts I did and I didn't. I've gone on live streams with CBD. I've called investors and closed deals. I've done leadership with CBD. I just live my life. It just chills me out, and it processes how I perceive reality because it calms my mind down, and I'm so hyperactive that I need my mind to calm down for me to get anything done. So the irony is that when I take the CBD to relax, the religious thinking comes out because underneath the terror is religious thinking. And there are certain areas of the trail, as I said before, when I look at them, I realize it makes me think of certain things in my life. So I have certain postmarks on the trail that influence how I think about the world. I was praying to God to end my suffering for like the 10,000th time, and God did reply this time. However, it was a different God than the ones I spoke to before.
Oh my God. Okay, wait. So, back up. So, you've spoken to multiple gods. This is a lot like reading Empress Therese. Thank you for the $2 Canadian, Liz Bay. Liza Bay? But this guy believes in Jesus Christ, right? So presumably some flavor of Christianity. And basic tenet of that, only through Christ are you saved. But there are so many other deities out there. You as a servant of Christ can be hijacked by another one. They can just call you up on the old spiritual cell phone.
This was the Norse god Odin. I will later explain to you over the course of this video.
Oh, Floof the Floofy, there are, you can have different genetic predispositions to see better in the dark. I just don't believe that this guy did the genetic testing and knows that he has that gene. I think he just assumes it.
Why me communing with a pagan god does not count as heresy. I've thought this through. He said my PTSD was a tool for him. He said my PTSD was a tool for him, and I had already completed the task he asked me to do. He said that he had cleaned me out of my PTSD. There'd be some ups and downs, but it was basically over. And that was right. This happened like 3 months ago, and my PTSD's gotten so much better. I feel happy. I feel relaxed. I feel so grateful. Thank you, God. Thank you for healing me of PTSD. I prayed for you thousands of times to do this, and thank you so much. I'm just gonna keep...
So, you already established that you haven't been cured of your PTSD, but also he's like full-on Golluming right now, like from Lord of the Rings, like rubbing his hands together and rocking back and forth. This is a bit rough, this part.
Thanking you in front of this audience to demonstrate how grateful I am. You don't understand. And he said that he had been... we already did that. Oh yeah, he said that he had been using me and that I'd already done most of the work he wanted me to do. He said that I didn't have to worry anymore and the rest of my life would be a lot easier. He said that although my future life might be difficult, it would never have the psychic torment that I experienced before, which was more painful than the physical pain I could experience in the future. And nothing would match the psychological hell I was living in. He told me that I wasn't going to get any new memories from my childhood and that I could stop worrying about my childhood trauma. That if I just let go of PTSD, he would give me something way better to deal with. And he started showing me visions as I walked around my neighborhood that morning. I saw the world as a unified, beautiful place in which everything is connected and every action affects every action, and meaning is wrought into the substructure of the universe, and that all things are innately meaningful by their design. The world has so much meaning that you will find meaning when you do things because there is so much meaning to be found in the world. You just have to be open to God's love. You just have to be humble and realize that you are weak and powerless. And once you realize your own innate powerlessness, you can assess your situation correctly to find meaningness. But the first step is...
I just have to say, like, this seems to me identical to just, like, the ranting of somebody who is not fully there, you know?
Submission to God, and after you submit to God, you can make an accurate assessment of your environment based out of humility to attain as much excellence as possible. This is the way. And I saw all of conscious life, including spirits, men, and animals, as the anima mundi, where all of our conscious experiences feed together into the living consciousness of the anima mundi, which is Latin for the mind of the world, which is God's way of processing consciousness and life on Earth.
You know, I will say that in D&D, that concept's neat. There's I believe a creature called an anima mundi, which can basically become like like a local deity, like a god of the land type thing. They are technically classified as slimes, and you could encounter one that would be up to like level 30 or so, because they can grow to be the size of planets, which is just fun. That's a neat thing to learn, I guess.
Or it's called in the Christian tradition the Holy Spirit. Yahweh uses the Holy Spirit to manifest through the world.
Oh, I see. So God is both infallible, but also wrote a very easily confused concept. Like they couldn't add like a passage in the Bible that like the Holy Spirit or Anima Mundi, couldn't do that. All right.
And I could see all the sorrows and horrors of my life and realized it was all part of a plan which balanced out at the end. I saw that the lack of magic and mystery I had experienced upon seeing modern life was itself a sub-aspect of the universe. Life is so innately mysterious and magical that it allows a lack of mystery to balance it out. The death of God was a scheme by God to show us how much we needed him for his brief absence, being only a few centuries, which God processes as less than a second, made us miserable to the point of suicide. He said, I let you guys have autonomy to show you how silly you are. I could sense that I had just done something incredibly positive and beautiful that I had to share with the world. I felt what I had done was so
sure.
profoundly good in a way I couldn't quantify it, in the same way that I couldn't quantify the suffering of my childhood or hell. Over the next few months, I started...
This is still esoteric Nazi shit? Absolutely.
...negotiating terms with the god Odin. Odin is...
Oh, he sidled up to Odin. Okay, yeah, Not beating the esoteric Nazism allegations here, huh? Yeah, so me and my buddy Odin were discussing this the other night. What? Yes, my good friend Odin. Just a guy named Odin, right? No, we went up to Mount Olympus. We were hanging out with Zeus.
A messenger god for the spirit world, in that he is capable and designed to represent the unified psyche of the spirit world, which operates independently from God. The spirit world
operates independently from God. Explain?
Again, is the Anima Mundi, or the Holy Spirit, and Odin is here to protect it and represent its will. I repeat, fellow Christians, please give me a second for the rest of the video to explain to you how this works. The spirit world...
No, this is just heresy, by the way. Like, this is... If you take your religious philosophy seriously at all, what he's describing is heresy, and if he were to have repeated it, like, I don't know, 300-400 years ago, he would have been, like, burned to death at the stake as a heretic or a witch. Like, I just want you to understand that, like, these religious and spiritual ideas he's combining willy-nilly are not compatible.
Will make enormous sense if you give me a second to talk about it. And Yahweh creates certain angels which serve roles he doesn't want to do. Yahweh's the boss, and so if he doesn't want to do it, he has someone else do it. Yahweh delegates in the same way any leader will delegate, and since there are billions of people in the world, in the same way that the material world mirrors the physical, there are billions of spirits in the spirit world of differing levels of morality, motivations, backstory, and origin. The spirit world is just as, if not vastly more complicated than our material world. And the spirit world is a highly complex jungle or forest with many angels, demons, spirits, and psychic regions or continents that are different.
Okay, now tell me roughly what shape this is, and what is it called? Because clearly the denizens don't just call it the spirit world. They must have some kind of name, like Flelredel. Flelredel, yes. Over under on this guy smelling his own farts. I basically my working theory is he just has a constant recycling of his own farts in this room. But yeah, guys, it's the trans people who are delusional and psychotic. Listen to Rudyard, folks. He knows what he's talking about with his complete lack of higher education.
This is what I found from the CIA's research into the spirit world, where I made a video about this, and I'm dropped this in for the audience that doesn't watch my videos. Both the CIA and the Soviets had decades worth of research into the spirit world, where they got hundreds of people to visit the spirit world in a replicable way, and they wrote multiple books about what the spirits told them of the universe. And this is something where the Army's independent
We are firmly now in spirit science territory. Like, this is indistinguishable from, like, the video I put up the other day about don't open up the clown chakra or whatever from spirit science. This is just that writ large in the name of Nazism.
investigation of the CIA's research was that it was accurate, and on top of that,
I used to think he was a troll. Now I think he's just really mentally ill.
Yeah. One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $5 super chat, and I agree. Not a doctor, though, but this guy should go to one.
that the Soviets and the Czechs had research into this in the Cold War as well. So the two government agents...
I'm sorry, the Soviets and the Czechs were investigating the spirit world? Did we get our... our history... Was our history textbook fucking Hellboy?
Of the government agencies of the two most powerful countries in the world in the 20th century have scientifically proven the existence of the spirit world. And what they found is that the spirit world operates pretty closely to what traditional world religions operate as. And this is, in a lot of ways, informed by the CIA's research, where they found that there are concentric rings which lead out towards higher and higher levels of abstraction until you hit infinity or God. In that God exists out of time, where God's infinity is a counterbalance to the finiteness of...
This is all nonsense. Like, we've gone over the shark, and now we're just continuing to go. We're Thelma and Louising it here, just into the void. Yeah, I don't think that this guy's okay, folks.
The universe. Infinity and finite must be balanced for the universe to reach a sort of coherent whole. And what both of those government agencies found as well is that the spirit world has a lot of geographic world religions. It's infinitely large. And what you do is that you psychically project to a certain region of the spirit world where you desire something, you search for it. And the spirit world can only give you something if you use like a searchlight. And so the world religions and the world...
If you use a searchlight? What are you on about, dog?
World's philosophies and ideologies are all searchlights in the infinite void of the spirit world, and when you find a spirit, you're nice to it and communicate with it. And when you treat spirits with respect, which we haven't been doing, they help you, which is how every world religion works, where people are trying to be nice to the spirits to give them what they like. So the spirits help you, where they let you have access to their warren. And the spirit in the material worlds demands the other to psychologically balance each other. Spirits are looking for material bodies looking for spirits, because much like men and women, they are in a constant duality, where the spirit is masculine and the material is feminine. Men create with their minds, women create with their bodies.
Oh my God.
And the male must
Oh my God. Oh my God. You are so awful.
Print on the feminine in a the spirit is masculine and the material is feminine. Men create with their minds, women create with their bodies.
Because women can't create with minds. Their feeble minds are just too incapable of coming up with those hard ideas. Oh, I don't know. Oh no, what is this? Is this a box? Oh, I didn't learn geometry. Too many ideas. Head no thinky good. Great. Yeah, I wonder why all of those women hated you, Rudyard. Anonymous, thank you for the 100 biddies. I appreciate it.
And the male must imprint on the feminine in a nisexual way, where A spirit, a better spirit than you, has to imprint upon your material condition. And if that doesn't happen, you will be incredibly depressed in the same way as a person will be depressed if they can't find a mate.
So
and
true, King.
Your
So
duty
true.
is to find the best spirit and marry it and serve it and be nice to it and treat it with respect and compassion. So the spirit world is both very complex but also very simple. Odin is both a messenger and lord of life. Odin uses different lowercase gods, or in the Christian tradition, angels, to provide certain roles. In Odin's case, responsibility for Darwinistic evolution and being a messenger for God. If you read the Bible, you find it doesn't say other lowercase gods don't exist, but rather Yahweh is superior to them and the only one worth worshiping and revering, which we agree with due to his innate superiority. Yahweh is so superior that you should not fuck with him. I cannot repeat this. Do not mess with Yahweh. You should...
Yeah, motherfuckers. Don't you dare. Don't even think about it, bitch. Yeah.
see Odin as a sort of angel, since in the Christian tradition, Odin is the same thing as Hermes Trismegistus, which is recognized across this academic field as completely obvious.
Yeah, just pretend this one god is actually an angel in a different religion. Trust me, bro. It's fine. Totally not heresy, bro. Trust me, bro. Okay. Also, not heresy to just put the tip in. Okay. It's not heresy. It's not heresy, bro.
And Hermes Trismegistus is integral to the Christian mystic tradition, since I'm pulling a lot of this stuff from authors like Thomas Aquinas in
And deep in my asshole.
that time period. Again, the spirit world will make complete sense if you give me the time to explain it, but our society has the fucking attention span of 10 seconds.
Yeah, you guys only need to give him another 40 minutes of your lives for him to explain this, okay? If you don't give him another 40 minutes, you just have the attention span of a gnat, you moron.
And I repeat, this is all consistent with Christianity, since I'm taking this stuff from medieval and early modern Christian mysticism, which all openly says this, which I...
You know, isn't it fun that he's, like, stealing from, like, Norse religion, and then he's, like, bringing up, like, emerald tablet lore from spirit science? Like, and then he's like, I'm doing Christian mysticism. Waka waka. I don't know why he does the waka waka bit, though. I think I just added that for effect.
I have read dozens of books on, and I know almost none of you have, and I respect those who have, but let me explain that.
Wait, guys, is his problem that he thinks all books are true? It would explain a lot, right? What, right? Like that suddenly makes a lot of puzzles fall into place here.
You and I both said, a gnat simultaneously in the exact same tone.
It's true. One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $5 dono. Nazi esotericism. Waka waka.
Yes. As I
Sorry, esoteric Nazism.
said before earlier in
Waka waka.
this video, ever since I was a child, I've had this dream dozens of times that I made a deal with a god in a blue room. The terms of the deal, it would be my responsibility over the course of my life to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't see the god's face through the cloak he wore, and he spoke in a raspy...
Why does a god need... Okay, I know this might be a silly question. Why does a god need to wear a cloak? Why? You know the classic Star Trek phrase. What does God want with a starship? What does God want with a fucking cloak? He gets chilly.
voice. I since realized that god is Odin, and the rest of the video is me revealing to you the deal I cut in the blue room. I don't know all of it now, but I'll tell you what I do. Odin colloquially refers to me as kid all the time. He says
Is he about to claim to be a demigod? Is he about to claim that he is the son of Odin? Is he about to try and say that he's fucking Thor? Hundreds of thousands of people look to this guy for his political takes. This is insane.
That although he has massive respect for me as a mortal, he is so vastly superior to me that he cannot help but treat me with a certain degree of condescension, like an adult speaking to a child but vastly greater. He said, "Look, kid, you're the one who's going to have to do the work here, not me. Let me know what terms you need in order to carry this out. I don't really care as long as you get the job done in an efficient way. I am going to reward you tremendously, given what you are going to do and what you have already done is so difficult." I told him I refuse to be worshipped as a god. I just don't want to do that.
I just don't want to do that. Yeah, I'm totally qualified to be a deity, but I just don't want to. That's not my style, you know?
He said, "Yes, very good. You just passed one of my tests. You see, my biggest goal is for the next stage of human evolution that you mortals have to pass."
You passed my puzzle. If you had said yes, I would have obliterated you with my holy fire, but you said no, and thus I will allow you to live. You see, I think you are evidence of humanity's next big evolutionary step. Rudyard Lynch of Earth.
Through is to take some fucking responsibility for your own lives. The world religions, although they do carry tremendous value, have an innate issue in that they displace responsibility for life onto the prophet. This works for peasant farming societies, but once you level up to having godlike technology, you need to have another hit in another independent system. You see that in order to get this message across, people are not allowed to worship you. They have to empathize and understand your actions and what it took you to reach this point in order to replicate you and use their development both as individuals and spiritually and societies. If people worship you, both of you lose, since you lose your humanity, which is your defining trait, Rudyard, and they lose their ability to actually learn practically. I also, in the spirit world, also loses, because if they default their responsibility, they've failed the next test of human evolution. Okay. You see, I'm not like other girls or other religions, and that this isn't about revering me.
See, that's the thing that sets it all apart. You don't have to like him.
It's kind of nice when mortals do that, but it's not really needed, all things considered. Rather, I need the mortals to take some fucking responsibility for their own actions as fucking adults. You
can tell he's really serious because he says fucking a lot.
To pass this test in order to get more knowledge. I leave tests for mortals to see if they're mature enough for the next stage of their development. You see, when I call this a religion, that's not really true. The emotional connotations with religion in your culture immediately lead towards Islam and Christianity, which are prophetic totalizing religions. This isn't that. Those religions already won the game so hard that competing with them is sheer insanity. Why?
Don't they have an entire multiverse going on?
The Christian God said, and he's translating this through Odin, so it sounds like him, is, I already gave you guys a 1,000-page book where I said that this was the last book and that the Abrahamic tradition was sealed with either Christ or Muhammad, depending what tradition you're part of. Now you want me to ask for more stuff? We need to have new things because the world keeps evolving. I did a great job with the Bible. I put a lot of work.
You asshole! How you gave it a 3 out of 10? Sorry, you gave it a 2 out of 5 on Goodreads? I wrote this all for you, motherfuckers.
Work into that.
Wait, is Yahweh or Odin talking? Yes, it's both. It's Yahweh speaking through Odin. like a cell phone. But apparently God is too weak to use just like a cell phone. He has to use, he's got to use creatures, I guess.
And when I say I'm speaking through Yahweh's perspective here. I do not wish to insult Yahweh. That's a horrible idea. And he said, working with the Jews for thousands of years was really difficult, and I'm grateful I did it, but I don't have to drop this again. Be grateful for what you got.
Just if you're wondering where am I getting the Nazism part of esoteric Nazism when I talk about all of the things he's spilling out there, I hope you understand what I mean here, guys.
And Odin says he really likes the Christians, which is why he forced his people, the Nordics, to convert to Christianity to make them stronger.
How do you think that worked? How come there's not like millions of people up there going like, yeah, Odin forced us to bend the knee. Did you not know? We have like he's real. We've all seen him. He forced us.
When I say Rudyard is founding a religion, I mean something along the lines of communism, Confucianism, or Taoism, which is a philosophy of moral conduct. You should perceive whatever Rudyard's doing as anti-communism. This religion is meant to be the inverse of communism, and so if you don't consider communism to be a religion, then this isn't a religion. Marx also makes claims about how the universe and God, in his case, progress, works.
My dude, thank you so much for the raid. You've got some catching up to do though, folks. Welcome, raiders. Make yourselves at home. We are in. Well, we're approaching bottom of the barrel. You know, like if we're burrowing to the center of the earth, we're currently, maybe 3/4 of the way through the mantle, but it has progressively gotten crazier. That is very, very true. So we are delving into the depths of, a MAGA mind, the mind of what if alt-hist, an alt-right alternate history YouTuber with connections to all kinds of conservative figures and 700,000 subscribers, talking about starting a religion in which he's a god.
In Marxism, progress fits all the character of a religion in its relationship with God. From that, he makes predictions about the future and rules on how to live life and manage society. Rudyard is the anti-Marx. Marx was working for Satan, something Marx himself publicly wrote multiple times, which you can look up online, while Rudyard works for God. The universe naturally works by polarity in that the global success of Marxism demanded the rise of its antithesis. Marx created Rudyard without even realizing it. One of Rudyard's friends, Dan McKinley, makes psychological...
I'm increasingly uncomfortable the more he refers to himself in the third person like this. I'm not liking it. Not a big fan. Don't care for it.
Assessments using AI and various scientific measurements. You can choose not to believe in its accuracy if you'd like. In Dan's system, Rudyard has the exact same psychological type as Karl Marx, Confucius, and the god Odin. The way Dan's system works is that there are nearly 400 different personality types, which makes an exact alignment like this nigh impossible in a purely probabilistic system. What that means is that you should perceive Rudyard as a philosopher or as a teacher, not a prophet per se. Rudyard is not perfect and is your responsibility to hold him accountable if he's wrong. Again, we mean that in the real way, not the BS lefty way. Let me say it this way. Knowing Karl Marx and knowing Rudyard to be his opposite is the best advertising Rudyard could ever have. Rudyard is success.
I cannot describe to you my level of discomfort with this guy repeating his name in third person. It's Yeah, he's not doing okay.
Successful, tall celebrity from a Britannic background who supports heroism, is cultured, and loves God, while Marx was an envious, broke, atheist, racist Jew for his whole life.
Yeah, what are this guy's opinions on Jewish people? I wonder. Where are we getting the Nazi part when we apply that here? Who can say? Like, hey, it may have taken us like 6 hours to get here, but now he's finally going mask off, huh? Interesting stuff. He said Jew like a slur. Yes, he did, because he's the embodiment of the conspiracy singularity, right? Like, he's at the bottom. All of the conspiracies have come together, and all that's left is a ideological sludge, the cornerstone of which is anti-Semitism.
And of course, I like the Jews. They made the Abrahamic tradition. The secular Jews of the last few centuries created a lot of nihilistic ideologies. Think of how...
You see what he did there? He's like, I like real Jews, not these fake Jews. It's the same argument that Ben Shapiro makes. That, like, if you're Jewish, but, you're a more, like, reform-minded, or I forget what they're called, but, like, if you're a progressive in that, I forget what it's called. What's the name? Hasidic. I think it's if you're not Hasidic. Anyway, what I'm trying to get at here is that, like, there is a distinction here between, like, conservative, traditional Jewish people, and, what Rudyard here is saying are fake Jews. Yeah, exactly, my rear end. It's Nazi shit. It's the good Jew, bad Jew. Yeah.
How many people communism killed? That being more than every other...
Is it called Reform Judaism? I was gonna say that, but then it sounded wrong in my head.
...ideology and history combined, as Matthew White, the greatest expert on this topic, pointed out. Communism was there to kill all religion, and we are here to enable all religions. Our goal is to save as many lives and help as many people as communism has hurt. Please help us in achieving our goal. We want China, Latin America, Russia, coastal America, and Europe, rather than experiencing collapse under the envy of materialist communism, to flourish to the highest levels possible through ideal heroism. We are gardeners. We are not here to tell you about God or how to worship him or how. We are here to help you realize your own individuality. This is a message that all religions can relate to, since Odin is the messenger god. So he's taking a hit for the team by showing the other religion that they can have organic communications with the spirit world in a happy, ethical, and fun way. We're not here to tell you what to believe, but to give you good advice. We're gardeners who want the world to grow into a stunningly beautiful forest. We love you, the animals, the trees, and the spirits more than we could ever say. There's no...
He's, like, clasping his hands and, like, looking, like, it's, I'm unnerved.
Worshipping here. You will still be here to revere the Christian gods with your heart and souls. Sorry, you will still be here to revere the Christian God with your heart and soul. Go to church, pray to Christ, and all that. Yahweh is also my Lord, so I do this too. However, I'm here to be your cool older brother to teach you useful advice. I will give you completely reasonable and practical advice on how to be successful and increase your reproductive odds. This is advice that will be completely obvious to you once you hear it, and will help you, your children, your people survive, procreate, and have fun. Everything I say...
I don't want that kind. I don't want advice from you on how to procreate, please.
Will be common sense and true. You can ignore the spirit world stuff if you'd like, and then take the common sense stuff. The spirit world is using this young man as a wake-up call to stage an intervention, since we're getting really worried about you. The simulation is talking to you. There is no sincerity. There is no irony here. This is completely sincere. The simulation is talking to you. This is real. Your society is the thing that's fake. Your society
Okay.
is the joke. 99% of human history thinks you are completely
Is he grinning? Yes.
stupid, insane, and deranged, and they're getting really worried about you that you're killing yourself. So we're here to stage the intervention. You know, you guys are the crazy 1% that believes all the stupid stuff. Everyone else in history disagrees with you. They think you're really nuts, and they're scared, and they love you, and they want to make sure you're fine. We'll get into this later. And if so, you may see this message, if you're part of modern civilization, as schizophrenic or autistic. This is
You're right. You're right about that one.
just what everyone believed over history. They believed in this
That is absolutely not what everyone believed over history. Absolutely not.
spirit world. They believed in God. They believed in ancestors. So you are projecting your schizophrenia and autism onto us. This is just the reasonable message for all of human history.
Yeah, morons.
Rudyard, the next stage of human evolution is called taking some fucking responsibility for your own actions. You mortals keep dodging it, but it's so central to the game, you can't ignore it. It's so hard to get mortals to take responsibility.
Like, is he still doing a conversation between him and Odin / Yahweh, or is this like just transitioned into like full on meltdown? Like, what are we doing here? You know?
Responsibility that we had to take a brilliant member of the aristocracy from the greatest empire in history, pick some deranged warrior ethnic minority with a deranged family, then beat and rape the kid over 40 times, have his entire society constantly insult him and berate him for his whole life, while lowering his reproductive odds to the worst level in human history, to get any mortal to take some fucking responsibility. We'll explain the logic through which this
He's talking about himself.
Operates better. You see that it's very difficult to maintain the universe for God, and thus he gets very resentful when you don't take responsibility. He's also super resentful you don't never appreciate the nice things he does for you. For example, your society is so cognitively a woman that we literally sent you.
You know, sometimes I start feeling bad how, like, far gone he is, and then he throws in like some of the bigotry, and I'm just like, oh yeah, okay, never mind. I'll stop feeling bad now. What? Oh, he does not believe that women are capable of having thoughts. And you might think, oh, that's an I'm not exaggerating.
A charming, handsome, 6'4", cook, adventurer, celebrity young man to teach your society wisdom. And his audience is still 96% male, so you're still not grateful as a female society. We normally send some short old guy who wanders around. Rudyard is a gift from God in the same way you all are, in that reality is itself a gift from God. When you see how improbable Rudyard's life is, all of our lives are just as improbable in the cosmic scale of things. One of the biggest realizations Rudyard had is that since his dad's a banker, he was stacking up probabilistically the chances his life could ever happen, and then he realized that's not how the universe works. Scientists will talk about how improbable life itself is, in that the odds that the Earth has the right temperature for life, that we have the right distance from the sun, that we have the moon, which balances out our tides and other very important things, that life itself
This is just the fine-tuning hypothesis. This is just like, oh, everything's so nice. How could we possibly exist here? It's like it's made for us. And it's like, no, we just evolved to be adapted to it. That's it.
Evolved and that life didn't die out, or even that we have air to breathe and water to drink. Past a certain point, the idea that it's all chance just seems completely ridiculous. At the same time, divine design, free will, and evolution are all true, since the universe is a single mind, or the anima mundi, which has certain parameters and goalposts through which evolution operates, in which the living people have to make choices in real time with archetypes that exist outside of time. The game is both in time and outside time.
Dog, you're just crazy. This is just wild. Come on.
time at the exact same time. The more responsibility you take, the less work God has to do, and thus he rewards you exponentially, especially Darwinistically. The force evolution selects for is courage, creativity, cooperation, responsibility.
Yeah, none of these ideas, like, work, really.
And competitive ability. God thanks those who do these things, since they're intensely difficult, with sex, wealth, glory, and anything else.
Oh, okay, so if you do God's will, you'll get laid. Uh-huh.
Look over history at the kinds of people the game rewards, whether the human species itself, the Romans, the Spanish, the Chinese, the dinosaurs, amongst others. They all fit into this underlying theme. Once you attain enough success, the Tree of Life will try its best to protect you, as we'll explain later.
As we'll explain later, there is a Tree of Life.
You take responsibility, God and evolution rewards you.
Mm-hmm.
Women exist inside the shield men have established against the wild.
Oh, thank
Women
God.
have evolved to live in
We'd all die without you.
what's practically an artificial environment away from the jungle of Darwinistic competition, while never realizing it due to how expensive human offspring are to birth and raise. Your women bear an enormous cost for your species through its intelligence and culture, which is its greatest advantage. Your woman took the cost of how difficult your human condition is. Women counterbalance the male ability to achieve incredible things with having to bear the cost itself for human psyche. And the spirit world processes the human psyche and human consciousness as equivalent to the moon landing in your society's terminology. So please respect it. The spirit world did a lot of work to give you the minds that you have, and they are incredibly advanced, and you can do it for a lot of cool stuff you can't even realize. Think of what you've done in the last 200 years with no genetic evolution.
Yeah, because, genetic variation stops between generation to generation. Yep. Mm-hmm. That's how that works.
As your society became more safe, you didn't need men whose role was to fight against chaos, and thus women gained enormous social power. Your entire world became a domestic space, and thus you lost the distinction between friend and foe, which drove you crazy. You also lost the jungle, where you need...
I am a bit surprised that he believes the moon landing happened. True, Co-Incel Pro. True. God.
The jungle to not drive yourself crazy, because men need difficult things to fight against. What Yahweh did was so unbearably kind through giving you Semitic prophets like Jesus. It was a way of short-circuiting your evolutionary logic, allowing people to be happy, to separate yourself from your biological urges. This was especially important in that particular era of history, as mankind was forming into large empires for the very first time, which were concentrated in the Middle East and especially Israel, where the Jews were a proud people who kept fighting against those great empires. And they realized the only way they could win the game was by communing with God, which founded the Abrahamic tradition. However, they wanted removal from their environment. The big thing there was to separate themselves from their feeling of powerlessness to let their souls reach heaven, which is why Yahweh is Lord of your soul. And he is ultimate Lord, and Odin does not mess with Yahweh. Yahweh is a good guy, to say the least. However, to a god, you mortals all appear as the worst kind of woman. You appear...
Man, it is kind of fascinating how, like, the sexism is so intertwined with, like, this worldview. Like, women are just worthless vessels of creation, and men are where all the thinky idea bits are. Oh, God. Calls himself a history YouTube channel, says the most ahistorical stuff. Well, to be fair, he calls himself an alternative history channel. So, a channel where you can just make shit up. Oh, God. We have like 30 minutes left.
Silly, childish, irresponsible, and ungrateful. Thus it
like a woman.
goes without saying that your God did an act of stunning kindness to you against a brutal, uncaring, Darwinistic universe, and you threw it away for not being generous enough. What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah,
Your God
asshole.
literally did the best thing in history, and it wasn't enough for you. This is why mortals don't get nice things. I provide a different service in this game through Rudyard. I am another name for Lord...
Oh, wait, okay, so this is Odin. I think now we're at Odin speaking through Rudyard. I think that's what's happening. He's possessed now by a ghost? A holy ghost?
Hermes history, and it wasn't enough for you. This is why mortals don't get nice things. I provide a different service in this game through Rudyard. I am...
Yeah, through Rudyard. So, right now, we are to believe that we are being addressed by some sort of deity. Possession would be cool. You know, you'd think so. Movies have trained you to think so, but honestly, this is what I got. It's definitely hard to keep up. Well, I think we've gotten into a far more manic period of this.
Another name for Lord Hermes Trismegistus. Rudyard serves me, and...
Oh, okay. So Odin's not talking to us. It's Hermes Trismegistus, and I have no idea what the fuck that means.
He will be operating under my protection. Yahweh also owns him, but Yahweh also owns lots of people, and I spoke with Yahweh, and he's fine with letting me play with Rudyard right now. Hi, this is Rudyard. I'm going to take the narration back now.
I just want you guys to be able to see that and how fucking unnerving it was.
Lots of people, and I spoke with Yahweh, and he's fine with letting me play with Rudyard right now. Hi, this is Rudyard. I'm going to take the narration back now. Thank you for your service.
Yeah, it's weird.
Odin. Odin likes these words for when someone offers you a service you respect, where he says a simple thank you or thank you for your service, and you should respond with, it's an honor to serve. The secret to life is innately empathy and listening to others. When you listen and treat others with respect and show consideration for the nice things they do, they will do more nice things for you.
I've heard that God works in the most mysterious of ways, but communicating through this nerd seems extra mysterious.
You should always thank others when they're kind to you. So thank you for your service, Odin, and it's an honor to serve. The spirit world operates outside of time, so as I've been having these visions over the last few months, I've basically downloaded 1,000 pages of lore from the spirit world. The good thing is I'm here for you for the rest of my
Yeah, he's like a Kindle, except with legs.
life. That means the entire rest of our lives, hopefully until nearly the 22nd century if I don't die, is a...
Wait, you expect to be immortal? Sir? Sir? This is a Wendy's.
Attempt to explain and articulate what just happened here. This is a historic what the fuck just happened moment that the spirit world used to show you that it's still real.
What the
spirit
fuck,
world
spirit
was getting
world?
really
What the
annoyed and
fuck?
resentful that the world war and nuclear war subplot, as well as demonic, suicidal death cults that are totalitarianism, was not enough to get you to realize the world is innately magical and incredible. Your society has no way to process magic, because if you can understand it, it's scientific, and if you can't understand it, then it doesn't exist. So your worldview is divided into things you understand, and
I would be more sad about this if this guy didn't wield an amount of media power that is genuinely harmful. This guy is trying to normalize Nazism to his audience. And guys, who do you think spends the most time watching videos about how World War II might have gone if the Nazis won such and such a battle? What do you suppose his main demographic is? It's children. He is mainstreaming Nazi talking points to these kids. and to like young adults. And I find that disturbing in a way that I find also difficult to articulate, like the degree to which is why I'm okay covering this, you know? Which guy now? We're still talking about Rudyard Lynch here. We're talking about this guy. The guy we're listening to has 700,000 subscribers on YouTube. And is, BFFs with Sargon of Akkad, apparently. Yeah, what the fuck? How could the spirit world do this to us?
And that's it, which is like you got a bunch of searchlights, but you can't actually see the stars. I'll explain that more. Part of the reason Odin reached out to me is that I love the act of leading.
Odin reached out to me like he got a fucking email.
So much. It's my favorite thing to do. I had always felt a profound sense of resentment about my life for what should be obvious reasons. However, after the first few visions at which it felt like my life had meaning, I started to realize I actually really like my life.
Oh, good.
The thing is, men don't shirk pain. They shirk meaningless pain. There's a huge amount of actual lived difference between the Crusaders walking 1,000 miles to the Holy Lands from England and a conscripted czarist peasant walking a quarter of the distance to fight for a regime they don't respect. The thing that's driving us insane isn't the suffering itself. People live way harder lives in the third world, but rather the meaningless ennui and loneliness. With the new meaning, I realized I had finally found the epic scale of my life I had earlier found horrifying to be incredible and awesome. I found the events I used to see with terror now found admiration in how I faced them. The situation was exactly the same, but my perspective had changed radically. I realized that the suffering I had faced in the past was only there to make my life more epic, since hardship is the wood that powers the fire of an excellent life. The horrible foes I had faced in my dying civilization suddenly seemed more like Mordor, the Empire of Star Wars, or the Lannisters. I saw our world as a fantasy world, which is what I had always wanted out of life.
This does feel like a manifesto, but less a manifesto of ideology and more a manifesto, that leaks after a mass shooting. Like, I'm gonna be honest here. This is worrisome.
As a kid, I had wanted to live in an epic fantasy world, whether Lord of the Rings, a Norse saga, Greek mythology, or Dune. I realized then that my life was the most epic fantasy story ever. This is better than all of those. We have a demonic plague that's taken over our ruling class, the most powerful genies in history, or AI, advanced...
I'm sorry. You think AI is genies? No, not a genius. A genie. He thinks AI is powered by genies. Like jinn. Yes, he said a genie. Yeah, I know. It's tempting for your brain to correct it and make it make more sense, but we can't do that.
Sorcery with technology, enormous land ships called tanks, and the most incredible factions, cultures, and cities. I had realized that I had finally achieved the life I could only fantasize about as a kid. As a kid, I wanted to live through all of that. I was once praying to Yahweh, and I asked him for a reason to live. I got home from walking, I started to write my autobiography. I've been writing my autobiography for the last few years, and I'm currently over 300 pages into it. I use it as a form of therapy, frankly. You saw my life. You'd know why I'd have to do this. One of the ways I channel God is that I write, like I'm currently doing. God told me that when he saw my suffering as a child and he saw the nobility with which I fought my mother, he saw how I was mistreated by the system and how I prayed to him every single night. God said it broke his heart so much he made the deal with me. The deal was that in exchange for fighting back like this, he would give me an adult life I could only ever fantasize about, being a leader in a fantasy world. When I was on ayahuasca, and one of the things my mind whispered to me at least a dozen times since I was a child is that, Rudyard, you will get everything you could ever want in life, but not how you think or want. I now know what that means. I did get everything I could ever want as a kid, but the way it's conveyed to me is by giving me this incredibly heavy responsibility at such a young age.
How much more? We've got 20 minutes of this left.
My life is both cosmically completely unfair and fair at the exact same time. I was praying to God for courage since I knew I already had the life I could only dream of as a child. Notice I pray to God but never Odin, and that's not how Odin works. I am protecting you from heresy here. Odin comes to you to thank you for being a badass and giving you advice. You don't worship him, he's an advisor and a messenger. The only thing I needed to live my best life was courage, or a reason to motivate myself since I love my men so much, and I know that if I could lead both my men and my youth...
Okay, I don't know who called it, but yeah, there might be some he really loves men, okay?
YouTube audience, I would be capable of unlocking whatever I wanted out of life. I knew I already had the network, experience, and talent that I could accomplish whatever I wanted in my life. Odin intervened in the game, and he said, "Hey kid, if you write a list of every girl you masturbate to, I will solve every issue in your life."
Okay. All right. Huh.
I feel like we've built up enough connection after 6 hours that I can share stuff like this with.
This is when parasociality goes the wrong way, isn't it? This is when he's the one being weird about the sociality. Sociality. There we go. God, that was hard to say for some reason.
With you, and you've seen so much worse so far in this story. This is nothing compared to some of the earlier stuff with...
Yeah, but you don't need to bring that up. You know, like, even if that were a true story, even if we were to grant it as a true story, why would anyone else in the entire multiverse, spiritual or otherwise, need to hear that story from you? Why would they need that? Why would they want it? Maybe stop. Maybe just say, maybe I shouldn't.
My mom.
Last chance to bail?
I thought it was kind of weird when Odin said it, but he had healed my PTSD.
Wait.
You've seen so much worse so far in this story. This is nothing compared to some of the earlier stuff with my mom.
Yeah.
I thought it was kind of weird when Odin said it, but he had healed my PTSD, so I'll do what he says. You don't understand how much I love God, both Yahweh and Odin, for healing my PTSD. You cannot understand my motivational system here. And I did it, and I was looking at the list of girls I had wanked to. I had been feeling lethargic before I started writing the list, as PTSD has a nasty tendency to. This might be too much information.
Yeah, if your brain ever says that to you, Rudyard, you should just say, you're right, it is too much information, and then stop. He wrote this down. He recorded this over multiple days. This is, guys, you know how people do NaNoWriMo, national write a book in a month, forget what it's called. This is longer than the requirements to write a novel for NaNoWriMo, okay? This is a like 350-page novel. National Novel Writing Month. Exactly, Mr. Malachite. So it's not like he just like typed the novel up and then this was a time-consuming process here. If this guy was capable of saying maybe I shouldn't, we wouldn't be here. True.
But we're past that stage where every single girl on the list was white.
I have to be completely honest with you. I didn't see that one coming. I should have. I thought he was going to go in a different direction. But holy shit. I am both incredibly surprised and also not surprised whatsoever. I'm having a difficult time wrapping my head around this. Literally every second there's something new. Odin saw that one coming.
And I'm only really attracted to white girls.
Yeah, we picked up on that. You didn't have to tell us that about your wank list, but we kind of already assumed that.
I also find porn innately disgusting. Remember, I do have empathic abilities where I can look at the porn girl and then figure out her mental state and figure out what she's about. And they're all clearly addicted and really depressed. And I just find them really sad to watch.
I like jumping to conclusions about people I've never met, too. Good golly.
I literally just walked in and that was the first sentence I heard.
Oh, Hypervisor, I'm so sorry.
Don't know how you folks enjoy this or find this fun. Thus, I only look...
some people make pornography because they like it and they think it's fun. Like, that is literally something some people do. It's not unheard of.
At old school artistic nudes, like the kind you'd keep at a museum's art.
Is Rudyard, are you Jack into paintings at the museum? Rudyard, is that why you keep wearing that trench coat to the museum? Rudyard, what's happening under there? No. How many museums have you been banned from, Rudyard? How many? Tell me.
I find the female form irresistible, and thus I keep nude art around my house alongside my collections of artisanal leather, antique maps, and Chinese watercolor.
There is too much laughter in me right now. It's getting all caught up inside. Like, I don't know. I don't think it's that weird to have artistic nudes in your house. I don't think that's weird, actually. I think that can be actually a really good vibe. But I don't get the impression that this guy has good taste in artistic nudes.
I try to only use images of women who seem happy and psychologically stable. I really like it when there's nature in the background. This actually stems...
Yeah, you're such a unique snowflake, dude. Only you like nudes of people who look like they're having a good time.
And this is so I just do that because
I'm a pretty sick puppy. I like when I see women, smiling. I know I'm degenerate. I'm so far gone. But I just when a woman turns her head and she smiles at me, I like that. I know. I'm gross. Very kinky, as the kids say. But I like when a woman laughs. Ah, you got me. Take me away.
Because I have desire, I'm going to rationalize for why
voice
it's
is
fine
killing
to
me.
you
I'm
now.
sorry.
So in the Western tradition, if you look at early modern and ancient art, and even in medieval art in certain cases, the nude form has a special predominance. Your supposedly prude Christian ancestors kept statues of naked women in public and in their houses. Sex isn't really scary. The consequences can be scary if you're stupid about it, but women find it so pathetic that men find their bodies scary.
What? 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 Men... I'm sorry, you think all men think their body is scary? That's not at all the case. Not at all the case. Is he trans? Look, I'm not going to say that I called it, but he's setting off my egg alarm, okay? My egg timer is dinging.
Where society's prudishness out this stuff is so lame. Seeing a pair of tits just won't kill you. You do have to be responsible for your own sexual desires, and that sex itself is pretty innately stupid. Sex is not to be glorified, but rather is itself symbolic for life, in that the strong, masculine, subduing Mother Nature, allowing there to be children and growth out of it, as men have done for all of history.
If he's an egg, he's a scrambled one. Fair.
Implicit in sex itself is the process of evolution working through. In the ancient Greek, Christian, mystic, and Hermetic traditions, the nude female form is symbolic for the potential of nature, in that a beautiful woman, if she gets the right sperm, can make the best baby, which is whatever you'd like, an incredible artist, an incredible conqueror, an incredible inventor. And this is why the Greeks and Renaissance art...
Oh man, he's really, really gone at the moment. Like, none of this logically follows. This is just pure stream of consciousness. Except it can't be pure stream of consciousness because he wrote it down. This is the edited version.
Artists emphasized the nude female form. The inverse is also true with the jacked male form, but I'm straight, so we're going to talk about girls now. Our society gets really squeamish about sex for no good reason. I heard that the way to convey sex is that rather than imagining some disgusting OnlyFans girl prostituting herself out, when you think of sex, imagine this instead. A man getting back from war with his beautiful...
Oh man, he's telling us this is his fantasy, chat. He's telling us his fantasy right now, his innermost desires.
Beautiful young wife. She's so happy to see him, and after they have a few glasses of wine, he goes at it, and afterwards they fall asleep together.
Afterwards he goes at it is such a bland, uninteresting, and kind of gross way of referring to that entire situation, especially considering, the it he's going at is a human woman.
I want to state, premarital sex is objectively not good, but sometimes we're not perfect. Adultery cannot be tolerated in any level, though, since men are so innately possessive of women. I studied the anthropology here. Adultery will kill a civilization. Once you have a husband, you have to stay with him. Odin said that sex is the force that powers life itself. When you look upon a forest of buzzing life, or the course of human history, imagine the forest you see, or the European Middle Ages, as being lots of people having happy, marital, orgasmic sex, and then taking care of their loving children who stem from it. The real reason masturbating is taboo in our society is women are trying to artificially inflate their sexual value.
Oh, the taboo against masturbating is a plot by Big Woman. Of course, I should have seen it coming. No pun intended.
which is a far greater motivator of our society than you would believe.
Oh my God.
If men are scared of sex, they won't realize how innately boring sex is. So, as a person who has both watched porn and had sex, porn is innately disgusting, and sex is the most fun in the world, but when it's over, it's pretty boring. I mean, it's like the same thing. And you can't make sex your identity, but also don't be so squeamish. Literally nothing I said here is against the Bible. There is literally nothing against masturbating in the entire Bible. There is onanism, but that was pulling out in a very
What are you doing, dog? This is your manifesto where you declare yourself a god. What are you doing?
specific Old Testament clan context.
The fuck did I just unmute to? You've missed so much, Lady Raincloud. He's really cooking at speed now.
Where Onan had certain responsibilities to impregnate someone. And we've thrown out so much stuff from the Old Testament, whether banning pork consumption or burning the Canaanites or stoning adulterers. Masturbating wasn't even really seen as bad until
there's a weird point to trail off there, bucko.
The early modern period, where it was really low on the medieval stack of sins, and its taboo status has more to do with the rise of reason making us scared.
That's the first thing I've heard in like 4 hours that has made sense.
Of our animal instincts than anything itself in Christianity. Odin said that not letting young men masturbate is cruel due to how high their sex drive is. Odin said trying to block young men from masturbating is the equivalent of blocking young women from being deceitful. He said that this is a win for the boys, and he said,
man, he really hates women, you know? Like, it just keeps coming up again and again and again. Damn.
Says, quote, I can see your hypocrisy. I know you all do it, and you lie that you don't.
Also, you can understand why he hates trans women, right? Like, to him, being a man is like literally everything, and giving up that right and privilege to be something he views as inherently pathetic is like one of the greatest sins against the cosmos, you know? You can see how, like, rooted in there this is.
You are liars and fakers. I was recording that last segment.
Oh my god, we get another outfit change. I have to show you. He looks like he's ready to pull out a Ben Shapiro katana.
Meant like 1 a.m., and so I forgot to put some stuff in. I was glad that I stopped myself from working because I found, I think I just make more mistakes, but here we are next morning. And so I have to actually tell you how masturbating closed the contract and solved my issues.
No, you don't. You don't have to do that, actually. Yeah, you don't have to do that, please. Thank you.
So when I looked at my wank sheet, Odin said, yes, human biology is biology. You don't have to be scared. Nothing in the Bible says you have to be scared about your own body. So when I looked at my wank sheet...
Well, it's good that, like, you know, Rudyard didn't have to read the Bible himself. He just had Odin to tell him what was in the Bible.
Odin said, it's very clear you are very attracted to the women of your people. And you have...
It's very clear you like those white bitches. I can tell from all the white ladies on that sheet.
Zero plausible deniability in...
Let me introduce you to my fellow god. His name's Colonel Sanders. He'll understand you on a very profound level.
Denying that at this point. I've seen this sheet. And he said, okay, kid, you were asking me for any reason to live, any reason to have energy. You feel lethargic. This sheet shows you very clearly care about something. So why don't you do it? He said, Rudyard, I know you don't get laid enough. I like your genetics. I would really like you to get laid more. And he said, okay, Rudyard, you're the hero of the fucking story. Why didn't you think you were? Your parents gave you such a pointlessly heroic name of Rudyard William Lynch. I know your backstory. We watched this video. You're a fucking hero, kid. Be a fucking hero. Be a hero for...
Be a hero, kid. Jerk it. Jerk it like you've never jerked before. That's the only thing that will save them, Rudyard, if you jerk it. In the MoMA. Do it in the MoMA, okay? They got a lot of these really sexy paintings in the MoMA, okay? Just go in there, get that trench coat out and get cranking, okay? You have a good time.
For your people and save them. I've been trying to get the plot to get here. You finally got here. Thank you, Rudyard. So be a fucking hero. You're
gooning for God and country. And then Zeus turned into a goose. Oh, God. Honestly, really thinking this is how he talks to himself while he does it. Yeah, I think so, yeah. Rudyard jerk. Yeah, Jesus may have died for our sins, but Rudyard jerked it in the corner. God.
Women would show some gratitude if you were a hero, so be a fucking hero. And he said, look, kid, so this sheet is a contract, and it shows that your body is controlled by life. Your soul is controlled by Yahweh, and your body is controlled by the life force. This is why you can't stop yourself from sexually fantasizing and masturbating, because your life is trying to propagate, which is its natural endpoint. Oh, the horror. You're thinking about making sure your species survives. You're thinking about making sure your people have children. You're such a terrible person for wanting to propagate your
Why is Odin such a weirdly negative Nelly about this entire thing? Like, I feel like they're kind of on the same page by now. Odin's being a real busybody.
ancestral line and help all of your family and all of your ancestors. Rudyard, you all...
Honestly, media breakdown, yeah. Like, imagine willingly going online and broadcasting to countless people that you love to spank the monkey and using Norse mythology to make it heroic. Yeah, honestly, he put himself on the same level as Jesus Christ, or maybe slightly below, because he's humble, you know? And his big contribution is being told by Odin to go jerk it for humanity, because that's the only way he's going to be able to preserve the bloodlines.
Already implicitly signed this contract with your own life force. And the spirits really like you having this much pleasure. We love watching you writhe in complete pleasure, and it makes us happy to know that you're happy. So this should be pretty self-explanatory, Rudyard. Your people have dozens of heroes you could pull from. Just be the fucking hero, kid. We'll reward you if you do it right. Rudyard, you already implicitly signed this contract with your own life force. And the spirits really like you having this much pleasure. We love watching you writhe in complete pleasure, and it makes us happy to know that you're happy. So...
Did he edit it to be louder? Why would you do that?
It should be pretty self-explanatory, Rudyard. Your people have dozens of heroes you could pull from. Just be the fucking hero, kid. We'll reward you if you do it right. So, this should go without saying, but you shouldn't masturbate or have sexual activity in front of others and those who don't want to see it. Also, it's very...
Thanks for the advice. Thanks. We needed that. You know, we were going to get a little confused for a moment there, so thank you.
Important you're not weird about sex. Every time your society...
I'm sorry, what? What did you just say to me, motherfucker?
Also, it's very important you're not weird about sex.
You fucker. You fucker. How can you say that this far into this video after the totally unnecessary masturbation section of your video? How Do you have the gall? Ah. Thistles Fries, thank you for the $2 super chat. Writhe, wriggle, and wank are not heroic verbs. Oh, God. Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God. We gods like to watch you get freaky on yourself. It's totally okay to have a racial preference. God told me so. Media Breakdown, thank you for the $2 super chat. Your people have heroes you can yank to from. Oh, God. Loki disguised as Odin screwing with a guy? No kidding.
Every time your society tries to be sexual, they do it in a super cringe and lame way.
Said with no self-awareness whatsoever. It's harrowing. It's harrowing to the very fiber of my being.
Sex is the endpoint of a life of being a Chad, which is an end in itself, not life itself. Do not be weird about sex. It's normal.
Yeah,
now fuck your wife harder. Odin is the god of an end in itself, not life itself. Do not be weird about sex. It's normal. Now fuck your wife harder. Odin is
don't be weird about sex. Now fuck your wife harder. He writes onto the page, then looks at it and says, yes, this is good to go. Here I am being not weird about sex. Now go fuck your wife harder. I'll be here in the cuck chair. Oh God. Fuck.
Is the god of masturbation in Norse mythology, with various theories that Shakespeare was an
I'm sorry, I paused and I missed like whatever feeble thread of logic is stringing all of this together.
Do not be weird about sex. It's normal. Now fuck your wife harder. Odin is the god of masturbation in Norse mythology, with
Okay, I'm not an expert on Norse mythology, people, but I don't think that doesn't seem correct. I'm not an expert, but that seems perhaps inaccurate, to say the least. Fuck, dog. I can't.
Now go to Earth and teach them how to asterisk like a true Sigma who is not weird.
Yeah, God really sent his top man on this one.
various theories that Shakespeare was an incarnation of Odin, and Shakespeare being a masturbation joke. Shakespeare was pretty crude.
It's all coming together. Shakespeare, Odin, like peas in a pod. It fits. The shoe, the glass slipper, it's going on the foot.
And sexual in the context of his time. Hermes also taught humans how to masturbate in the Greek tradition. In the ancient Egyptian mythology, the Hermetic tradition attached to their version of Hermes, Thoth, involved the...
Oh my god, he's going back to Emerald Tablet shit. Are you kidding me right now? Oh my god.
The pharaoh masturbating in front of a crowd to show the force of life creating through semen. What? Odin said he gave us the ability to do this at any time for no cost, to show us that life still loves us. He said the fact we made it taboo as a society for no really good moral reason shows how silly mortals can be. Sorry, it's late for me. I'm spilling up my own words. So I'm going to unilaterally ban any sexual rituals and formism. I just refuse to have them. It looks really weird to outsiders, and I just don't want to do that. I don't want to share this side of myself with people besides those I've vetted for trust. It's why I'm relatively spare about these details in my life. If anyone tries to take this message and put it into weird sex stuff, I will immediately reject them.
I took a break from my honey bread and tea to say, no. Odin is not the god of maturation.
You know, I trust you on I trust you on that one-eyed heathen. I get the feeling you may know what you're talking about there. Thank you for the $5 super chat. But also, if anyone clips this out of context, I will reject you. Like,
Once you venerate sex, it stops being fun. All I'm saying is that it's your duty to make sure your wife is happy every day. Odin said, I'm calling your bluff, mortals. I can see inside your soul, and I can see that you don't get laid. This is a message so that your people fuck each other, which is what you need to survive. I care more about your people surviving.
So yeah, is this just one extended lesson on how to wank from a hallucination? Like what's happening here?
Survival than you do, apparently. The game would get really boring without you, and I'm kind of attached to your blood. You know,
What a weird little guy. Like what a weird little cosmology he's created for himself.
there's a reason Rudyard's attracted to white girls. I programmed him to be that way.
What?
Your entire people are dying.
I'm sorry. Odin programmed you to only like white girls in order to save the human race because you're just gonna be such a prolific fucker. Okay, alright. Real Radhom, hello. You have joined us for maybe the most brain rot I've ever seen in my life.
Since you don't fuck your women hard enough. Your women desperately want you, but they can't respect you since you don't do enough manly stuff. Your men are so weak that we see you as completely disgusting and lame. The rest of history views your society as unbearably pathetic. If you
Oh no, Charlie, the white replacement theory's been here nonstop.
I'm sorry, baby. Odin made my asterisk 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 racist.
Oh god. I'm sorry, baby. I just can't. Oh, I had a meeting with Odin today, and he said I could only like white girls now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. How weird would it be if he passed from a stroke? That'd be pretty weird.
you were real men, you could fuck your women so they're satisfied. Your women need to know this, but the dance of life won't allow them to tell you as part of their part. Women aren't responsible for men. You are. If you were actually men, none of this would be an issue. The meaning of life is to forcibly love others, to compete with others and use your own excellence to dominate and awe them, to see others with empathy and treat them as people as you dominate them. They won't say they like this, but your woman loves it when you take initiative. The guide to sex is to be good at it, and the way to be good at it is to be a Chad. To be clear, I, Rudyard, am not an enormous sex god or ladies' man or player, but
You don't say. You don't fucking say. Oh, really? That really undermines my perception of you. Just, I thought something completely different. If I'm being completely honest with you, I thought something very, very different.
I'm also 23, and I've done all this other stuff.
God, he's 23 years old. Oh my god.
I, Rudyard, sex god.
Fuck, guys.
So cut me some slack. When you look at history, when empires did a good job of conquering their former colonies, they constantly simp after them and look for daddy's approval, whether the British in India or Rome and Gaul. When you dominate others, you should take into account the whole tree of life, or how they relate to the conscious lived experience of fighting you, or who they are as people and where they're from and why they're fighting you. Darwinism and war is innately brutal, but it's also the mechanism we use for advancement. Azar Gott and Ian Morris both have really good books about how almost every technological breakthrough in history came from war. So many that naming them seems foolish as it's nearly all. War created the state and modern medicine, which have saved so many more lives than war. Just inventing penicillin as a side effect of World War I saved billions of lives, while the bloodiest war in history, or World War II, killed 65 million people. War is objectively terrible. The spirits know that since they can see into your minds.
What?
However, mortals need to have their weakness and stupidity periodically called out. 99% of human life is boring and quiet.
Media Breakdown, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Considering tonight's subject matter, it'd be a good time to push for some more members. I agree. Folks, consider dropping some subs or donos because, this feels like labor I deserve some compensation for. I'm not gonna lie, we've been going for over 8 hours. Just, on a personal level. All right.
The spirits
We're in like the final sprint, guys. We're almost done.
use the final 1% to call people's bluff to see if they use their boredom well. Life is a test that periodically needs to wipe the slate clean. Keep in mind, 100 times as many people died from plague over history versus war, so you mortals can calm your guilt down.
Yeah.
The way to wage war
mortals.
correctly is to empathize with your enemies and treat them with respect. Understand who they are as people and to deal accordingly. The spirits are very clear about me conveying this message to you. Don't worry too much at the game. Sometimes you live, sometimes you die. You're not really in control of the game. Rudyard is an incredibly tough person, but he was in near constant pain for years because we wrote that into the plot. It's not his fault. If Rudyard can't handle the suffering of the world, we don't think you can either. Once you accept your powerlessness, you can truly be happy and live. That's the first step. The spirits think your entire society has its head up its ass 1,000 miles. Don't worry too much. Keep your cool. You're the smartest species your planet has produced so far that you know of. I love the that you know of clause, because it signifies that your perception of reality will change over time. So you cannot take anything you know for granted in the long scheme of things, because thousands of years from now, your perspective will change in so many ways. Isn't life fun? The game keeps changing and the map keeps changing. But back to the other point, you don't get to run away from responsibility. You got to take a lot of responsibility for the game. If you don't, you die. These are the choices. Either take responsibility or lose. Don't worry too much about the suffering. Suffering and pain is just burning away weakness. You should try your best, and you win some and you lose others. Life isn't fair, and it isn't consensual at all, but that's what makes it fun. We can't overstate that things...
The non-consensual part is not fun. The non-consensual elements, not a good time. When and how did you find this asshat? He has 700,000 subscribers on YouTube and does an alternative history channel. And shows up on like Sargon of Akkad's podcast and Tim Pool and like... I don't remember where I bumped into him first, but he's utterly and completely insane, and people treat him like he's got a lot of coherent ideas about the world, and it's just Nazi shit. It's just insanity and Nazi shit.
Will get really scary from this point in the game onwards. This is stuff we wrote into the plot, so things will eventually work out. We're the ones in charge. Stay tuned and don't get too scared. The force that powers excellence is suffering. This is why so much greatness comes out of war.
I really thought he was about to be done right there. That seemed like an ending point, and then I looked at the clock, and there are still 3 more minutes of this.
This is why the greatest empires in history were formed on fault lines with enemies who attacked them brutally for centuries. This is why science works, since you're testing a thesis to get to its strongest core. The left believes you can just choose to have a revolution and change to bring about utopia. That's not...
Yeah, I don't know. His concept of Odin seems really shitty. I don't like that character. Seems like a bad influence. Thistles for Eyes, thank you for the $5 super chat. Sometimes you live, sometimes you die. Just come back to life. Math ain't math. Keep your cool. Platitude, anal beat string.
True at all. You and your society are organic organisms, and your story is who you are. You don't get to run away from your story. You are the things you do to others. If you do bad things to others, those actions
Nothing you are saying here logically follows. You're an organic organism, as opposed to what? What alternative do we have right now? What kind of organism are you bringing up right now?
reflect inside you over time. Those who live by the sword die by the sword. In Hermeticism, the transmutation of forms is that which allows excellence. Only through pronounced horror and suffering can you become a better person. The post-war golden age only came about due to the horror of the world wars. Rudyard suffered so much, but healed and went through all.
Oh, okay, so now we're back to Odin perspective. I'm really disliking this part in the video where we're now getting like multiple perspectives on Rudyard. I don't like that. I don't care for it.
All of this, so see where he is now. You are about to experience suffering as a species on a horrible level, but we need to tell you that we still love you, and at the end of this.
How did we go from M-bait to talking about the left? Did he switch arms? I genuinely have no idea.
This evolution is something more beautiful than you could ever possibly imagine. If you make it, things will be so good. You are an animal. You should just accept it. You're a very clever animal, but we see you the way you would see a fucking deer. In the same way the deer were overpopulated.
It's the title of this. It's the title of the segment. It's the title of the segment. We did it. He did it. He did a setup and then he did a payoff. Look at that. It's like literature. Wow, he really didn't need to edit this at all. It's perfect as is.
Depressed, and having plagues in Rudyard's hometown in Pennsylvania when he was growing up. The same thing.
Can you tell us more about these plagues in Rudyard's hometown? I am genuinely curious. When he says the plagues in his hometown, does he mean like bubonic plague came through his hometown in the year 2002? Like, is that... What plague? What plague are you talking about?
Has happened to the humans now. Both you and the deer fell apart since you lost your predators. Enjoy being a fucking deer. You're always gonna be a deer. Even when you evolve into being a better deer, you'll still be a deer.
That doesn't make any sense. That's not how evolution works. Things that are currently like one entity that is alive does not itself evolve. It's the new generate, the process over generations adding up. That's you don't evolve into, okay, whatever.
We use evolution to make you more and more like God, but that's so many millions of years in the future, it's not even useful for you to fantasize about yet. Imagine you're a deer. Your life involves eating grass, playing around, and mounting the female deer. The deer is happy.
Wait, what if you're a female deer though? What if you're imagining a female deer? Do you also get to mount the female deer? You know, you're not specifying here. And I'm just a silly woman, so how can I have good ideas? But I just want some clarification, some leadership from my men. If you are a girl and you're imagining yourself as a deer, are you not still a girl deer? In which case, do you also mount the deer? I just want to know, are we pro-deer lesbianism, anti? It's hard to square with, you know, what you're putting forward here. But I am just a silly girl. Ugh. Lesbian deer is canon, I agree. Parents should have named him Rudyard Gripling.
And you aren't, since the deer knows what it is. You don't. You think humans are gods.
Does a deer know what it is? Because I don't think that deers have that level of self-awareness.
But you aren't. You're fucking animals. Be an animal. Being a human is way cooler than almost any other species, so please...
Wait, almost any other species? What would be cooler than being a human? Wait, I want him... You can't just gloss over that. Almost any other species. What other species do you want to be? Kangaroo? A sea anemone? A puppy? Oh, crab. Crab is objectively the correct answer. Yeah, I was silly. I'm sorry. All hail the crustaceans. And of course, the best animal of all, a shrimp.
Be grateful your ancestors worked so hard to get here, that your species is so dope. You could have been a cockroach. Enjoy the experience of being human and being grateful. Achieve greatness, but know that the most satisfaction will come from playing in the grass, mounting your wife, playing with your kids, eating.
You know, I have to imagine if you ever get married, your wife is going to put arsenic in your tea just so that she stops hearing you talk about how you mount her. Ugh. Ugh.
It's amazing how many people are this deranged. It's not even rare, like 20% of folks are this nuts. They just usually don't expand the alternate universe this much and make a mega manifesto about it.
It's true. It's true. Twizzy, thank you for the $20 dono. I very, very much appreciate that this late into the stream. Thank you for supporting.
Talking to your friends, and other things animals do, since you're an animal. You're a really cool animal that can talk to God, but you're still 100% an animal. Chimps have this.
Wait, other animals can't talk to God? Why would God not? Like, God is all powerful and omniscient, yeah? So why not talk to all the animals? Like, if you could, wouldn't you? Wouldn't that be fun? I don't know.
Same political and class structure as humans for a reason, because you're basically an overgrown chimp.
That is the end of that. We have come to the end of an immense journey. We have done it. It is over for now. Okay? There's an additional part, and I kid you not, guys, it is 4 hours and 4 minutes long. This one was 3 hours and 24 minutes long, meaning that the final part is 40 minutes longer than this.
Thanks, I hated that.
Shark Nation, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. If you guys made it to the end of this with me, like, you guys are champions. But also, if you made it through to the end on the YouTube video, you've watched 16 hours of this. And far be it from me to dissuade you from watching the third part, but, like, damn, we've seen some shit together now, haven't we? Jack, I want to go home. Oh, God. Yeah, like, where does it go from here? What additional, what possible additions could he make? Other, I guess maybe giving us his map to the spirit world? Yeah, you feel like a war vet now. That's because we've been bonded by trauma.
Picturing myself being Mount Ed while mounting. Now I have more stuff to bring up with my therapist. From Caracal.
Fair. I cannot guarantee mental wellness after our deep dives into this insanity.